It looks like the rain is taking a day off. The sunshine's taking over. There's no time to waste if it's a one-off. Let's take that chance, we're one step closer. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. I'll make you believe. We're moving our feet, just sway to the rhythm. I got a feeling things are getting better. We're finally free, don't need to stay hidden. Let's take that chance, we'll bet on forever. And we will bet on forever, no matter what happens, yeah, we'll stay together. We can do anything, we'll be alright, cause we're not gonna fall to the pressure. Life is a magical thing that I'm dying to show you. I know you will fall in love. You can imagine the wildest things, I can show you everything you're dreaming of. It's so clear to me, yeah, we got everything we need. No, we can't complain, we're living the good life, you and me. So take my hand and follow my lead. You'll love what we do, I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. We'll live our fantasy. I'll make you believe in magic. Won't you believe in me? Like a fairy tale, we're so classic. I'll make you believe. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic. I'll make you believe in magic. It's magic. I'll make you believe in magic.
Don't give up your dream, and this is all you need. from the start. I gotta tell you now, you're standing away too far. I gotta tell you now, what you're doing to my heart. I gotta tell you now, I need to know who you are. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. Into your eyes, can you feel the groove? When I hold you tight, can you feel the groove? Taking us through the night, and can you feel the groove? Shaking from left to right. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around, round, round, yeah. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright.
What's wrong? Are you feeling kinda downward? Light up, you've been using all my power. This month I'm passing on my flowers. You don't even get the ones I like anyway. Freeze your foot, now we're always at home. I'm bored of coming over to pretend I'm turned on. You're the one sober and I'm on day 4. Now I know why they worry about the neighbor next door. If I call out your friends, will they tell me where you've been? 'Cause they all up in my DMs. All this bros before girls is bullshit. Wanna break out, you say, yeah, but this game's for 2 players. Time to give it time and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. My attention span is gone and the feeling's getting old. Got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day 'cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way you can't join me later 'cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own. Even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all. And now you've come up better off out of the bar. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help and all this relationship stuff helpless. Wanna break out, you say, yeah, but this game's far to play us. Time to give it some and play red. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my own. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? One day, one more day. Crazy. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. One day, one more day. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day. Some days I don't know your face, running out of things to say. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? My love is going to waste. I just feel so out of place. You think I'm stupid enough to stay for one more day? Baby, check yourself. You're bad for my health. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for you. Wanna break up, you say, yeah, but this game's far to play us. You must be crazy to think I'd stay for one more day.
I got to know, what do I feel inside? I lose control, can't keep you off my mind. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, I think it's time, I need to take a chance to cross the line, so I can understand. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me. They make me feel like I'm alive. They make me feel like I'm not too late. Did I just wait too long to play this game? Now your love is gone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, can't wait no more. I am on overload. So if you're sure, don't leave me all alone. I gotta know, what did you do to me? Oh, oh, 'cause you gave me something I never knew before, and it feels ecstatic. Give me more, give me more. When you call my name and we're all alone, when you hold me close, it's those silly little moments come and go, and they stay with me and make me feel like I'm alive.
恐怖は誰にでもある。目には見えない狡猾な敵だ。逃れられぬ引力のように。僕らはその恐怖と何度も戦ってきた。力ずくで圧倒されても踏ん張れば立ち向かえる。全力へ戦い克服できる。僕らは恐怖を理解し、絶え間ぬ努力と勇気でそれをチームで乗り越えてきた。今は恐怖を武器にできる。今こそ僕たちの出番だ。さあ、僕たちを恐れろ。
And we're live with Playday 6 for the APAC South League. We're bringing you all of the action. For the 4 matches that we've got on tonight, we've got 2 hooligans joining us on the desk, Xenox and Guz. Xenox, great to see you again, mate. You keen for the night?
Yeah, definitely. We got some really, really good matches. Probably 2-3 match of the day kind of limits, I guess. We've got the biggest match of really the entire stage, which will be our first match tonight. So I'm looking forward to that one. And obviously, as has probably been this entire stage, it's been all about questions and answers. We'll get more answers tonight.
I do enjoy the questions, and I more so enjoy the answers that you boys give. They are kind of a little bit, we'd say off meta, should we say. Amazing, you reckon?
Can I cut you off for a second? I've just realised.
You need a wardrobe change. I was thinking that
change.
What are you? How have you? I don't even know.
It looks pretty good, actually.
It's not bad. It's actually, it could be a lot worse. We'll cover that up. You know what we can do? We can cover it up with the replays of last week's games. Playday 5 saw a lot of action. You are truly one of a kind. Guz, what did we see in the first couple of games?
Yeah, so first up last play day, we had the Knights taking on the Chiefs, actually stretching all the way to overtime, but the Knights putting in a really good performance and asserting a bit of dominance finally, and really bolstering their chances of being able to make the playoffs. Pretty close, obviously in the end, 8-6. I think the standout player was probably Sage, got a quad as well in that final round. A really strong performance from him. So the Knights, I think, will be fairly happy with that performance. They needed a big bolster to their standing, and yeah, that'll serve them really well. And then heading into the second game of the previous Playday was Renatus and Dire Wolves. Now, the graphic, unfortunately, flipped that. It was a Dire Wolves win. Renatus unable to get that dub. And yeah, Dire was really just continuing their run of form. They are currently the only undefeated team in the league in that first spot. They're looking to carry across that momentum in towards the playoffs. So not really too much to note in this matchup, really. Dire was showing their class and Renatus showing their inexperience.
Well, and then we had a pretty big one for Wildcard. It was must-win territory. They needed to get all 3 points against Fury, and for the most part, a pretty decent first half. You can see here, up 3-0, got it to a 4-2 half. Fury, towards the mid-game, really did bring it back, and I don't want to say panic stations, but as you can evidently see, 6-5, there was a chance that this could have gone to OT. Had that happened, Wildcard then don't get all 3 points, but fortunately, Vincier wound back the clock, showed us some of his best, got a nice double there, and the new and improved Cairo gets that one. So Wildcard got all 3 points. And then we had arguably match of the day, maybe even match of the stage so far. This one on Skyscraper as well. We finally got to see this one after we didn't get to see it in the forfeit match against Direwolves. And for Invictus and Elevate, this really was just sort of back and forth as much as you could ask for. Very defender-sided Skyscraper, and then this one went to overtime with IG pulling it out 8-7 in the end. Jigsaw gets that Niger Soul to bring it back to 1v1, but it is not going to happen for DCH. Jigsaw too good, gets the quad. IG get the win. They get the 2 points, gets them into second place, and they technically stay undefeated, Rob.
Yeah, look, probably the most, I would say, chaotic end we've seen overall for the IG matchup. the 1v2 at the end. You don't really see that anywhere else but APAC South. It's just the truth. As we look at the standings, though, it really does start to give a clear picture. Direwolves well and truly out on top. They have 100% locked in their playoffs. Now, a quick little permutation to take into today, guys, is the fact that all 3 stages in last year's league were 11 points was the cutoff for playoffs. So technically, Invictus are kind of in the good right now, but obviously a win today would definitely seal their fate.
Yeah, for sure. Invictus are, of the remaining teams, not too far off securing their position, at least mathematically. I think a lot would have to go against them for them to not make it from this point onwards, but you're right, they're looking really good. As for the rest of the teams, particularly 3rd all the way down to 6th in wildcard, there could be a lot of movements in the final couple of play days. Now, again, the teams that already find themselves in the top 4, so from Invictus down to Knights, they're in a good spot. And, you know, should be relatively secure, particularly after tonight. We'll get a really good read as to how that's going to play out. Unfortunately, that does mean that Renatus and Fury are isolated. Renatus can still, I think, crack into 5th or 6th, but we know for sure that Fury are locked into that last position. So just to quickly recap and not to confuse anyone too much, the only positions that are locked in, Direwolves in 1st, Fury in 8th. Everything else is still to play for the final couple of play days.
That's it, 6 points up for grabs for each team. Let's turn our attention to tonight. The big money-making moves. Of course, Fury and Renatus kick off the night. A game of the night, Mr. Army Man is claiming. But we move on to games that really do start to potentially have massive implications, Xenox.
Yeah, obviously, the Fury Renatus, when we build it up, we have a bit of fun. We poke some fun at it. For Fury, it's their chance to get 3 points, to get off the bottom of the standings as well. So far, it's been a rough stage for them. So this is going to be really the only opportunity. I know there's still one more play day, but I don't see them beating Elevate. And speaking of Elevate, then going up against the Chiefs, I mean, this is a pretty big one, because if the Chiefs do win this one, get all 3 points, I think that's top 4 locked in, and it makes it very difficult for Elevate. So this is almost like a pre-finals kind of matchup between these two teams. It's a pretty big one.
Wildcard and Direwolves, how much are you giving that? We'll have a look at the standings as we talk about this one, guys, but how much are you really giving Wildcard in this matchup?
There's a realistic prospect, I think, for Wildcard to be able to get a win here. I don't think the predictions are probably giving them as much credit as they probably deserve. I don't know. I think a lot of that game will be dictated by how Direwolves approach it, right? They're already locked into the top 4. I think I said before, 1st, that's, I believe, mathematically incorrect. Oh, they have a 4-point lead, so they're not necessarily locked into 1st, but they are locked top 4. So what's their approach going to be for the final couple of play days? Are they going to cruise? Are they going to try and battle fiercely for 1st place? That would probably dictate the result there, I think.
Would love to see a flawless run. We haven't had one in APAC South, so there is a good opportunity. After 3 stages, in the 4th, it will be converted. And it looks like we're pretty much all across the board there. Xenox IG coming into this game against Knights. I guess one big thing for us to talk about is the fact that Knights have only won really the serious game that they have won was against the Chiefs. It was an 8-6 victory, obviously, last week. But the other 2 wins they've been able to take, Renatus and Fury, so it's kind of hard to give them the weight that we would IG.
Yeah, and again, remembering IG's only loss came from a forfeit, so you give them the favoritism card there, for sure. No questions about that one. So Knights can win it, by all means. We've seen time and time again that sometimes we don't predict the team and then they just go and win. That's the nature of APAC South. I think Knights, it's just simply, we don't know really where they're at. Can they compete with the likes of Direwolves and Invictus? Yes, they took down the Chiefs, who, you know, haven't necessarily been all that clean this particular stage. So, and that went going to overtime anyway. And if the Chiefs really tidy things up, they probably get that win. So it's a big game for the Knights, though, because if they do lose this, they then play Direwolves, right? So remember back to the start of Playday 5 for the Knights, it was all about that run home. You got 1 win. Can you get a 2nd? You do that, suddenly top 4 looks very doable.
Well, speaking about a big game, it's a huge game for both of these teams. Not so much for us or the standings, but of course, we do have to take away what is really there, guys. 3 points, potentially the first, I mean, it could just be the first point period for Fury at this point. What are we really making of the Fury roster? I feel like we have kind of poked and prodded around for the first 5 play days. We just have been so uncertain, guys.
Yeah, I think a lot of the common words that have been probably floated around are the fact that they're stale because they didn't make any roster changes. Maybe they've fallen behind the rest of the pack and the meta's not really suiting their specific playstyle, because from what we've seen from them so far in this stage, it has just been very, very, very lackluster. And we say that with the utmost respect for this team, because we know last year that they could sometimes on their day take down top teams. We haven't seen that same spark this year. Now, earlier during the standings, I did misspeak. They're not 100% locked in for bottom spot, but if they lose today, they will be. This is essentially the battle that will dictate last place in this stage. And Fury, I think, will really want to just get something out of this stage and get themselves out of this last place.
Producer Boom comes back into the roster. Do you think that'll have an effect, Xenox?
Hard to say. It's been a little while. And honestly, Mopey was doing very, very good filling in for Producer Boom. So, yeah, as I said, hard to say. I was actually a little bit confused because, like, who's PD Boom? And as soon as you said Producer Boom, I was like, oh, yeah, that's right.
I hope it is.
We haven't seen him for a little while. So, yeah, I honestly think for Fury it's more than just a one-player issue anyway. And obviously, as we know, Producer Boom in recent stages gone by has been a very valuable part of this team, but so is Spacehead. And he hasn't quite been able to live up to the mark either. The fact that Mopey, the substitute, comes in and ends up being arguably one of their better players, if not the best performing player, is a testament as to where Fury's at the moment. And that is a team that's 0-5, 0 points, worst round differential that we've ever had in the APAC South League. So backs up against the wall. Let's see what fight this team has, because they're going to have to give everything to beat Renatus.
Yeah, certainly are. Like, Colas is their top performing player, and he tends to lean onto the support role, so it's not looking great for them. But we look toward Renatus now, a team that blew through the qualifiers, making their way, defeating some of the, you know, what we expected to be some of the better performing teams, Bliss, then Order. They made their way into APAC South, kickstarted the first Playday with a massive win against Elevate. But ever since then, Guz, we just haven't seen enough from them.
Yeah, since that first Playday, I think they've probably been knocked back to reality. APAC South is a very, very tough league to crack into, and we have seen that it takes time for teams to develop. I liken this roster almost to Direwolves of last year. It took Direwolves a long time to find their feet. Now they're actually first in 2022. Does Renatus have that potential? I don't know. I can't read into the future, so we don't know that as of yet. But I think the first Playday gives us a sign that this team can be strong when they lock those pieces together. And heading into this game, this is a fantastic opportunity for them to get a win and to not fall into that last place. And if you're in this league for the first time, I don't think you can really ask for much more, right? They are the only new team in the league for the year. If you don't finish last, from my point of view, that's a pretty big win. So this is a pretty big game, I think, for them, and they'll be hungry for that win.
Well, it's time to have a look at the vetoes. Really, I guess the maps may not really change too much about our opinion leading into this. Xenox, we'll go to you first. We head to Chalet, a pretty stock standard map here in APAC. What are we thinking?
Yeah, interesting one, because we've seen Fury play it a little bit in recent times, lost out to Wildcard, of course, 5-7 on Chalet, which is not really that bad of a performance. They did lose 0-7 to the Chiefs as well on it, whereas for Renatus, we haven't really seen them play Chalet at all, so we don't have as much to go off for them. I think that ultimately, though, you know, Renatus had the decision, as we generally like to point out, so it was either Oregon or Chalet. They must then back themselves in on Chalet. I like this, though, for both of these two teams. Hopefully the map itself opens up, although it has been defender-sided, apparently, in recent times. Originally, when it did come back into the map pool, attackers were having a bit more freedom. I'd like to see that take into effect in this particular matchup for these two teams.
Geez, Kitchen Dining really coming back into prominence there for the defensive win rate, Guz. But something I also want to note, and I don't know whether you want to talk about it at all, but Snowmobile has actually made it back in. APAC South last stage barely saw any Snowmobile play, so it looks like teams are starting to get a little bit more comfortable on Chalet.
I hate that site.
Yep.
You can't see my face, but I was just shaking my head the entire time. Basement, I will stand by this until the day I die, is an awful objective. You should be able to get attacking wins on that site, especially with repick, because it is probably the only site that was tough previous to it because of the slightly different operators you needed to bring. Anyway, that I could talk about that for an hour, so we're not gonna worry about that all that much. I think the thing that stands out for me the most is the fact that you can see on this graphic right now, Renatus, they haven't actually played Chalet here in APAC South. They took a gamble in banning out Oregon, a map that they actually have played a couple of times but lost. So for me, that's a sign that maybe they're, I don't know, a little bit too defensive perhaps in this veto. I guess you can interpret it in two ways, right? They're either scared to go back to Oregon where they've lost, or they want to throw Chalet into the fray and see if they can really catch Fury off guard because they haven't played it. Either way, I'll be looking back at this veto to see if Renatus made the right call.
Well, as Xenox likes to say, there's a lot of questions, and where are the answers? We don't know, but we'll throw it over to the two Muppets. It's Bert and Ernie.
I'm sorry, what? Is that what we get? Is that our introduction for the second last Playday of APAC South? Disappointed, Rob. We're going to have a chat about that later, but Brandon, it is time to jump in. It feels like a while since we've last casted, but we're back into it, and this should be a good game.
Should be a good game. I'm actually kind of excited for this one because it feels like this is a really good opportunity for both these teams to have a solid chance at 3 points tonight. You know, we've talked a lot about how they've both been struggling a little bit. Fury probably more so than Renatus, but yeah, they're both sharing 7th and 8th down at the bottom. I think this is a really good chance to try and jump up a little bit.
If there's any match that either of these teams is going to win, it's this one. You know, this is arguably the bottom two teams, well, in fact, on the standings right now, it doesn't lie. This is the bottom two teams in the league at the minute, the two that are most in danger of relegation come the end of the year. They really need to get on their bike. Renatus is coming in. They've already had one win over Elevate in their opening play. They haven't had a win since. Fury is 0-5 in their matches, and they've got a tough one next week. So it is all down to this. Who's going to end up in the bottom of the standings? This match is likely to dictate just that.
Yeah, seeing a lot of love for Fury there as well in that community vote, with the majority coming through, so that's quite exciting for them. And look, I think it's disappointing for Renatus, right? They started off so strong in APAC South. They got that first win against Elevate, and it's kind of just been downhill since then. So yeah, look, this is definitely a chance for Renatus to try and find some of that form back.
Huge opportunity for both of these teams, not to mention Fury, of course, playing with their full 5 roster. They played with Mopey instead of Producer Bim, as the guys on the desk touched on, for quite a number of their matches so far, and no doubt that has thrown a spanner into the works. Here's another fun one for you, Raven. These two teams are the only teams in APAC South that haven't made any roster changes from last year. Of course, Fury played in APAC South last year, Renatus did not, but no roster changes. Same 5.
Yeah, and look, it's always an interesting storyline to bring up in general, but I think particularly this stage, in stage 1 of the year, it's been very interesting because we've had some teams make a lot of changes, and they are generally the teams we're seeing at the top, but Dival's kind of the exception to that rule. But no, you're right, like they haven't made any changes, and unfortunately it feels like it's just been a really rough start. But no, I'm really excited for Chalet in particular. I think it was a good map to have gone to for Fury, because while they did get 7-0'd on it earlier in the stage, they actually had a very good competitive performance against Wildcard on this map just last week. It was a narrow loss, 5-7, and there was some really good glimpses of some great play from Fury on that map.
That's it. By the far the best showing we had seen from Fury all stage long. And that is saying something, because we unfortunately hadn't seen a lot of bright moments. Now, this could well be an overtime game as well. I think, in fact, all of the matches that we have tonight, Raven, are looking to be close games. You know, we may be proven wrong. We often are when it comes to APAC South. But Renatus Fury, I think this is particularly going to be a very tight one. Two closely matched teams, more closely matched than perhaps any other pairing in the league right now. And so we'll see them go head-to-head on Chalet. Like the guys on the desk said, haven't seen Renatus play this map, but have seen Fury lose it twice, including a 0-7 against Chiefs in their second match. Quite an embarrassment, but we have seen improvement week to week, haven't we, Brandon? Because just last week, like you said, they almost pushed Wildcard to OT.
Yeah, we really have. There was just some things that started clicking for them a little bit more last week. Just felt like there was some more coordination starting to come in with their roster. And, you know, we did talk about it. The desk talked about it. Producer Boom, he wasn't playing for a lot of those initial play days. They were playing with Mopey. So it kind of just indicated, right, that they were playing with a sub. They had to kind of naturally grind in some synergy, and that's felt like what slotted in last week. So I think it makes this extra interesting that Producer Boom is now back in. Like, is this going to help them, or maybe will this push them back a step? It's hard to say how much they've actually practiced with Producer Boom.
It is hard to say, but what we can say for certain, as you might have noticed from the map stats graphic we showed before the game, is that this Master Office has not been as strong for the defense as other bomb sites like Dining and Kitchen, and even Basement downstairs. Now, Master Office tends to be the most popular bomb site at most levels of gameplay, but a lot of defending sides have struggled with that defense. Now let's see what Renatus have to show as they start to move around the map. Thatcher banned out, Flores banned out. Good map control already taken. No significant repicks. We do have the Nomad for flank watch. That's going to be pivotal.
It's already really great from Renatus too. The time management and the ability to get in and get this map control, identifying that it's there to take, is actually fantastic. You know, it can take a little while to clear out the players around Library and roaming maybe potentially below in Bar Kitchen. It looks like Fury haven't really stuck to that at all. Renatus with their quick approach, just taking up that control already, and they can go to work on this office wall. And this is a massive part of this attack procedure in general, is just usually dancing around this wall. You might have to clear wall denial, coordinate something with your hard breach. You know, it can take a bit of time, but here they are, first minute in, it is done.
Next level time management from Renatus, showing, as they have all stage long, that despite being the newest team, they certainly do not look like fresh noobs off the block. Even now, breaching into dining to prevent any vertical C4s and really put that pressure onto Fury. I'm liking that. The one X factor for Fury is the Echo, the Yokai drones at large to deny plant. They didn't play that last week against Wildcard, so Renatus might not be expecting it.
And we're actually seeing that hard red pinned as well just before the Yokai hiding in office. So certainly something that Renatus are well aware of. And the good thing is with this time management, they have plenty of time to try and manage it. They've done such a good job at setting up, but Fury managed to get that opening pick. At the same time though, Rix is going for this plant here, Dev. He's going to get this in.
Wow. What an amazing play from Renatus to get that diffuser planted. Oh no! The run out is successful, traded by Hajime, or by Apes Claymore rather. Hajime goes down. Still a 3 versus 4 now in the post plant, and Furies start to retake. Great use of the gas canisters there from Producer Boom, but Hermosa does not expect a second player to push that position, and Fury is fighting tit for tat. Here comes Producer Boom, spotted by Tolji. It is now a 2 versus 1, a 1 versus 1, but Lycolis has absolutely no time. He has to stick this defuse, but it gets off. No! That was a critical mistake! He forfeited the round, falling off that diffuser, and less than 7 seconds to go means there is no chance of locking in that retake.
I actually thought he was a sticker. I thought he had that, Dev. I was so sure that he had that. But look, I think at the end of the day, it's one of those things, it's a 50-50 chance. You either stick it or you pull off. I think given the time on the clock, you know, just stick it, because even if he managed to flick and get a nutty kill, it would have been a matter of milliseconds. But look, it was a decent attempt at the retake from Fury. Certainly gave themselves an opportunity, but I think huge credit to Renatus. That attack was beautiful. The map control in nice and early, opening that wall into office in the first minute, it really set them up for that success.
I'm a big advocate for contesting early map control, and that's the one thing we didn't really see from Fury. It could have delayed a lot of Renatus' time if Fury were just in Library, or maybe playing Mezzanine, contesting Library, contesting the windows early, shooting a couple of drones. And yeah, it's risky. They may lose a player in doing so. But I think that on Chalet, on Master Office, you can't get away with letting the enemy team have so much map control. And Fury is certainly going to need to take that on board for this coming round. They've changed their bomb site now to Dining and Kitchen downstairs. That means that a lot of the contest of this bomb site is going to be back up in Master Office, where that vertical map control is, and where Renatus will no doubt be wanting to take control.
Absolutely, and look, I think Fury definitely need to be contesting a lot earlier. They really do. That's a key difference to what we saw against Wildcard. They were doing a really good job getting in Wildcard's face and just not really letting Wildcard have that control. Didn't really see that in round 1, but hey, it's only the first round in. Plenty of time to adjust, and they are on the defense, which, as we saw in on the desk segment, it is kind of favored on Chalet at this stage of APAC South.
Once again, the same 5 operators on the attack. No player opting to repick. Could have expected maybe a Buck or another vertical operator picked here for Renatus, but instead committing. I like this flank watch though, an air jab watching the main stairs, the snowmobile stairs, cautiously avoiding those flanks, preventing it. And once again, really good time management here in it from Renatus.
Yeah, really good. They're just doing such a great job at getting their prep drones in the right places, keeping them safe, giving themselves a lot of information so that they can just get in and act. You can see at the top left there, they've still got 8 drones that are in play, basically. And in the first minute gone, that's pretty decent. It means that they've been able to keep them safe, probably put them in these great positions so that they can get in and get this early control. And already, if they get this wall open in towards Dining, it's just such pressure on site for Fury.
Wow. Great usage of the Maverick and Thermite in tandem. The Maverick just to make a tiny hole and shoot off the mute jammer. And wow, it's perfect. How does he do that? He goes, he opens up the wall, and immediately afterwards gets a grenade kill. Other than pulling some serious weight for Renatus, and the team just looking so ready. I mean, how long until they can feasibly execute here? They have ticked so many of the boxes already.
Yeah, I couldn't quite see if there was an outline in office to try and hold that that control, but they are pretty close to being able to do this. All they need to be worried about is that vertical control. Otherwise, they can get in and plant behind chassis, and then they just have to get the crossfire on towards that rushing position towards the dining table. But other than that, it is going to be tough, especially... I can't see any denials here for the plant. There's no smoke. Mute died. Not sure if he had a C4, but yeah, I think this execute is certainly imminent, honestly, Dev.
Fury will surely have to flank here. Renatus taking their time. Here come the smokes for the execute, and here come the frags for Fury. And that forces Renatus to back on off. Rix falls back, and as the smoke subsides, this should expose some of the Fury players, but they seem to have played around it very well, dancing back and forth. Hajime on the bomb site finds the better Atolji, and now Rix desperately looking to find a player. He's not going to get anything. 4 up for Fury, and well, they found their first defensive round.
I did, and look, they did a great job kind of battling back in that position. They really did have their backs against the wall. I would really say that Renatus kind of cooked the attempt there to get that plant down. They missed some pretty critical gunfights. The first one was the player holding the hallway in towards kitchen. Lost that gunfight to the kitchen player. Didn't quite see where the other frag came out because it was 2 really quick kills, but it did allow them to kind of rush the planter. They didn't get that kill. Planter pulled off though, and it meant the whole execute really fell apart, and they lost their positioning at the same time. So look, props to Fury for that. Unfortunate for Renatus, they did such a good job with the majority of that attack. Again, their time management is incredible, and the fact that they're getting some really critical steps done early, they're giving themselves time to set up for these executes.
I also, I'm not to be hypercritical, but I feel like that smoke grenade placement from Rix on the Thermite just helped the defenders. It cut off so many lines of sight that the attackers would want to use to cover the planter. I think it was a shallow smoke near the dining table in dining, instead of near where the rotates, near the positions where the defenders would push. Like, the closer you are to a smoke, the less you can see, right? I mean, it's pretty basic. You want to put it right up in the defenders' faces so that you still have line of sights. But it meant that when Fury started getting aggressive, Renatus couldn't trade their teammates. I don't know, that's a pet peeve of yours sometimes. Bad smoke placements and executes that prevent you from refragging your teammates.
100%. Sometimes it gives me chills when someone's like, all right, I'm going to smoke and plant. I'm kind of just like, please don't smoke, because that happens. Look, it put a lot of pressure. It's a really good example. It put so much pressure on that hallway player, because as soon as that hallway player lost their gunfight, that was it. Like, there was no more cover on the planter, and that's really where it fell apart. So yeah, just small things, but I think already looking pretty good for Renatus in general for the attacks, but also for Fury. They really dug deep to make sure that they could pull that round back, and look, it's already proving to be a close game like we thought it might be.
We're absolutely seeing Renatus, despite not having played Chalet a lot recently in APAC South, or in fact at all in APAC South. They are very well practiced on this map. The start of these rounds, with the exception of that fluffed air jab, it looks like Renatus has got no opponent. They're just dry running, right? How quickly they take that map control, set up their flank watch. It's really pristine.
Definitely so. And once again, first minute in, they're already gone up to the office wall, hard breached it, setting themselves up beautifully here. So Fury haven't been able to critically analyze that this was an important part. They needed to contest this a little earlier and just strong arm it a little bit. You don't even have to play it dangerous, just have more of a presence, potentially shoot more of those drones. You can see the 7 is still alive for Renatus. That's pretty strong coming into the halfway point of the round. You're going to be able to utilize those super effectively for flank watch and to try and drain outside and just find out where these positions are. They can really structure this execute because of that lack of pressure from Fury in the early stage.
Fury really have not changed a lot, have they? Operators all the same as the previous time they defended this side as well. Who's to say the plant denial is going to be any more successful? Here comes the Yokai from Lycolis, exposing its position, spotting out some of the attacker drones on site as well. But there is still a lot of time here for Renatus.
Plenty of time. And again, that's just such credit to their early phase.
Oh,
and
no!
once again, there's a jump out. It happened last time, and it's not refragged. He is downed at least. But, oh, yeah, look, that could have been That could have been a lot worse for Renatus, for sure. I think they've somehow managed to salvage something out of that. They got 45 seconds, and here we go. Rix is in, going for this plant.
Oh, and Hoven's going deep. That's a genius play. And he gets one for it. Now that plant's gone down. Hajime dangerous, though. Lycolis as well, still up on the board. Hajime goes down. Covering his teammate very well from the window is Tolji. Lycolis, oh no, just narrowly misses the shots. Now Tolji in such a powerful position, but this is winnable for Lycolis. We've seen him get close before, but he got off the diffuser last time. That is the cover from Hoven. And Renatus complete a second successful plant attack onto Master Office.
And look, they've been really great attacks onto Master Office. There's definitely some big changes that Fury need to make to the philosophy of their defense. You know, it's not necessarily that their lineups are terrible or anything like that. It's just a lot about how it's being played out. Not having too much time. Fury's doing a pretty decent job at still applying some pressure to Renatus, but I think you can't discount how strong the advantage of the time is that Renatus are giving themselves with that, you know, that early time management and map pressure.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs as they
Yeah,
can.
and you can't really blame Fury for trying all these different bomb sites now. That's 2 unsuccessful attempts to Master Office. Pretty disappointingly, Fury didn't change much between those 2 defenses. So I'm glad that they're changing bomb sites, because when something fails, you need to change. At some point in the pipeline, something needs to change, right? And it could be the bomb site that changes. You could stay with the same bomb site, but change your defense a little bit. We've talked a lot about how there's no pressure on Library or Mezzanine at all. But Fury, they're going, instead of trying to reanalyze that same bomb site that they've now lost twice, moving over to Bar. I think that's a good move. It's not going to be easy, though. I think that the Flores ban is a huge advantage to them, though, because it makes it much harder for Renatus to go and clear all these power positions, these deployable shields.
That's right, and that's what's very common when you're holding this defense is you'll have a lot of vertical pressure, or presence, I should say, around Library, Mezzanine, top Library stairs. They're the key positions that you have to flush out. So I think you're right there with the Flores off the board. It does kind of put a bit of pressure on the attackers to try and do it a bit differently. They've got a lot of frag grenades on the board, though. They've also got Zofia for those projectile impacts. So they've got plenty of utility to do so. Given their time management already, I feel like it's going to be okay for Renatus. So this really comes down to how Fury play this one out. I also think the selection of Bar Gaming, just super quick, is interesting from Fury. Statistically, it's the most attacker-sided site on Chalet of the 3 maps we've seen in APAC South. So the odds are not really in their favor for this one.
It's also the one bomb site that against Wildcard, they played twice in a row and failed twice in a row, then never reattempted it again after that. Only successfully defended Kitchen Dining and Master Office against Wildcard did Fury. So can't have too much hope for them here on this bomb site, even if a lot of other factors may be in their favor.
Feels like the least impactful first half of a round that we've seen from Renatus so far, but even still, fairly decent. They've been able to get in. This is really big from Hoven here on the stairs, being able to get the line of sight through into the stock room with the Maverick. And also Renatus been able to pick up this opening kill already. This is looking good for them on this attack.
Certainly is. Fury really feeling that pressure, and they just struggle so immensely with defending this bomb site. And it just goes from bad to worse. There's a reason why this is the most attacker-sided bomb site in APAC South. The Spacehead can find one pick, but he's taken a lot of damage for his trouble. And now he's down for the count. It's just Producer Boom, fresh on back from his sabbatical, if you will. No, time off. Now he's got a flanker 1 versus 4, 50 seconds to go. I don't know exactly where he is, and there's some good info for his side, but it still doesn't matter. Ape is just better. And this is looking excellent for Renatus. Fury really struggling to find traction on defense.
Yeah, really strong attack once again from Renatus. Fury just looking a little lost with the philosophy of these holds, because if you look at it strategically at least, or structurally, you know, there's a lot there. It looks good, but then as it plays out, it's crumbling very quickly. So I think that's a lot of praise on the side of Renatus as well. Their attacks are doing a really good job of kind of exploiting these weaknesses, these gaps in Fury's defenses. Yeah, you're kind of seeing it firsthand how important it is. Like, you can have the strategies down pat in terms of what to bring, where to put it, but it's all about how you play it out.
And it's something that Fury are consistently struggling with as well. what can we really say as consolation for them? There doesn't seem to be a lot at the moment. The only round that they've managed to win in this match so far was that really nice retake / plant denial where they played around the smokes. It does feel a little bit like Fury's virtue, Fury's saving grace has just been that they are pretty decent at playmaking. Like when it comes to jumping out windows and refragging each other and, you know, taking fights, they're not bad. They're probably winning just as many gunfights as Renatus, but Renatus aren't going to give them those gunfights. They're going to pick them to pieces.
Yeah, it's actually a good point that you bring. Like, if you look at the kills, I'm not going to do the quick math, but just visually, if you look at the kills on either team, it looks pretty even. Like, they really aren't, like, you know, there's not a team stomping one another in terms of the gunfights, the engagements, or anything like that. It really just comes down to kind of being outplayed. So, look, Renatus definitely on track here to get a potential 5-1 half, which would be quite huge for them. This is the only site that they lost previously, and it was there to have. There was just a couple of critical errors on their part that kind of cost it, and Fury obviously capitalized. So yeah, this is this is big for Fury in particular. I'd say they really need to try and save this half. If they can get this back to be a 3-3, it's certainly manageable coming into the second half.
I did the quick maths for you because I had some time while you were talking. 16 to 12. So Renatus 16 kills, Fury 12 kills so far. And if you think about it, that's only 1 kill advantage for Renatus per round so far, which is very, very minute difference. So it absolutely backs up what you're saying. Fury have the firepower, but Renatus, they're like clockwork, so organized. And yes, absolutely, with Chalet currently a defender-sided map in APAC South, Fury really need to get a wriggle on. 2 rounds would be bare minimum.
Already, Renatus kind of at this point, as they were last time, ready to push in and start to open this wall. Producer Boom, though, actually trying to mute trick this wall. Is this what I'm seeing here?
That is very, very cheeky. Is that worth the risk? He's about to find a nade in his pocket. He better run away. Producer Boom. Oh my god, he is very, very lucky, but his teammates cannot boast so much the same. Now Producer Boom is one of just 2 remaining Fury players, as it is a bloodbath on the top floor. And the poor guy is now in a 1 versus... Okay, it made it a little bit easier with the team kill, but he's gone. What another dominating round from Renatus.
That was unreal. It's like Producer Boom just entered the Matrix to dodge all the utility he could to stay alive for that mute trick, and at the same time, all his teammates just died around him, so it was kind of for naught. Look, that was unfortunate, but props to Renatus once again. Look, they identified things that went wrong last time, I'd say, and they just put a lot more pressure on the vertical play from Fury. We didn't really see them extend past Office in the previous attempt at that attack. This time, I can only assume that that's what they did. We didn't quite see from the outlines or anything like that, but a lot of those players were off-site. You know, they're playing around Master and around Bathroom and even towards Office. So yeah, not great. And that does mean that Fury now, they will not have an advantage coming out of this half. It's 2-4 at best for them.
And it's really not looking to be a 2-4, to be honest. Like, we're barreling towards a 5-1. The only bomb site that Fury were able to defend was Kitchen Dining, and they've now lost that as well as successfully defending it. Like you said, the linchpin of that previous defense was everything we didn't see on camera, which was all the action going down upstairs. And I think Renatus has really got a number on what Fury is doing here and how they're playing this. And you got to admit, it's scary watching Fury and thinking, oh my god, are they going to be able to pull another round out of this half?
Yeah, look, I think they've clearly got some stake into Kitchen Dining here. They feel like they can make this happen. It is the round that they won. I don't know whether that's some false hope, though, because I felt like a lot of what happened in the round that they won was just stuff that it went their way as opposed to something that they made happen their way, if that makes sense. So I'm just not sure how this will go. Renatus clearly had their number last time around. I think the key, again, is just contesting early. Renatus getting in this first minute, first 90 seconds, they're getting Office Wall open. It really gives them a lot of time to start to, you know, put that pressure onto Fury's defense.
Renatus have been so efficient with their timing. 45 seconds, map control for Library. Flank watch setup. Told you does need to work on his placement of these air jabs there. He keeps wasting one on the metal bars. Just unfortunate that we keep catching that on camera in 4K for his friends and family to clip and make fun of him for. But look, Renatus, once again, really efficient time management. Not even hard breach to worry about on this office wall. And Ape, he's been a centerpiece of Renatus' opening kills. Found the opening 2 rounds in a row now. Looking for a third.
Yep. Once again, just like clockwork, 90 seconds in, Rix is here with the exothermic charge, ready to breach this wall. They are going to have to dance around the utility to clear that mute jammer, but looks like that is about to be cleared and open the wall will go. And so already, very big pressure now put onto Fury. This is a really critical stage of the attack that's now cleared. And Renatus, if they can just hold this upstairs controlling through office, they're going to be pretty set for this plant.
Oh, look at this from Hoven. Beautiful push out of Producer Boom. Pushing him into that corner, Hermosa to cover up. That is excellent play from Renatus. Stellar work from them.
Yeah, absolutely loved that teamwork. It was really well read, and I don't know whether they picked the Capital specifically for that, but
absolutely
very well executed. They're going to try and go for it one more time just to ensure that there's not a player sitting in this back corner, and that will hopefully enable this plan. But once again, there is a Fury player deeper that has just taken away Hermosa, and now this just kind of makes
the fire!
Renatus have to think about it. But yes, Capital coming into play again, Dev.
He just backs straight on into that fire and falls. Now here come the smokes. Is there adequate cover for Renatus? What a shot from Lycolis. And a flash of hope now for Fury as they try and find their second round is in the closing of the half. Plant going down, but a amazing shot through the smoke. Works out well for Fury. Desperate now for Renatus. Rix taken out. And Fury managed to do it once again. Under the cover of smokes, they spring into action, and they have found themselves a second round.
Look, once again, really good by Fury just to capitalize on any little gap that Renatus left on that attack. But once again, it was a really great attack from Renatus. I think the ingenuity with that Capital Firebolt was fantastic. Once again, they had that early map control, time management, open up office. They really could think about their execute. You could argue that maybe they just took a little bit too long, didn't capitalize when there was a bit of that chaos. I think once they got that Firebolt kill, maybe that was just the time to hit the button and go. Hard to say, but at least Fury has managed to save that to be a 2-4 half. It's not awful, but certainly for a defense half, that's not great.
Defenders, protect your bombs.
It really feels like Renatus could be 6-0 up right now. And all it would take, I think, is not throwing smoke grenades. I think that every time Renatus threw down a smoke grenade, Fury were like, yeah, okay, let's play aggressive, let's take fights, let's spray through the smoke. The number of kills that they got that, Renatus is probably sitting there saying, oh, that was undeserved. We really had that. Absolutely, this could be a 6-0 for Renatus right now. That puts the pressure squarely onto Fury's side. And yes, Fury are still staring down the barrel of having, well, fighting from behind the win rate. Statistically, Renatus is favored here. They've done an exemplary job on their attack on what is statistically a defender-sided map. I'm not going to call it just yet, though.
No, look, there's definitely still a lot of siege to play here, but you're right. Statistically, the favor is in Renatus to be able to close this one out. So we'll see how Fury's attacks can go. Of course, what we saw really great from Renatus was early time management and map control, and that was kind of because of Fury in a way. We talked about Fury maybe giving them a little bit too much. So I'm super curious to see how Renatus tackles it. Are they going to start to contest a lot more in the early phases of these attacks?
There's one thing for sure. I've got to say, I cannot imagine Fury being anywhere near as fast and efficient as Renatus were in the early round of their attacks.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It looks like, for now, Fury are setting up for a Solarium take on this defensive master office. We have some contest from Hermosa downstairs. No one hard playing on the stairs right now. Another player down below, it's Hoven. The nade's coming out, but old information for Fury means that it doesn't find a kill. Will they be able to repel one inside?
Looks like they're going to do it anyway. It was certainly going to be risky, and Hajime does get tagged in the process. But he is now in, so he can cut off this rotate quite nicely. And Dark also managed to make his way in, so it's a bit of a squishy spot, but we'll put some pressure on Renatus. They have to think a lot more about the Solarium side, which you can kind of leave in the back of your mind generally for a lot of these rounds as a defender, but it's not the case anymore. There's a lot of players stacked on that side for Fury, and it's really where they're telegraphing this attack is going to be coming from predominantly.
And indeed, the opening pick goes the way of Fury as well. Lycolis finds it. Hermosa has a huge flank opportunity as well if Dark isn't careful. Pretty sure he's just cleared the entire area. What he doesn't realize is this Roma lurking down below at the bottom of the west main stairs. Spacehead avidly watching for that flank. But he can't watch it forever, or can he? Renatus. Ooh, what an angle there from 8. Hermosa does try to flank, and Spacehead does indeed punish him for it. Now a 3 versus 5 for Renatus, and Fury are looking potentially the best that they have been so far.
This is really great from Fury, in fact. Lycolis in going for this plant. Told you finally finds a kill for Renatus, but it's a little bit late as the plant has gone down. They've made this a 3 versus 2 dev, so potentially manageable on the retake. Lycolis, though, he stands up, and now it's all on Hoven.
Very difficult position to retake as well. Coverable from the Solarium windows makes this nigh impossible now for the poor Frost player. Stacked up. 3 players holding a crossfire, and there's Fury with their first attack, already building more momentum than they managed on defense.
I really liked the attack from Fury because it was a little bit off-meta, unorthodox. I mean, there are generally two ways to attack that site. Obviously, when there's 2 bomb sites, the one that we see always is the office plant, right? You take mezzanine, you get in through office, you plant behind that half wall or at the breach. That's generally what 90% of teams will go for. This is a bit different from Fury. They really hard-focused Solarium early, obviously identified that maybe there wasn't that much presence. We did see Renatus kind of holding off-site a little bit more, and it did allow a couple of Fury players to repel in. We signaled that early. And that seems to be the bit of X factor for Fury in that one. Once they had that map control, Renatus couldn't really get back into their positions. We saw them losing their gunfights, and that was pretty much it at that stage.
Fury do look a lot more comfortable on attack compared to defense. On defense, they looked a little bit lost, with the exception of when it was time to make a play. They're good. They have confidence. And I think that's perhaps something that just lends itself to attacking more. They're the ones who have to make the first move, and they seem to operate better when that is their role, rather than sitting back patiently and perhaps playing the util game. And the stats from their wildcard game do back this up. Fury only managed 2 defensive wins against wildcard, whereas on attack they managed to get 3. Of course, that did still lead to a regulation loss for them, and 0 points on the scoreboard, which is where they currently still have on the standings after 5 matches. This is their 6th match. Could very much be the same story here, though. For Renatus, it's a matter of they only need 3 defense rounds. Fury might have a bit more bite on their attack than they did on their defense, but they're going to have a lot more, not just a little bit.
Yeah, they do have to keep this momentum up and keep it going. So I think this round is super critical. They want to try and get some rounds back to back. I think that's super important for their form and momentum in general. So yeah, this is quite big because on the other hand, Renatus winning this one puts them to 5, very close to match point, very close to making Fury not actually get regulation wins if possible. You know, they have to try and fight through overtime. It's all kind of downhill. So we'll see what Renatus have in store for us. I can already see that there's a lot of offsite presence from these players. Can see over towards mezzanine library, of course. Heavy presence.
That's it. Here comes the clear from Fury. Realistically, they will need that regulation win, the full 3 points, if they want to avoid the bottom placement on the standings. Remember that Renatus already have 3 points for beating Elevate. But Lycolis are fairly well set up here, looking to clear map control across. We've got to do with 2 main positions here. Well, 3 main positions if you count inside library and the deep corner itself. But one is Hoven here, playing at the big pillar, and the other one is Ape on the stairs. And they've done a great job of clearing Ape's shield back, and he is forced down below, worried about potential nades to come over as well, and Hoven now no longer has that teammate to crossfire with.
Yeah, he's a bit worried about all the different positions that he get pinched from around the top mezzanine and office side. But this is pretty good from Renatus, being able to just hold on to this for so long. And now they've found the opening kill onto Lycolis. That could be absolutely huge as Hoven backs it up. Fury crumbling now in this attack, and they've just got less than a minute to make it work.
They did so many things right, did Fury, but then Renatus just stepped up and found some kills on back. Beautiful vertical angle from Hermosa here. And Apes found another one, directly trading with Dark. Of course, Renatus is going to win that exchange. 4 versus 2 now. for Renatus. Hermosa on the site, keen to get aggressive. Is that the wise choice right now? 30 seconds to go. It nets him a kill nonetheless. Producer Boom now. His location revealed thanks to that gunfight. Bit of a pre-fire through the wall. And Renatus steam ahead. Their first defense round puts them just one off match point.
Yeah, it's that danger position that we spoke about already. They gave themselves quite the disadvantage coming out of their defense half, and now this is where it comes into play. They may be feeling more comfortable in their attacks, but they can only lose so many of these rounds before it's total danger zone. This round is certainly going to be quite critical for them. Renatus going to go to the kitchen dining. And look, it was really well held from Renatus. You know, Fury did a pretty good job getting pressure onto that Renatus defense on the top floor around Mezzanine and Library. As you said, they cleared out those shields, which saw some players rotate back. But at the same time, Renatus didn't fully drop off. They really committed to it. It got them those first 2 picks. I think that was a big difference to what we saw with Fury's defenses, is they really often just full rotated off as soon as there was pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. We're also seeing on Fury's attack, it feels like the opening kill dictates so much. And it's not even just the opening kill, but both rounds so far, the team who's found the opening kills also found the next kill, putting in a 5v3. That is a huge man advantage. Fury managed it on their Master Office attack with the solar push and the clear downstairs. Renatus managed it just then with those aggressive peaks from those exposed Roma positions. And now, well, I'm going to be avidly looking out for where the first point of engagement is going to be here on this round, because I think that that opening kill could spell death for whatever team is on the receiving end.
Certainly could. So Fury, this is time to dig deep. They want to save this game. They really have to win this round. A 3-round deficit, and the fact that they have to push to OT, certainly not great. Going to try and replicate some of the success of that first attack. And that means that they're going to have to go hard at trying to get this vertical control. They need to, if they've got any chance of trying to win this attack.
Already a decent start. Moving into Library now is Spacehead, the tip of the spear for Fury, taking control of the top floor. The goal, of course, just like Renatus did, to clear Office. And open is the castle barricade, thanks to Sledge. Great operator to bring when you know castle's on the board. Of course, now clearing out the soft wall is going to be one of the other main objectives for Fury, really exposing those positions in Office. You can see the vertical lines are already opened up to deny any plant inside of dining in B. So Fury need to make sure to deny those positions when they're going for execute.
Yeah, and just for a point of comparison, it was around now that we were always seeing Ricks in getting Office dining wall open. So Lycolis, you know, kind of managing similar time. C4 could have hit just then onto Hajime. That would have been absolutely huge for Renatus, but it has missed. But regardless, I think this is decent from Fury. They have at least pushed out players hard playing in Office, and they do have this wall open, so they're somewhat getting set up for this execute. It's really just about how do they continue to put this pressure onto Renatus in this vertical system. Otherwise, the plant could be really challenging.
Dark's holding the flank upstairs, and he's got some fantastic line of sight to do so. That's his task for the remainder of the round. Deny any vertical pressure from Renatus, who will just continue to burn down this clock. Only, well, not a single gas left, but it doesn't matter. It's on for the retake. Dark fails the one task that was given to him, and now Tolji misses his fight. Oh, the cover from Fury is perfect. And now Renatus onto the back foot.
That was absolutely huge. That cover from Hajime kind of saved Fury's round, to be completely honest with you. About to get that trade on the main fireplace stairs. And then Hajime steps up against Rix. Lycolis in for this plant. This could be tough for Renatus.
But now it's just Hoven left. A 1v3 with Lycolis down on the ground. He's got some info! He gets the first player, Lycolis, back on his feet and can find the final kill. Fury thanking their lucky stars. They just have pulled that across the line and denied the match point.
Yeah, look, they dug deep there. That was really well played from Fury. And again, I got to credit Hajime. He hit a pretty sharp shot from that main lobby double door. And if he hadn't, that would have been a trade on that flank. It would have been a very different story for Fury. Renatus would have been facing that kind of execute more in an even staking. So that was a really big play. And look, Fury just remaining in touch here. If they manage to get this one, push it to 5-5, they don't have to worry about this lead that they've been chasing down the entire game. They'll finally have it on equal standing. So yeah, this could be absolutely huge, and Renatus are doubling down on the site.
Located by attackers.
It really does feel like Renatus were a hair's breadth away from winning that round. Both of the players flanking upstairs being taken out without finding any real substantial scalp to take for their own. That was really what went wrong for Renatus. They managed to take down Dark, who was covering upstairs, watching that flank. But then once they had the ability to flank, they didn't do anything with it. They weren't able to take down the Finker, who was playing on the stairs. They weren't able to take down anyone. And instead of falling back and just using the vertical control that they now had to deny any plant, they kept on peeking, they were taken out, and Fury could then stop worrying about that upstairs presence.
I like from Renatus too that they are doubling down on this. You know, that was a very close to successful defense for them. A little bit hinged on a successful flank though, but it was a good call. I think for Renatus, if they can just stall Fury out even just an extra 30 seconds, you know, it was almost there. It took Fury the best part of those 90 seconds to get in and get the dining wall open. Look, that's still pretty decent time management, but I think that's a starting point for Renatus, is once more just put some pressure onto Fury early, because they're probably feeling it right here. They need to try and salvage this match.
One thing that has been working very well for Renatus is their information game. Those Yokais have been spotting out that plant. We saw red pings in the 1v3 from Lycolis. Renatus seemed to have a pretty good read on what Fury is doing.
This is already feeling a bit slower as well compared to previous round. Dark just now opening up in towards office, making sure they've got this control so they can start to push in and get said breach open. But of course, different attack lineup. I think that's the critical thing here for Fury. In fact, they don't have a hard breach. I really just clicked on this. What?
Wait, what? Okay. That's an interesting decision here from Fury, and they may well be punished for it. Not sure whether perhaps they predicted it was going to be bar games, but they had the opportunity to repick. They certainly did not. That is a critical mistake, and I think that is going to cost them the 3 points. Renatus should take match point here. This is very, very difficult now for Fury to start making their way on in. Got to get control of the top floor first up, and Tolji here behind the deployable shield with the UMP. He doesn't win his fight, but Hermosa elsewhere does. That gives somewhat of a glimpse of hope to Renatus. Immediately traded back. 2 kills for Dark.
Bomb located by
Rix as well in this tricky little position in through trophy. It must be something that Fury had decided. In fact, Lycolis is just on the other side of this barrier here. He could be in such danger if Rix hears this. This could be what opens up the round for Renatus and secures them moving to match point.
Just listen. Sit back and listen for the rustle. The slightest noise that could expose his position. There it is! He gets up and he claims his head and just obliterates Fury's chances in the round. A 2-on-2. And Spacehead, man, you're the only one with full HP. You better hope this works out. Hoven, wake up, mate. What are you looking at? Is there a chance? None whatsoever. Rix single-handedly won that round. And immediately the tactical pause is called for Renatus on their match point.
Yeah, look, it was a tough one. Fury did all right again. I think some critical errors. Now, look, we could dive into this a little more. They didn't bring a hard breacher, sure, but their attack strategy was very different this time around. So they really didn't go for what we would call meta, although it looked like they were going to at the start. Like, they still got the pressure and the control over on that side. They pushed in through office, but they didn't really use that control for anything because they couldn't, right, without that hard breacher. And then it's so hard to get a footing in through Solarium and Trophy to actually get yourself in a plant position. So failing that, it's kind of what that resulted in. And look, I think it was just great from Rix. Look, you can call the play what you want, but if Rix hadn't done what he did in Trophy, that definitely could have been a bit more sketchy for Renatus.
I think hands down when it ended up in a 1v2, hands down Rix absolutely needed to make that play, and had he not done so, it was probably a round loss. A lot of weird things going on though. Like, why was Hoven just standing in the hallway facing the wrong way at the end of the round? Some strange information relayed to Renatus. But I think that's just the nature of this match. It's been chaotic. Both teams have been on edge, knowing that this is their best chance of finding more points. And for Fury, that would mean lifting themselves out of last place, which is nigh impossible now, as the maximum that Fury can get from this game is 2. Renatus will have 1. That puts Renatus on 4 and Fury on 2. So Fury would have to win their next match, which is against Elevate. And Renatus would, of course, have to lose against Wildcard for Fury to have any hope of making on through. For Renatus, however, they actually have a chance here at jumping up the standings. Already claimed 1 point from this match. If they get the full 3, they'll be tied with Wildcard, who is their opponent for next week.
Ooh, that's a nice setup for next week. It certainly would be spicy, as obviously they're still vying for potential playoff positions. We have to do the math on whether that's still possible. 2 play days to play after this one. Certainly
fairly certain that the top 7, so every team in the league except for Fury has a chance at playoffs.
Okay.
I'm pretty certain. So Fury unfortunately locked in, having lost 5 games in a row without even pushing OT. But they're not locked into last place. They can get out of that rut that they have been in. And of course, having been 5th place every stage last year, they didn't have to play relegations. The story may well change if they can't get some more points here.
Yeah, and look, it's a long year, multiple stages, but it's also a long stage, and they have at least shown some glimmers of improvement. This has been an okay match for Fury. Wouldn't say it's as good as their performance against Wildcard on this map, but look, they've definitely shown up. You can see the scoreboard here, 6-4, certainly still within reach. Renatus, time to dig deep for Mo, so that is such a big play onto Hajime, taking him out early. Hajime's had such an impact for Fury as well. So to lose him in this critical round in that first minute, it's not going to help Fury at all.
That's it. Second top fragger in the entire server right now, taken out on match point for Renatus. They couldn't ask for much more than that. Great read from Hermosa, and no doubt good audio, hearing the pin pulled from the grenade. Now it's on Ape to hold onto the top of the stairs. He may well look for an aggressive peek as well, like Colas is down. It's looking like it may well be over, Raven. A minute and a half now in the 3-on-5, and Fury have a lot of work to be done.
Yeah, and some tough positions to flush out as well, losing some pretty key operators. I think this is certainly going to be challenging for Fury to bring back, but still time on the board to do so. Just over a minute. There's certainly plenty to make something happen. A quick 2K, of course, just equalizes that man count, and that certainly will help that pressure. Clearing his shield is a good step onto Hoven, but he is keen to hold this mezzanine until he dies.
He may well do so soon if he overpeaks here. Oh, the timing. Spacehead just getting off the angle at the wrong moment. Allows Hoven to stay alive a little bit longer. 2 players on the stairs. That I hope they're protected by some kind of projectile denial. There's Rix and Hoven. Oh, he does get the better of Spacehead, who immediately revives himself, only to be met with a spray of bullets from Ape. It's just Producer Boom. He is hunted down and put to death. That is Renatus taking a fairly dominant victory over Fury, who are still winless in APAC South. 7-4 is the final score.
Still searching for points as Fury, but yes, a really good performance from Renatus. Honestly, I think the scoreline could have been even stronger for them a couple of rounds. Just went a bit missing on some key errors. But overall, they did a really great job across both halves, to be honest with you. But for me, the standout was actually their attack half. Just really clean, really efficient, and just a really good job at reading the weaknesses within Fury's defenses.
An exciting time for Renatus, though. They have been struggling week after week. After finding their first win of the stage in their opening match against Elevate, they've had a huge drought. Finally, they have another win on the board. They get full 3 points. They're now tied with Wildcard, and with them having Wildcard as their opponents next week, there is a real chance at raking up some more points. They could potentially go all the way up to 9 points, which as of right now would mean a playoffs position. Whether that's possible, well, we'll have to find out. I'm sure the guys on the desk have a lot to say though, so Rob, back over to you.
A lot to say, but I don't think a hell of a lot of substance to it. Gentlemen, a game for Renatus there. It really does. Just felt like Fury were scrambling to try and find some rounds out. I mean, maybe that's being a bit too negative, but it does feel like Renatus had their number picked.
Yeah, Fury playing from behind for the majority of that matchup. A 4-2 half against the grain, from what we've seen so far in the league here on Chalet, being attacker-sided for them, put them in such a strong position. I would even go as far as to say a 6-0 really could have been on the agenda. They screwed up both executes on Dining by being over-reliant on smokes, which cost them. But outside of that, not too many mistakes were really ultimately made, and Renata's played quite a confident breed of Chalet, which I think served them quite well. And yeah, the struggle continues for Fury. This result for them now 100% locks them in to last place, even if they get a victory on the final Playday. So sort of rounds off, I think, a really disappointing stage for them. And for Renatus, you know, showing that they can take it up against pre-existing teams in the league.
Now, I don't really know what the maths is like here, Xenox, but there is conversation to say Renatus might be able to sneak in, you know, to the 5th position. I think playoffs is, I don't want to say it's done and dusted, but, you know, Knights are sitting at 8th place. They're kind of the gatekeepers at the moment, as you are in the Oast region for the casters. So I've got to ask you, do you think that Renatus could potentially go all the way, get the 9 points?
No, I don't think so, because there's just too much that has to go their way, but it is still mathematically possible, as Dev pointed out on the broadcast. If they win their last game against Elevate, then suddenly things, sorry, not Elevate, against Wildcard, then suddenly things do look to open up, but I don't think that's something they should be looking at. They should just take the win, be happy with the win today. It's still a tough one for Playday 7, and a lot has to go their way to make it happen. But just touching back on this game for Fury, a lot of similarities to their wildcard game in Playday 5, where again they started slow, and around that middle portion of the game, at the switching of the halves, they did start to find a couple of rounds and did kind of look like maybe we could have a game on our hands, and then they just fall flat towards the last couple of rounds. So similarities there. I also think they lost this one at the selection table too, because I don't know why Mopi wasn't playing. Arguably their second best player statistically this stage. Their worst player statistically in Dark probably should have made way for Producer Boom to come back into the team. Had they done that, I think they may have actually had a little bit more firepower and being able to compete with Renatus. Producer Boom, though, of course, had a rough one this game, 3-11, but you know, looking at it before this game, that's probably the move I would have made. So look, disappointing for Fury. They don't have any wins yet. One more Playday to go against Elevate. Can't see it happening there.
No, and that's a really big, I guess, downer, guys. You know, we were talking about Q Confirm, the ex-Q Confirm, I should say now, Fury. We were really talking about them kind of sitting in that 5th place, I think, throughout all of 2021. And coming into 2022, things have just completely gone haywire. I mean, have you read anything into this, or are you just kind of seeing it as a bit of the stage 1 jitters?
Well, not trying to pump my tires up here or anything, but it was what, the first or second Playday I said they were going to finish last. The way they were playing just was not good enough. And we don't like to see it, but they didn't improve. We have not seen them improve. They've obviously had a couple of issues maybe outside of their control in terms of players having to come in and out. I don't think all of that has been up to them. There's been circumstances that have prevented them maybe from playing a full strength roster throughout the entire stage. So we can probably give them a bit of a concession on that. But in terms of what we've seen in-game strategically, their confidence levels, etc., it's not at the same level that it was last year. And I would argue even if it was, they're still going to be trailing behind teams that have made roster changes and improved. So Fury needs to pick themselves back up. They have an opportunity to get some points in the final Playday, at least salvage something. But I think in between the end of this stage and the start of stage 2, they really, really need to knuckle down and show significant improvement. Otherwise, I don't see this changing going forward. I don't think the meta is going to be even any more forgiving. In fact, I think it's going to be more unforgiving for them. So yeah, it's really rough for Fury at the moment, but I hope we see them bounce back, because again, last year we did see a lot of promise. Yeah, we did, and there was a lot of conversation around the fact that coming into this year, they've picked up the new org. Maybe there'll be some kind of gusto behind them, just not to be. I do want to talk about Renatus with you very quickly, Zenox. So I just realised you changed your shirt to Charlie Brown, so it's good to see that. But I do have to ask you here, you know, is this kind of, in your eyes, would you almost say job done for Renatus for stage 1? You know, they're coming up against some of the best opponents in APAC, not just in APAC South, but in the wider APAC region. They've been able to get 2 wins on the board going into Playday number 7 next week. There could be 9 points on the board for them. Do you think maybe this is, you know, kind of the benchmark for what we expected?
Yeah, job done. They beat the team that they needed to beat in Fury, and they got a scalp against the team in Elevate on Playday 1. And so now they go into their final game against Wildcard, the other team in the bottom 3. And I think, are they favourites going into that match? Probably not. You know, we'll see what happens tonight with Wildcard versus Direwolves. But, you know, as I said, going into that last Playday, it very much is job done. You know, they were competitive against a lot of the other teams, except probably IG. So that was probably the only outlier where they really did get sort of beaten to a pulp. But other than that, they were competitive against the top teams. So beat Fury, the team below them. They took a scalp against Elevate. Team's still trying to get into playoffs. Now they play wildcard. So far it's been a really good stage for Renatus.
It certainly has, and I mean, if we're talking about, the fall from grace for Fury, there's two teams that have certainly fallen from their own grace. Chiefs and Elevate, the number 1 and 2 from 2021. They're going up against each other. It's up after this break. A battle of the Titans. Although they may be wounded, they are still ferocious. They are still vicious. Guys, two of the best teams that we had in 2021 now go head-to-head in their first bout of 2022. Do you have an idea as to what to expect?
I think it's a bit of a bloodbath. Third versus fifth. This matchup has huge playoff implications, and I'm sure both will be super hungry to crack into the top four. For the Chiefs, they're looking to solidify their spot, maybe even jump up above Invictus into that second spot. Whereas Elevate, they're just teetering outside the four, and a win here is really critical for them.
Well, let's start talking about Elevate, the roster that blew us away in 2021 and did even better than that at SI. Really, we were so, I think, upset with that clown, man. That clown is just going to get me every time we jump on the broadcast. But Xenox, I think before the SI performance, we really were, I think, a little bit concerned about Elevate's performance leading into the last two stages. I can't take this serious. Just take it away, Xenox. What are you thinking?
I don't know what I'm thinking anymore. You've completely thrown me off, Manic. But I will say for Elevate, they started slow this stage. Obviously, as you mentioned, with SI and everything beforehand, we maybe expected them to be in a better position coming into this stage. And of course, Playday 1, they lost straight away to Renatus. As has already been pointed out many times over, Mr. Punch, Mark have come in, but they have been very good inclusions. So that kind of takes away from some of the slow growing pains that we saw at the start of this stage, because it's really easy to look at the new guys and be like, oh, well, it's because, you know, Mr. Punch and Mark have come in, but they have been really good. And yeah, maybe it took them a little while to get going, admittedly. Yeah, they lost to Renatus. Then they played what has ended up being a very informed Direwolves. And since then, Elevate only ended up losing one more game, and that was the 8-7 loss to IG, which was a banger on Playday 5. So clearly in form. They must win this game. Otherwise, it's still going to be quite dire getting into the top four in terms of then having to rely on so many other circumstances around them. Yes, they've got Fury in Playday 7, banking the 3 points, no doubt about it.
Sorry, what is Onigiri doing?
Come on, mate. Bit of professionalism. Trying to get through my piece here, Guz, in one go.
Sorry,
and you
blame
ruined
Onigiri. It wasn't.
Onigiri hasn't done anything wrong here.
If you saw it, you saw it.
He's innocent. He's the cutest player in APAC. Don't blame him. But no, look, if they do win this tonight, I think that's top four secured. So big game.
Certainly is, Guz. They're coming up against a team that definitely are formidable. The Chiefs, although their stage 1 of 2022 have had a lot of questions around it, I think that they've proven at the very least that the roster changes are viable. Now it's about, in these last two play days, them really securing the deal.
Yeah, it really is about sealing it. Now, I don't know mathematically if a 3-pointer here would be enough to get them a top 4 locked in. I would have to say it's looking very good for them if they do. In fact, it would give them a 6-point gap to elevate in 5th, so I can only assume it would be enough. And that's ultimately their goal. Obviously, a lot of questions heading into the stage. Can the Chiefs be as good, if not better, than last year? I don't think they're quite at that level, but it looks like they have the potential to even eclipse it, maybe even heading into the playoffs or beyond that, heading into the rest of the year. And you talked about roster changes and inclusions. Bounce and Balls obviously has been one of the standouts. A 1.22 rating, that's the highest on the team and one of the highest in the league. And that hasn't necessarily taken the spotlight away from some other players that can perform, like Worthy, for example, who's on a 1.2 rating and not trailing too far behind in the stats department. So it feels like at the moment the Chiefs have got their roles pretty down pat. They're looking like a solid unit, and this is going to be a real test for them.
Digital's back in his bedroom. Do you think that's a buff for him, Xenox? Is there something in behind that? He's been, I don't know where he's been the last couple of play days.
I swear he was in some like linen closet or something. We saw the sheets behind it. But no, it is a buff. We cannot underestimate the bedroom buff for Digital and the Chiefs. But look, bringing it back to some serious notions here. For the Chiefs, off a loss in Playday 5 to the Knights, which I think for many would have actually been an unexpected loss. Yeah. Unless you're a Knights fan, obviously. So for the Chiefs, it's all about bouncing back and getting this win, because you get this win, that's top 4 secured. I'm pretty sure 13 points is 100% locked in. So for both teams, a lot on the line for this game, is why it's sort of prefaced in our pre-match discussion at the start of this show, is that this feels almost like a playoff kind of matchup.
It certainly does. Unfortunately, it's only the best of 1. We don't get the full 3, but we do get at least a map, and we have to find out what that one is. Let's go to the vetoes and see what determines. We got a cafe. Okay, Guz. Don't know how much cafe we've really seen, if at all. This is actually one of only 2 maps that we have seen no playtime on.
Yeah, I'm just happy I'm not casting it. Neither of these teams have played cafe, so again, with the roster changes and whatnot, I don't think there's really a whole lot we can extract in terms of the map that has been selected. I will say it's a little bit intriguing, the 2 maps prior to that were banned out. I don't think the Chiefs are still very competent on Clubhouse. So the fact that Elevate didn't want to take them there, a little bit scary, even considering, you know, Chiefs lost to Knights in that previous play day. So they could have maybe exploited a weakness there. And then I think the Skyscraper ban from the Chiefs is probably reserving that for playoffs. I think it's probably in their best interest to save that map for a little bit later in a couple of weeks' time.
Xenox, are you sick of the saving strats storyline as well? Or is it just me?
No, look, I'll just say I think Elevate's actually won this video quite comfortably, because I look at the last 3 maps and I think all 3 maps are maps that Elevate would be happy to play on.
Yeah.
The ban is a little bit surprising, as guys sort of mentioned, because I think Chiefs are vulnerable there. Maybe that just more comes down to Elevate's playstyle and their own feelings as to how they want to play on Clubhouse. Maybe they don't feel confident in themselves rather than Chiefs being confident on it. But yeah, Skyscraper, we've seen Elevate have been playing it locally, so obviously they're happy to go there. Chiefs, we haven't seen them at all on Skyscraper.
Yeah.
And Cafe is a map that I don't think Elevate will be too shy to go to either. So yeah, it's a little concerning. It's a bit of a rough one, because I think Chiefs have been really liking Bank, whereas Elevate just straight ban Bank. They don't like it, they don't play it, so that kind of takes one away from the Chiefs, and which is a topic where at the end of last year we were praising the map pool of the Chiefs as a team and how great they could play on all these maps. Don't know if they quite have that strength anymore. There's some maps that when they get taken off the board, I do feel like the Chiefs are vulnerable on other kind of maps.
Well, the instability of Cafe now should be very interesting. It's the first time we're going to see it played in over 21 matches here in the APAC South League. And the 2 to take you through all of the action, it's Raven and it's Dev.
Cheers, Rob. Back to Cafe. Haven't been here in a while, but this should be a really, really good game, Brendan. There's a lot at stake for these teams. Chiefs currently 3rd in the standings, but very much vulnerable of slipping out of that top 4. Elevate on the outside in 5th, looking in.
Yeah, look, I think this is certainly a big game. I think it was talked up a lot on the desk. You just mentioned it. It really is a big one for how the playoffs can shape up. I think in particular the fact that Elevate, since the first play day where it looked like they were really struggling, feels like they've started to really build back some form. The fact that they pushed IG so hard in that previous play day, it gives me a lot of faith that they have a great shot against Chiefs in this matchup.
That's it. And while we haven't seen Cafe played recently by either of these teams with their new rosters, we have seen in the past last year, and even for Elevate at 6 Invitational, some Cafe matches, Elevate had a very close loss to FaZe Clan major champions and a win over EU's Rogue on this very map. Chiefs haven't played it since they beat Team Bliss in OCN finals last year, but a match to try and fight for playoffs, Elevate versus the Chiefs.
We're excited to see how this plays out, because yeah, look, the desk prefaced it perfectly. Chiefs generally don't play a lot of Cafe. It's certainly not a map that we saw from them even at the best of times last year when they were up and about and it was strong, or their map pool was stronger in general. So yeah, I'm really curious how this is going to go for them. Obviously with their massive roster change, it's probably going to play out very differently, and also they've obviously had a lot of time to work on it. So look, I'm quite excited to see how this goes.
Finka ban from Elevate, something that they absolutely love these days, and Chiefs have played their fair share of Finka, so probably a smart ban from them. The Valkyrie also going down, one that we know a lot of the Chiefs players like to play and just enables all kinds of shenanigans on a map like Cafe. Vertical C4s. Outside camps, not quite as good these days, thanks to them only lasting 10 seconds outside before being disabled, but hey, it's something. For the final defensive ban, I'm wondering if we'll see Mira slip through the veto or not. Indeed, she does. Maestro banned out instead.
That's an interesting one from Chiefs. Banning out that Maestro. Obviously identifying something. Bit of a target ban. Something to that effect. And I don't know. I'm curious how this is going to have an effect on these defense rounds. Given it was banned by Chiefs, I guess we won't really see the full effect until Elevate get onto their defense. But other than that, you know, I don't think too much of an impact, I should say, from these operator bans. I think it's going to kind of have Cafe play out pretty much how we always see it play out, you know?
Maybe, but I don't know. I feel like surely we're going to see a bit of Mira played here, not in the first round. Mira is just so powerful, especially holding piano, holding the top floor with Miras at Cocktail and at Tarps can be really, really powerful. So we'll see if that ends up making its way in later on. For now, Chiefs, a lot of information on the pulse and 2 C4s to go along with it. Bouncing on some projectile denials and a fantastic weapon. Ethan with the deployable shield on the alibi, worthy to prevent the rushes with Malusi. A good, well-rounded setup for the Chiefs, and I'd say a fairly loose setup. They don't really want to confine themselves to playing on specific positions like mirror windows. They want to play a little bit more mobile and roam around the map.
Yeah, and that's a great point. That's actually why I think we won't see much mirror played anyway, because I think especially for both of these teams, they don't really favor fairly static play styles. You know, they're quite loose teams that like to play off of momentum in particular. So I think there is sometimes room for that mirror, but yeah, we'll certainly see whether it does rotate in. But to your point, I think the defense lineup here from Chiefs is fantastic for this site defense. Of course, it is reading, dining. And look, I'm curious to see how Elevate approach this one. Certainly would expect them to want to try and take some vertical control.
Tends to be step 1 of Cafe. Rappel up to the roof. Open up the hatches, and that's Sledge's job. Worried about C4s, though. So Mr. Punch meekly punches open those hatches. Now it's going to be a game of droning up and seeing what kind of contest they're going to find on this top floor. I believe Chiefs had several rotation holes in Freezer, so playing very mobile, as we were saying, on that top floor.
Already some pressure in through that dining window as well, which is quite interesting from Sapper, just seeing if he can catch somebody rotating in through that corridor between dining and reading. Not to be. Almost halfway through this round now, Dev, and we're kind of yet to see something particularly decisive happen. Mr. Punch in on the red stairs there hasn't opted to try and further flush out through piano or anything like that. And often if you see a vertical clear across to cocktail for these kinds of attacks, you kind of want to aim for the 1 minute mark where you've got that cocktail control. So if we're gauging that as kind of the KPI, so to speak, for Elevate's attack, it's kind of tracking a little slow at this point.
Hit me with some KPIs. Love it when you talk dirty. All right. We got some C4s on the board, though, so that's why Elevate are so scared to walk onto that soft floor in piano and bar. Information on Boydie, the Pulse player. But Elevate, they can't dilly-dally forever, can they? They need to start flushing out these positions, bounce and holding behind the global shield. Oh, what a shot there. The perfect crosshair placement and pre-fire, and Mark goes down.
Mark does go down. He was the one holding diffuser. Now, of course, not a massive impact right now, but still something that has to be recovered, as what Mr. Punch has gone and done. And again, to the point of time, Elevate just not giving themselves a whole lot of time to really have control. That being said, they have pushed deep in through reading here. Digital seems pretty aware as DCH does pick up Boydie. A good refrag at least gives Elevate some kind of pressure as Onigiri backs it up. 3 versus 3 there for just 25 seconds to go.
A real chance now for Elevate as they start their execute. Is anyone watching Pillar? Ethan goes down. Worthy on for the peak. It's just him in a 1v3. An uncharacteristic whiff for Worthy. And Elevate pull the rug out from under Chiefs' feet and take the first round.
Was a good round in the end from Elevate, although I would say a bit scary for that first half of it, or even the first 2 minutes. You know, like it felt like they took such a long time to get in and get some control, and even then just kind of contest Chiefs a little bit. You know, it felt like Chiefs just had not a lot of pressure for the majority of that round, and just all of a sudden Elevate were like, all right, let's go into reading, let's get some picks. They did. It was off the back of DCH, opening it up for Elevate at least, and look, they never looked back at that point.
I'll be pretty happy with that. I see a slight smile creeping onto Onigiri's face. And yeah, a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Like, that was really a good opportunistic play from Elevate. And I think that's probably a descriptor that encapsulates Elevate's playstyle really well. They might not do the normal things as well as other teams at their level. Even teams like Wildcard, I would say, are probably better than Elevate at going through the motions, ticking the tick boxes that you would usually do. You know, on Cafe, it's take top floor, open up the cocktail, take cocktail control, etc., open up the floor. But that's not really how Elevate played. They, in fact, lost their player on upstairs, and they found all these other opportunities and played off of that openings that they created.
Certainly did. So look, I think Chiefs, I don't know whether you'd say a bit for them to work on. How would you even think about kind of countering that playstyle from Elevate? Because you could look at that round and be like, you know what? Pretty good from Chiefs. They didn't overextend. They held their ground. Boydie got the opening kill. Generally did a good job. They just left one slight opening, and that was it. Elevate capitalized.
And for Chiefs now, I mean, very early days, but I think they need to be really hyper aware of the way that Elevate are going to play, because Elevate will be like that. And I think that some of the Chiefs guys stepped up into it well. Digital on site did an amazing job of the quick peek with the shotgun, but damage was done at that point. And he unfortunately did expose himself following that to Onigiri. And it goes to show that the way that Elevate play is really unpredictable. And even if you know Elevate's play style is to be that aggressive and that opportunistic, you still look silly when it happens. I mean, you think of the number of teams at Six Invitational that looked at Elevate and thought, okay, we know these guys' play style, and then subsequently lost to them. Elevate beat Rogue 2-1. They beat TSM 2-0. They had some fantastic results at SI against some of the best teams in the world. In fact, the best team in the world, arguably at the time. Well, not arguably, at the time, TSM, world champions. These guys beat them 2-0.
Yeah, they did. And look, I think the trap with Elevate's playstyle, often when it gets analyzed, is it kind of gets shoved into that box of, they're pretty nutty. They play that kind of APAC aggression. I feel like it's starting to be relabeled as something a little bit different, but that's what they generally go for. They'll get up in your face, they'll be aggressive, they go for those kinds of plays like we just saw in the final phase of that round. But that's the trap, because they can actually also play very structured, and sometimes we see Elevate's attacks, in a way, that round was definitely a great example of it. They can be quite slow, like they're not keen to always take the gunfights. It's always about turning it on when it needs to be turned on, and I think that just so often catches teams off guard, and it can be tough to handle because you're kind of anticipating it for so long, right? Like you start to see this build up from an attack. I guess as an offender, you think about it like, hey, we've got 30 seconds on the clock, they haven't engaged with any of us, or we got the opening pick, so you feel pretty comfortable at that point. But just out of nowhere, Elevate can hit that switch, and it's really hard to kind of counter that. It can be really tough.
That's what this team is known for, creating chaos and playing around it, playing off of each other and the opportunities that they create. And Elevate, let's be real, had a really shocking start to 2022. Stage 1, they came back from SI. They had so much hype behind them for being arguably the best performing, definitely the most dark horse team at SI, probably the best performing APAC team at SI as well. That's probably debatable with Dom 1, but Elevate, high expectations. Everyone's looking at them to be the dominating force in APAC South, but they've made 2 roster changes. People are thinking, is this going to be the same team we saw last year? And it's very much the same story for the Chiefs. Everyone knows Worthy, everyone knows Digital, but a lot of people are seeing, okay, Boydie, so he's played for this team Rafflecopter, who've done all right, but didn't manage to promote through the league. They lost to Wildcard. They've got this guy Bouncin, who has just taken 3 months off the game, hasn't played since Stage 2 last year. What are Chiefs really going to be able to do, especially after replacing 2, from what on the outside looked like really successful players in Fisher Guy and God Legion?
Yeah, and look, I think if you want to dive into some stats on those changes, Bouncin in particular feels like one that's worked out pretty well for them. He is in the top 3 for rating. Speakeasy and Nate top 2 in the league at the moment for rating. And then it's Bouncin actually ahead of Worthy. He's also equal with Worthy on KD at +17 for the stage so far. Equal with Worthy on entries at +4 for the stage. It's actually worked out to be quite a good acquisition for Chiefs. So yeah, look, Bouncin, while potentially quite unknown by a lot of the APAC audience, he really is making quite a statement and a name for himself in this first stage. So I think it's working out quite well for Chiefs, and I think a lot of what we've seen from Chiefs gameplay in this stage is just the classic, they've made 2 roster changes kind of issues, where they're just grinding through a couple of those teething moments where the synergy doesn't quite click, or something is just a little bit off in terms of coordination. But I think throughout the year, it feels like this roster is certainly going to be cementing a spot in the top 4 for APAC South.
No doubt about it. Chiefs were looking even better than that. At the start of the previous Playday, they were in 2nd on the standings. And yes, these roster changes have proved to... There's no doubt that Boydie and Bouncin are insane players, Bouncin in particular. Like you said, if you're a new player coming into... If you're a rookie coming into this level of game, and you can manage to get into the top 5 in any of the MVP categories, good on you. Bouncin is 3rd for rating, 3rd for KD overall, 5th for entry. He's just so consistent across, a variety of stats, but particularly anything entry related, anything frag related. This man steps it up. But let's not forget that like you said, team chemistry, I think deeper than that, roles on a team are changed as well. And it's not just the roles of the people that have been introduced. You think about losing Fisho Guy, neither Bouncer nor Boydie directly replaced Fisho Guy, that's for sure. God Legion perhaps a little bit more of a one-to-one since he was a fragger anyway, but you've lost the primary support on this roster. So who steps up? It's Ethan to step up and be that primary voice, the in-game leader, and it's Digital who steps up in a lot of supportive roles, on a lot of supportive positions. He's no longer playing the vert. So suddenly, it's not just Bouncer and Boydie that have a lot of work to do learning how to play with this team, but Digital and Ethan have to completely relearn how they play the game.
I think that works out quite well for Digital in particular, because a lot of his career actually has been from more support-focused roles. So I think for him, it's probably not as big of a change. I think also now the spot that Digital is in with his career, I think it's probably a lot more comfortable for him to be able to go back on that support role with all that extra experience. He's played on an international land now, you know, that really changes how a player, I guess, approaches the game. So I think it has all come at a pretty decent time. And look, time will tell whether this works out for Chiefs in terms of their role changes and their roster changes. And look, they lost that first round, but we've got a lot of Siege to play, and we're finally back into play at Def.
Let's go. We might even have audio if we're lucky as well. I think we do. So let's go, boys. Bar and Cocktail is picked up. Chiefs went down to Reading in the first round. Now they're switching it up. And they've brought the Warden. It's Worthy playing the Warden. Now, is that just for the shield, I wonder? Or is that because he's got something cheeky that he intends to actually do with the smart glasses? I've seen a lot of people just pick Warden because he's a gunner. Like, let's be real. MPX with a 1.5 times is a headshot machine. Very little recoil. If you're a good player, you got that in your hands, you're expected to get a couple of kills each round.
There's absolutely that factor, and look, I can definitely remember many highlight clips of Worthy last year with the MPX, of course, on the Warden, so look, it could be a thing of comfort. But I think also for this defense, you know, there's often situations where maybe there's a smoke that goes deep in through bar, or you even smoke off the back store so that you can kind of get that default plant around the paintings near the new hatch there, and the Warden could be a good counter for that. Maybe they're anticipating some kind of quicker plant or something from Elevate. You never quite know. If we look at Elevate's lineup, well, we can see they actually are quite smoke heavy. DCH bringing 2 smokes, as well as the Capitao. So it could be just a good read from Chiefs in that regard.
And funnily enough, for Elevate, Capitao was actually a repick during the prep phase. Of course, the Chiefs won't necessarily have revealed that they're playing the Warden. In fact, I doubt that Elevate are aware as of yet. The Capitao is going to be very good for clearing out piano control using the firebolts, but will the smokes potentially be to Elevate's own demise if Worthy is able to peek through them?
Definitely could be. So, see how Elevate manage to tackle that one as they get to it, but so far, they're working their way towards it, and this has been pretty decent first minute. Obviously, whole part of Cafe is get up to the roof, start to get these drones in, open the hatches, you know, get the wall open in towards top red. It's very procedural on this map, and I guess the good thing for Elevate is first minute, they've kind of ticked the boxes they need to tick already, so that's a good start.
It's not bad. Pretty classic Cafe. Now, Elevator, not usually a classic team, though. They like to throw a bit of a spanner in the works sometimes. So Onigiri doing on the roof. Ooh, Sapper's got an idea here with the smokes. And Worthy has just used up the last of his smart glasses. He'll have to wait for that to regenerate. 10 seconds. DCH also has a flank opportunity up wide. What is the play?
Yeah, it feels like they are wanting to maybe make something happen a little earlier here. You are right, DCH is kind of waiting to pull the trigger on potential flank up white. And once again, Chiefs playing very patient, you know, they're really not giving Elevate anything. They played that pretty well in the first round, just happened to be not going their direction. And I can't help but feel that Elevate are kind of ready to maybe go for some kind of earlier execute right now.
All right, here come the 2 smokes, and Worthy can see through them, but he needs to wait for the glasses to regenerate. Now he can look on through and call for his team. What is happening on the site? No one down as of yet, as the smokes have subsided. Ethan down below with the C4. Keep that in the back of your mind. as Elevate tries to go for this execute. DCH, though, on the prowl. He may well find Ethan here. Rounding every corner, Ethan has absolutely no clue, but DCH, he backs on out. 20 seconds left, and we are yet to have an engagement in the server. Elevate, they've got to move right now. Worthy can't land the shots. DCH to find the opener, but then the Chiefs, they do come to life. Worthy desperately trying to fight back DCH for another one, and now a 3-on-3. Mr. Punch, he can't plant the diffuser. Boydie is there with the 416 to deny that plant, and that is all she wrote for the Chiefs.
That was a rough one. I really feel like Elevate kind of pulled a false start almost with their Capital utility. You know, they really dumped everything. It felt like the classic, you know, I wouldn't call it a mid-round plant, but just earlier execute than you'd expect. But they just never quite went, and I don't know whether that was just about maybe trying to bait Worthy as the Warden to be in a vulnerable position. You know, maybe they were trying to bait out an opening pick when they weren't actually going for the plant, just to give themselves an actual man advantage for the execute. It's really hard to read exactly how that was supposed to play out, but it got chaotic. Again, it was very similar to round one. You know, it all came down to that final 25 seconds. You called it out. There had basically been 0 engagements until that point, and that's really rough for the attackers. It usually doesn't work out for the attackers in that instance.
Despite Elevate finding the opening pick, it's just desperate at that point, isn't it, when you're forcing through choke points? But nonetheless, Elevate, well, they've been taken down a notch now. Chiefs have gotten around on the board, and I think Chiefs, something that they've done really well so far is just having a really good read and not overextending. For example, like you said, maybe Elevate were just baiting for a pick. Chiefs didn't give it to him. Let's see Elevate. Already really low on drones. They actually lost 3, now 4 of their prep phase drones. And due to playing the Twitch, they only get 4 action phase drones as well. So that's really, really concerning. Elevate have almost lost half of their drone utility already.
Definitely not great. So it's going to come back to bite them. Could be the source. I mean, I hadn't actually kept an eye on it in the previous rounds, but look, it could be a source for some of the slowness in some of these attacks. You know, if you got the drone intel, it certainly is going to make you a little bit more hesitant to progress. So yeah, we will keep an eye on that one. But I think for Elevate here, they really need to just try and be a little bit more efficient as they progress. It feels like this is very similar to the first round. Of course, Chiefs fairly close to being able to close that one out. I would just say that if Elevate can make an opening engagement happen a little bit quicker for them, probably be able to more comfortably close the one out.
That's it. Both rounds so far this match, the team who has won the opening engagement has not won the round. So, yeah, certainly does make it easier though. There's no doubt about it. Boydie in a great position to get information. Baiting also some shots, feeling that pressure. Mr. Punch there to spray a hole in the wall, and Boydie falls back. Is Elevate going to properly take full top floor control? That is the question. It looks like they may well do.
Feels like it. And to go back to the conversation we had in round one, if that's what they want to do, they really need to get moving, because you kind of want to benchmark yourself at 1 minute of having cocktail control so you actually can get vertical pressure onto the site. So without that, it's going to be challenging. But you can see here they've actually progressed quite deep in through train. So this could be what actually opens up the round.
Got to make a move at some point, Elevate. Sapper starts to move on forward. Here's Mark. He's got the diffuser, and he's now gone out to Pillar. Still not top floor in their hands as of yet, but a breach may well come out onto the wall of reading, facing towards Pillars, all muted at the moment. A nade over the top of the wall or some vertical could help out. There you go. I believe that was an Ash charge below even. I didn't think you could get below, but regardless, 30 seconds left and the opening pick is for Chiefs.
Yeah, definitely a big opening pick there for Chiefs. Throughout all this time kill, Elevate had managed to keep their man advantage, but it is now gone. Breach open, some pressure on site for Chiefs here, but Elevate going to have to dig deep to close this one out.
Great crossfire from Boydie. He's now in a dangerous position on site as the Chiefs just have to hold. Onigiri finds a pick, and now Boydie going to be full flashed as well. Mark, if he checks this corner, no! Mark, you got to watch for that. Onigiri, though, he does not give up. It's only digital now for the Chiefs with 2 seconds on the timer! The man, the myth, the legend, Onigiri. He clutches it. What a round from him.
Unbelievable timing on the look away as well for Digital. Look, he's going to feel like he got a little bit ripped off there, but at the end of the day, it's once again Elevate doing a great job in those last minute executes to be able to go toe-to-toe with the Chiefs. I really felt like Chiefs had that one in the bag, but no, not to be. Elevate able to keep up with them, and Chiefs going to continue to move along. Kitchen cooking, haven't seen that one from them yet, so hopefully this one's a little bit more successful from the Chiefs side.
Yeah, considering that Chiefs have gotten very close on 2 reading rounds, they've got to be asking themselves, how do we lose that, boys? Elevate literally never cleared Cocktail. How are we losing this? I don't know. To be honest, if they were asking me, I don't know. Elevate just have some kind of weird magic about them where they have this ability to win rounds that they really shouldn't be winning. And sometimes it comes down to a player popping off. Onigiri 4-0 since the rehost. That's in the last 2 rounds. Hasn't died as of yet. Nothing to boast about on the round they lost, of course, but something we're seeing a lot of classic Elevate strengths from Elevate, and that's exciting to think that this team that looked a bit rough around the edges after coming back from their roster changes has managed to find the one thing that they always relied upon. It wasn't strategy, it was chemistry.
That's such a great point too. It really feels like every Playday we're just seeing it more and more, and it felt like it was such a great sign about how well they performed against IG last Playday. On Skyscraper as well, you know, new map, never easy to do either. So this is just a continuance of that, and Chiefs are kind of feeling it. So this is, I think, putting some spotlight now onto Chiefs roster in general, not just because they've had a change, but in general. Like, this is down to their ability to adapt to what Elevate are bringing out here. I mean, it was ultimately Chiefs' decision between Skyscraper and Cafe. They decided Cafe, and look, it's never stood out in my mind, at least, as a strong map for the Chiefs in the past.
Yeah, this is the first time Chiefs is playing Cafe as an official comp game with their new roster. And what a great play there from Boydie. Managed to get the down on the mark. Doesn't finish him off, though. And with that as well, Chiefs have been forced completely out of Bakery. Good information as well from DCH behind the cupcake stand. Here's Sapper. What's he going to be able to achieve here? Is he just going to walk straight into sight? This is dangerous. This is so dangerous. Boydie's down. Almost finds Bouncing as well. Worthy can get him back, but it is just so dangerous right now for both teams. As a 3-on-4, Onigiri's hungry for more. He gets Worthy. He gets the double. 6-0. Elevate have a 3-on-2 with 1:30 left on the clock.
And just massive pressure coming through prep. Onigiri just on an absolute frag fest, even taking out his own teammates. And yes, look, poor Digital, he's left in this 1vx situation once more. Chiefs absolutely left reeling. Still a whole minute for Digital to try and burn. Onigiri's going for this plant. I'd say this is going to be a real tough one for Digital to clutch out Dev, and in fact, doesn't get much of a chance. Onigiri, of course, it's Onigiri, gets the swing, and wow, unreal round from Elevate.
Again, how do they keep getting away with this? That is just classic Elevate. Onigiri is having a laugh right now. He came back from Europe, from Six Invitational, and he's just hit another level. He was not always the star player on this roster. He's always been great, but with Nerix and Napiu, he was sometimes shown up. And now that they've been removed from the roster, I guess it's just the Onigiri show.
Yep. 8-0 so far since the rehost. Honestly cannot remember what he was like beforehand, but
I'll find out.
Oh yes, look at you go. Scrub back on that VOD, Dev.
I am, mate.
But no, look, yeah, he really has started to come into his own in this system with the roster, which I think is great. You know, sometimes you just have to enable star players to be star players. Like you said, we saw what he was capable of on the international stage at SI against some of the most incredible teams we have in Rainbow Six Siege. So you got to unlock that locally as well.
Yeah, we're looking right now at the world record 6 Invitationals single map kill record holder. Most kills in a single map, 27 kills at a 6 Invitational. And Onigiri is the guy who did it. And yeah, he certainly hasn't slowed down since returning back. Strange game this has been so far. Very strange game to see how Elevate can always somehow pull the rabbit out of the hat consistently every single time. And here you go, I've got the stats. Onigiri was 1-0.
Okay, so he's technically 9-0 right now.
Yeah, 9-0. That is a bit of silly business.
Bit of silly business indeed. It's quite the streak to have off 4 rounds. So obviously we'll keep a close eye on that, but obviously we'll also be keeping a close eye on how Chiefs kind of back it up for here, because even with a lot of their defenses, you know, there's not a lot I would say they're doing particularly wrong. You know, maybe they could try and start to play a little more aggressive and initiate some of those earlier engagements to throw Elevate off the game, because a lot of it is just Elevate burning time, and then they're just thriving in these kind of chaotic executes. The kitchen cooking round win was the biggest exception. They kind of hit that go button a little bit earlier, but regardless, I think it's a really tough spot for Chiefs on exactly what they do.
Oh, that's absolutely it. But Ethan finding the first pick on the DCH will certainly help. And the question now for Ethan, does he try and play passive and wait for him to be hunted to delay time, or does he need to get back to site to help out his team? This is Bar Cocktail. Chiefs have already won it once before.
Of course, the only site they've won, and it looked pretty good for them. It did get a little bit scary, but ultimately Elevate ran out of time to kind of salvage something. So that's really where Elevate need to put some pressure back on themselves to try and increase that timing. But yeah, great C4 from Ethan's, backed up by a kill from Bouncer, and just like that, Onigiri and Sapper in this 2v5 situation. This definitely could be the round that we see Onigiri's little deathless streak go by the wayside.
Great showing from Ethan this round, though. You can't deny it. He stepped up hugely. Great little quick peek there from Bouncin. Just for info, spots out Onigiri, but not eager to overpeak that. In fact, he falls back. Quite the opposite. Looking to play more passively. Okay, Ethan caught with his pants down, looking the wrong way. Bouncin taken out by Onigiri. A 2v3 now from the 2-on-5. And Elevate, they've got a solid chance here. What is going on?
What is going on?
What are you looking at, mate? Onigiri's right there. He's just cracked double digits. That's 11-0. A 2v2 now. 20 seconds. And surely Onigiri and Sapper have a chance here. Digital, he's been spotted. A 2 versus 5 to the 2 versus 0. How does Elevate keep getting away with this?
I can't believe that just happened. I feel like I cursed it. I said this is going to be Onigiri's deathless record going by the wayside.
The man's 12-0. What?
Unreal. I actually cannot believe they just put out that 2v5, Dev. Unbelievable. I was saying I'm not too sure what else Chiefs could be doing. I'll tell you what, they don't want to be losing 5v2s. That's definitely not going to help.
It's unreal how many kills that round was just Elevate staring at a Chiefs player that was looking the complete wrong direction. I don't know what you can read into that with, but man, Chiefs certainly need a moment to take a breath, and that's exactly what they're going to do right now. A tactical pause, a much-needed one of that.
Really is needed. That was the worst round by far I think we've seen from Chiefs. Look, kitchen cooking, one thing, Elevate in general just pushed aggressively through prep, got a couple of pretty big picks. It obviously is a massive cut through sight as well, so that's one thing. But they had a 5v2 advantage there. They'd done everything right to that point. Ethan had a really great round opening to get that little 2-piece. It was so much going right for Chiefs, and they let that one slip to just machines running through sight. It was unbelievable to watch. So look, I think it's a great time to take this tack, because some things went seriously wrong, I guess, within their comms, within their structure on that round.
It's so funny. I'm just thinking back to the interview that Onigiri did after he broke the kill record at 6 Invitational. And he was asked by the interviewer, what were you thinking during that match when you were breaking the kill record? What were you thinking? Because they went like overtime. It was insane. And he was thinking, okay, I just need to focus up and carry my team. That is legit what he was thinking. And look, not to discredit Sapper's role in that last round, but man, that is absolutely what's happened. Look at the scoreboard right now. 11 kills for Onigiri, 5 for Sapper, and then 1 for DCH, 0 for Mr. Punch and Mark. What is that?
Yeah,
what? It's unreal.
I think it is unreal. And on top of that, Mark and Mr. Punch have actually been performing pretty well. Mr. Punch in particular has been carrying his weight in the frag department for Elevate. So the fact that he hasn't even had to have much of an impact at this point, Onigiri has just been eating all those up. It's it's a great sign for Elevate here that they've got these stars that are really starting to punch their weight. And
pun intended.
Yes, I actually didn't, but hey, great. It works. Look, I just think it's pretty unreal to watch, but it's also scary for Chiefs, because I expected this one to be pretty close. I was very concerned when I went to Cafe, and to just feel, unfortunately, it's just not working out for Chiefs.
Yeah, honestly, like this is about as frustrating as it gets for Chiefs. I'm getting frustrated just watching because they're not. What are they doing wrong? Like macro strategy, there's nothing really wrong. They had a 5v2 last round. Chiefs played so well, some really good timing. Elevate didn't strategically win that last round. They just found picks in a 2v5 until there were no more picks to find. Chiefs really, they just. I know this is going to sound really, really like basic, but it feels like the only thing they're doing wrong is just not tightening up when they have the advantage and just letting Elevate walk all over them.
Yeah, it's a good point though. Like going back to basics, it is about at that stage setting yourself up with crossfires so that you just trade it out for the wins, right? Especially when you've got such a man advantage. I really thought you were going to say it sounds basic, but all they need to do is kill Onigiri. I mean, that could fly as well. But look, I think it
would help.
It would definitely would help. But I think it's a bit of a mindset game now for Chiefs. Like they just need to brush past a lot of these issues. Things have been generally going all right for them. It just hasn't surmounted to them actually putting rounds on the scoreboard. So I think if they just stick to their guns, try and close out this round, look, a 2-4 defense half on Cafe, not awful. It's certainly still a position you can come back from.
Historically, one of the biggest strengths of this Chiefs roster was their ability to have mental resilience and keep spirits high. We always talked about, you know, this team was always having a laugh. They had the sports psychologist, Michelle, who used to work with this team. I do not believe she does so anymore. They certainly could need the mental boost right now as this execute's looking imminent.
They've made some really good progress here, and it looks like Sapa in a great fragging position. Onigiri about to pinch in a similar position as well. Going to realize they've got all of this control. This is where it starts to get a little bit sketchy for Chiefs. Again, got a lot of ground to cover, but 20 seconds at least.
And Worthy jumping out the window is spotted and taken down. Now the execute starting to come about. The diffuser is on Mark and he has been taken down. Cold on the ground. Onigiri finds his first death of the match and it's just ECH. He does not last. The Chiefs finally break this losing streak and they come back to manage to get 2 defense rounds in their half.
Yeah, look, certainly not ideal. Certainly not great, but I think salvageable for Chiefs because felt like Elevate could have ran away with that half. You know, I really feel like we could have been looking at a 5-1 scoreline. That's never great. So I think this is manageable for Chiefs. They can just push that half to the back of their minds now. Don't worry about it. It was defense. Time to go for the attacks. I think a lot of what they did on their defenses was fine. Just ultimately, they were losing some pretty critical moments against Elevate in those late rounds. But also, there was that throw and clutch. So I think, again, just put it to the back of the minds. Focus on these attacks.
It's going to be a difficult one. We don't have any stats for how APAC South's Cafe is trending in terms of how attack-sided it is because we haven't played it yet. But I don't know. Raven, maybe you have some insight. I've got to feel like, I just feel like Cafe should be defender-sided as a map. You look at the pool, it should be defender-sided, right?
Yeah, I mean, historically it has been defender-sided. You know, I can think of many a Cafe games that I've watched that have gone 5-1 defense halves and even gone to OT. Or like, you know, a 4-2 defense half was the very big common scoreline that we saw. So it's always hard to say when we go season to season how much that's changed, and it's just not a map that we've seen played a lot in APAC. I looked earlier, and even in APAC North, it's been played literally just once. It was leaning defender-sided, so I think it was 66% overall. I've closed the tab now. But regardless, you know, it's really just not a map that we're seeing a whole lot of play on in APAC. So it's a bit hard to gauge, but look, if I was to say, I think it is defender-sided.
Six Invitational across over 300 rounds. Cafe was a dead 50-50 split.
Oof. That's impressive.
I know. If anything, to be dead 50-50 after 312 rounds, that's pretty something. But now Chiefs, I mean, they got to get back on the horse. They broke the momentum, and that's exactly what they needed. Now they need to string together a couple of rounds with it. This could be the opening pick, though, for Boydie. Surely he spotted the feed, but doesn't overpeak.
Also, surely you spotted the Amaru there, Dev, on the digital. I'm actually
I didn't.
very intrigued what they're going to try and do here. I'm getting the feeling that it's going to be the pop-up through the hatch maybe in Laundry, Or maybe they'll just go the straight cocktail plan.
It's got to be the single window. Everyone always does. People call it heaven, or the cocktail balcony window, if you will. That's the strat, and that's where he is at the minute.
Look, he might just be right here. We'll see how it gets used. Guess they're kind of going for a bit of a high-risk play, try and catch Elevate off guard. I think it's a good read. There isn't a massive amount of holding on that cocktail side. Onigiri's there, but he's low. So I think it's definitely manageable. And I think if Chiefs play their cards right, they could pull off this execute with this Amaru.
Onigiri is the one to try and hold on. He's been droned out, and he misses the drone. All right, mate. A nade comes through. A player repelling on 2 of his windows as well. Really feeling that pressure. And of course, this is the bomb site here. A cocktail. Onigiri in such a precarious position. He's going to stick to it. Moves a bit. Oh my God, nearly wins the fight with bouncing through the 4. But now Chiefs have a real good chance.
Yeah, and Mr. Punch, though, really good read by him. He's taken back control of Cocktail. So that means it's going to slow down Chiefs just a little bit longer, and they don't have much more time to hold this off. They're going to have to start to make some decisions about how they shape up this execute, because Mr. Punch is a thorn in their side. If this frag grenade doesn't hit, this could be challenging.
Oh, only does a bit of damage, doesn't take him out. Chiefs relying on this cocktail push. They're going to need to have an amazing play from the White Stairs and Digital. You called it, Raven. Potentially to come up from the hatch. Here it is. But this is going to be desperate. It is red perfectly. Mr. Punch. He goes for the left hook and the right hook. The triple kill. And now Worthy. He's out of the game. Elevate. They go up 5 rounds to 2.
Yeah, look, unfortunate for Chiefs. They had a window there where they needed that to work. I don't want to pin it all on player, but I think the window player, can't remember who it was at that stage.
Throw him under the bus, mate.
Yeah, look, they shouldn't have let Mr. Punch retake. It was the ultimate downfall here. Mr. Punch, obviously he got 3 kills from this position, but also once they killed Onigiri, they actually basically had cocktail control. They had vertical below in reading. They were pretty set. They just had to pull the trigger quick. It was just the nature of the play they were going for. And yeah, Mr. Punch getting in, it just ruined it completely, quite obviously. And that one's going to go begging. It was a risky play in the first place, but yeah, now it's rough for the Chiefs. They're looking at Elevate there on that 5 scoreline, just 1 round away from making it have to be an OT game.
Considering the stakes of this match, keep in mind, Chiefs are currently sitting comfortably in a playoffs position, and they have been for quite some time. At the start of last Playday, they were in 2nd place, only behind Direwolves. Now they're also behind IG, 10 points they're on, in 3rd place. Knights just behind them, and then Elevate, sitting on the outside, looking in, desperately fighting for a playoffs position in 5th on 7 points. If Elevate win this, they will be tied for points with Chiefs, but have the head-to-head win and overtake their position in playoffs.
Huge. It's like we said at the start of the game, this one would have big implications for playoffs. It's just the nature of these positions. And speaking of implications, that one's going to have him. DCH getting that opening pick onto Onigiri. Looked like a run out. Didn't see the exact nature, but oof, that's it's not great. Worthy off the board. Speaking of Worthy, feel like we've hardly said his name, Dev. Really not having much of an impact in this game.
To be honest, I feel like we haven't seen a lot of Worthy this season compared to last year at all. He's just not quite the superstar that he was last year. Perhaps it's just a bit of a lull, figuring out his new role within the team, as the entire of the Chiefs has, I don't know, had mixed results trying to adapt to these new roles and the new roster changes. But yeah, it's certainly going to go begging for that loss as the Dockerby and her util dies alongside her. The ability to get that free information is going to be incredibly disappointing.
Certainly is, but it's still a position they can bounce back from. It's not comfortable, but it's something. I think important as well, Worthy on an operator that in this lineup, fairly dispensable. So that's good. 90 seconds to play though. Chiefs have gotten in and finally gotten some good vertical control here. Going to absolutely tear up this 4. Try and push out these Elevate players on site so that at least they can start to push down and form and execute. But Where this round will be won and lost is really how they get to site here. You can see on those outlines, Elevate, super spread out now around site. Only one player really close in proximity to the bomb site. Outside of that, you can see they're all off that site. They're playing around VIP, they're playing around Bakery. It's really good from Elevate, to be honest, because they're capitalizing on the fact that Chiefs haven't applied any pressure elsewhere. It's literally just vertically, so they can spread out. It just means that as Chiefs try and enter site, it's going to be about these gunfights, or they're going to have to fight off probably quite a strong retake from Chiefs.
There's Yokai's present as well. Now, Chiefs do have some good info on Mark, and he goes down, but the C4, meanwhile, is taking down Bouncin. More info on the red hallway player. That's Mr. Punch. Bouncin, rather Boydie, finding his second pick, a 3-on-3 now, but 30 seconds, and Sapper is still alive, as are the Yokais. This is a huge opportunity now for Elevate, but also for the Chiefs to try and stave off match point. They must drop into the crossfire. Digital taken down solo, but not out just yet. It's going to have to be Elevate for the retake. Do the Chiefs have info on the Yokai? They have to plant it. Digital is getting that diffuser down. It's denied, but the second Yokai is there and ready to clutch the round for Sapper. Elevate have found themselves on match point.
Just really well played from Elevate. In general, that round, look, I want to give them massive credit for that one. They played that beautifully. They, like I said, they absorbed the vertical pressure. They just got off site, didn't worry about it. The flanks may be a little unnecessary, but at the end of the day, it did keep Chiefs guessing, kept them a little bit frantic. And then when they dropped for that execute, they didn't overextend. They knew they had those Yokais in a great position, and it was managed perfectly by Sapper. I can tell you, we see a lot of times, there might be Yokais in those positions. Sometimes it's botched by the Echo player. Not this time. It was played beautifully.
I also think, you know, Chiefs on their best day would have looked for those Yokais. They would be checking the ceiling because they're not invisible anymore, and they were in pretty easy to see spots if we're honest. But Chiefs on their best day would have taken them out. Chiefs are just struggling at the moment, like the immense pressure that they have felt. And I think it's all epitomized in what happened in round 5, the 2 versus 5 clutch from Onigiri and Sapper. That has resonated throughout the rest of this match. Chiefs have found it so difficult to get back on the horse with the, to be frank, embarrassment that Elevate managed to accomplish. And now match point, Chiefs with 4 rounds to find, haven't found an attack round as of yet. This is going to be very, very scary, but this is their best chance of getting back in the game. Right here, wipe the slate clean, go and attack Reading Fireplace, the tertiary site for Elevate. They have no choice. They can't reattempt the bomb sites that they've already won as of yet. This is your chance, Chiefs, to get back into it.
It is, and they don't have many other chances. In fact, they don't have any other chances. They have to win this round. They have to win another 3 after this round, as the position they've found themselves in. So, yeah, time to go big, and oh no. DCH has done it to them again. 30 seconds in, he's found the pick onto Bouncin, and my oh my, that's not going to help the mindset, Dev.
No, the spawn peaks have been persistent from Elevate, and it's DCH of all players doing it as well. Not necessarily known to be one of the top fraggers on the team, but he has stepped up. Speaking of top fraggers, here's Worthy, and he hasn't been even a shadow of his usual self here in this match. Something is very, very deeply wrong with the Chiefs right now. They are so much better than what they're displaying in the server right now.
Yeah, and look, I will quickly touch on it now. I feel like Chiefs definitely lost this in the veto. I will say it's not necessarily their fault, though, because if you look back at what they banned, from memory, it was like Oregon and Chalet, 2 better, maybe it wasn't Chalet. I can't remember. It was just 2 of Elevate's better maps. So when I looked at it, it made sense. Like, they have to ban those. But what it leaves them with after Elevate's bans is not a lot of maps that we've either seen them play or they are strong at. So I think that is always the downside as well when you do roster changes. Your map pool shortens a little bit.
Yeah.
And I think that's just what they've fallen victim to here in a way. But at the same time, Elevate playing beautifully. They have been executing some fantastic plays on Cafe here. Some really good defenses. Chiefs, they've got a minute to try and turn this round around. Otherwise, their hopes could be gone.
Oh, Ethan's got to thread that needle. Worthy does find Mr. Punch on for the flank. Mark is very low HP, but he is supported by a second player. Ethan has his nades. He could try and use them to clear that position, but now he's forced back. Oh, but okay. The canister is detonated. Worthy does find on a Geary. That is, if there's any player in the server you want to take out, it's the guy with the 4.0 KD. 50 seconds ticking away, and it's 3-on-3 for Chiefs.
Important to remember too, this is just one part of this attack here. They need to try and get this cocktail control for one, and then they have to get into a position to execute. Mark though, he's going to be low, he's going to be spotted, and he's going to be picked off. So all the pressure on DCH right here to try and save this round for Elevate.
But he's retaken upstairs. There's only 25 seconds to go. There's some info as well. Just the Lion of Digital and Ethan. Now, there may well have been a player on that drone. There doesn't appear to be any vertical lines of sight. Now the Chiefs have to make a desperate and last-minute decision where to plant. The E1D goes out. DCH stands still. Digital to plant this diffuser, and it's on Ethan to cover. DCH for the map has got to retake, spots out the first player. Ethan is down. It is all on Digital with the V308. He's got the stuns, but does he have the guts to clutch it? DCH! Another clutch for Elevate, and a 7-2 for the Thai team as they jump up above the Chiefs into a playoffs position.
Wow, that was a huge clutch there from DCH. And you can see Chiefs not too happy with the result of that one. They're already out of the server. Lobby. And look, Elevate absolutely clapped them out of the server in that game. It wasn't close in the end. A huge performance from Elevate.
Wow, I cannot believe that game result. That is unreal. What a performance from Elevate. Chiefs absolutely went into that as the favored team, and Elevate slapped them silly. What a performance from the Thai team that has so much riding on them and so much to redeem after a slow start to the stage. They have taken the most dominant win so far of the season, and well, it was a convincing one over the Chiefs. What a performance.
Huge performance, and again, I just want to touch on it. I feel like Elevate did a really good job with their map veto. It's hard to say with the early stages of roster changes exactly what map pools are like for teams. You know, we applauded Chiefs a lot last year about the depth of their map pool, but it just feels like it maybe doesn't have the depth that it used to. I think Elevate, by targeting some really strong bans out of the gate, it kind of just left that veto in a really tricky position. You know, Chiefs ultimately having to choose between Skyscraper or Cafe. I think it just didn't work out for them, and on top of that, Elevate really showed up in the server today.
A shocking result in this match of the day. Very much warranted that title. Elevate, they're going to be very happy with that one. Let's toss it back to the desk.
As a great talent once said, brutal, savage, and wrecked. Xenox, thanks for that one right as we came in from the matchup. Guz, I mean, not even in the server it felt. What on earth has happened here? Capitulated, as you like to say.
It was a capitulation, my God. I mean, this just absolutely flips the table. And in table, I mean, literally the standings. In slapping the Chiefs, Elevate have basically stolen their position in the top 4. And there is a risk, I don't know the probability of it, that the Chiefs maybe get knocked into the bottom 4 tonight. Maybe they can't recover in the final play day. This could well and truly dictate how their stage plays out. And let's not sugarcoat it, they got absolutely slapped silly by Elevate, who arguably for most of this stage haven't been playing at full strength, but once Onigiri kick-started the map for them, they just did not slow down. The pressure was relentless, and Elevate were well and truly outclassing their opponents.
Xenox, you've always got interesting takes when it comes to these kind of matches. Let me know. What are you thinking?
You keen to hear one?
I am keen.
Well, pretty much the Chiefs are sitting back now and fate's no longer in their hands because they're not beating IG. There's just no chance that's happening. That means they'll stay on 10 points for the remainder of the regular stage. That means they're going to be having to basically sit back and watch what happens with Wildcard and Direwolves to come after this. If Knights win tonight, Chiefs are out of the top 4, like I was kind of alluded to, and they are staying out of the top 4. They need to hope that that 10 points will be enough to keep them in 4th place. What a shambolic, disappointing performance. Full credit, by the way, to Onigiri and his team. They were phenomenal. They've been pretty good basically since Playday 1, Playday 2 finished, and they're a team that deserve to be in the top 4 right now. They just took them apart, made the Chiefs look absolutely silly. That was very disappointing from the boys in blue, and yeah, there's no way they're going to be beating IG. They play anything like that, it's going to be 7-0 for Playday 7. So hats off to Elevate. They also now get to play Fury in Playday 7, so that's top 4 locked in for them.
The boys in red had so many questions coming into stage 1, guys, and I think in a single match, they've almost answered half of them.
Yeah, I don't think they started off the stage particularly well, and we had a lot of doubts as to whether or not the roster changes were going to work out or Elevate going to be as good as they once were. And there has been a steady, gradual improvement. Clearly, the teams that they have onboarded, Mr. Punch and Mark, are really performing quite well. And yeah, this has just absolutely opened up the stage for Elevate. If they didn't win today, the chances of them making the top 4 looked quite slim. But yeah, they have completely flipped that now.
Xenox, quick point.
Sir, I just want to point out, the Chiefs have beaten no one good this whole stage. They lost to Direwolves, they lost to the Knights, and now they've lost to Elevate, and they're going to lose to IG. So absolutely disappointing stage for the Chiefs.
Well, do you want to know who's not disappointing? It's our good friend Onigiri, and he's coming in for the interview. Always happy, always smiling, and apparently always fragging. Onigiri, what on earth was that? You have just smacked the Chiefs silly.
So first of all is Worthy rocked my elo in rank. That was my champion game. So yeah, I'm very mad about it. So I took his point in APAC.
You took it out on the Chiefs, Onigiri. It was an absolute shellacking. I've got to ask you, Cafe, it's the first time we've seen it in stage 1. Was there any kind of play to go to Cafe, or is that just where the veto finished?
We just wait for the video to finish, but yeah, we know that our new lineup is not that stable, and we work very hard every day, and we prepare a new strat for this new whole stage and for the whole year, and we're looking forward to make it to playoff and major.
Yeah, you're certainly almost there. It's closing. The gap is closing. It's almost there. You're almost making it. I've got to ask you, Onigiri. There was a specific round, in fact, a 2 versus 5 that you managed to turn the tide on. You and Sapper. I want to ask for your opinion here. What is going through the comms at this point? How do you bring back a 2 versus 5?
There's no comm. Like no one. Like we have no drone, and so I tell my team that just stay quiet and let me play. So I pull out my every game sent for my ranked game. So yeah, that's how it works.
Oh, Onigiri, I'm not going to lie. You would have to be the biggest buff I've seen to an APAC team, period. You've played phenomenally throughout this match. Once again, leading in the kill department. Do you have any final words before we let you go tonight?
I have nothing to say, but thank you to everyone, Elevate fans, and yeah, everyone that make this event work. Thank you for your hard working and everything, and thank you for Elevate fans for your support and things. As always, we will try our best to make to the SI again, and have a good day.
Onigiri, my friend, you are that much closer to securing playoffs for stage 1. But for now, we turn our attention to our next matchup. It's Wildcard taking on Direwolves, and it's up after this break.
なぜいつもここに来るんですか？フルーツならデリバリーもできます。お金もあるんですし。
金持ちはただ待っていろと？私をそんな風に見ていたのか。
いえ、でもここは人が多すぎます。
お前は信頼できる子だが、少し肩の力を抜いたらどうだ。でないと大切なものを見落としてしまうぞ。この果物とかね。これを一つ。ヒロ、どうした？震えている。
セテ！
お！
ここに。
私の家に忍び込むなんて自殺願望でもあるの？
久しぶり、由美子。八幡さんが。
ええ。話は聞いたわ。
見覚えは？手伝ってもらう。仇は必ず撃つ。
So good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. Into your eyes, can you feel the groove? When I hold you tight, can you feel the groove? Taking us through the night, and can you feel the groove? Shaking from left to right. Ooh, you look so good, I can't believe I'm not fantasizing. The way you move your legs around is so mesmerizing. I fell in love again, right in the moment when you turned around, round, round, yeah. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle. Come with me and I'll make you feel alright. You're my midnight miracle. You shine brighter than the strobe lights. You're my midnight miracle.
Are the Direwolves going to keep their streak clean? Cleaner than the game that Elevate just put on. A bit of a showcase, in fact. Direwolves on to what will be their 6th match if they're able to confirm this. Raven, do we give Wildcard much of a chance here?
Look, I think Wildcard have definitely shown some glimmers of hope throughout this stage. Their roster seems like it has these moments of fitting together really well and producing some good plays, but it's still a bit inconsistent. So, look, I think it depends on what we get out of Wildcard, but it's hard to look past how good Direwolves have looked this entire stage.
They have been very consistent, but Wildcard, they're known for some sporadic moments. Not so much the consistency, Dev, but it feels like, I mean, maybe this is just the OS bias, but it feels like this roster is starting to get into their grooves.
No doubt about it. Look, Wildcard, they have some critical errors, but I think a lot of the things that they have been trying to fix have massively been uplifted coming into this stage, this season, even with the 2 new players. OJ bringing in a lot of a supportive role, a lot of a vocal role to the team, and Cairo just being such a strong fragger and also having a lot of ideas on his own. It's been a massive upgrade for this squad, and we've seen that in the results. They've had 2 really strong, convincing wins, 3 losses, unfortunately, none of which were in overtime, has meant that a lot of their points have gone wanting, and they're currently sitting in 6th, deeply outside of playoffs position on only 6 points. So it is quite unlikely that these guys will make it through. Of course, if they can break Direwolves' streak, that may change.
Well, in dire contrast, it is the Direwolves. 15 points, 4 clear at the moment, I believe. They're still sitting well and truly on their throne. And honestly, Raven, this may well be the first 21-point season that we're going to see in APAC South.
Look, it feels like it, but I also feel like you've just gone and cursed them or something manic. I feel like that's what usually happens to us. But no, I agree. Like, they've just been performing so well throughout this stage. Their roster has looked really tight, and I think above all, they look like they have a good mix with their roles, their coordination, and most importantly, their vibe. I mean, I've talked about it already. We've interviewed 3 of their players so far this stage, and they're all just lovely, happy, upbeat, positive people. You see it when we look at their cameras. They're usually just up and about. It's definitely the formula for a winning team.
The Harambe celebration is becoming quite notable, Dev. It feels like it is, isn't it? But honestly, I think if you look from last year to this year, they were like kind of coming into their own. It was like a coming of age storyline in 2021, and 2022. It's all partying. It's all happy times to them at the moment.
They've hit their 20s and they're ready to get out there. And yeah, I mean, absolutely. That is what we're seeing with Direwolves. They have come of age, and now they are looking like the strongest team in the league. They are 15 points, 5 wins, all in regulation, not a single loss, not even a single overtime. And yeah, absolutely bringing Harambe onto the team has been a huge boon for this roster. And ED himself has remarked upon how this roster has come a long way from it really being carried by Souffle and Pika to being a position where all 5 of these players are, I would say, equally nuts. Like, it could be any one of these players stepping up, getting a 3K, 4K, or a clutch, or what have you. And yeah, they are a fair step ahead of Wildcard. 2.5 times as many points as Wildcard has so far this stage. This is a David and Goliath match, if I've ever seen one. But, you know, Direwolves, will their streak go on forever? We're not entirely convinced as of yet.
No, and I guess that's probably the next question that we pose, Raven, is where does this end for Direwolves? Does it end for Direwolves? I feel like there's got to be a point at which they stumble, they fall.
Yeah, look, it's hard to say. I feel like their biggest opponent would have been IG, but that was just an unfortunate affair where we didn't really see that eventuate.
Very true.
So I don't know. It might honestly come in playoffs. It's hard to say, but they're just performing so well as a team. And I've actually just quickly had a look at stats. Little fun fact here. They are the only team where every player is positive in terms of KD. Every single player. Even IG don't have 5 positive players. So I think it's just an absolute credit to how well they've played as a team.
That is actually interesting fact, sponsored by Xenox, of course. The only map that hasn't been played so far in APAC South is Theme Park. Will we see it here? Time to bring up those maps, determine where we are going to be going. It's been a very tough call. Hello, Border. I mean, Dev, just initial thoughts on this one.
Look, I haven't casted a Border game yet. We missed it when it was Knights and Elevate who played it the other week, and yeah, I'm keen for it. Border has not changed that much compared to old Border. So if you watched Border back in the day, like, let's be honest, the only thing that's really, like, there are a couple of things that have changed, like the Teller's bomb site's a bit more defendable now. There's that little mezzanine, but this is still, in my mind, a very attacker-sided map, and the attackers can really break this map if they play it right. Obviously, with only 9 rounds played, you can't read too much into the stats, and neither of these teams having played it as of yet means that we don't have a lot to go on. But I think that this is really gonna, one, benefit Wildcard if they can play their really structured attacks. If they know how to break this map from an attacking perspective, then credit to them. That's fantastic. But you know what Direwolves are good at? They're good at breaking free from the static attacks and defenses and doing something really free-flowing. And if they can do a bit of what Elevate did against Knights, just throw some chaos at Wildcard on the defense and prevent Wildcard from doing those structured attacks, I think absolutely Direwolves could really have a good shot here.
Status quo, the Dire Wolves do not sit in, that's for sure, Raven.
No.
This matchup in particular, as we head to border, I want to get your thoughts. Are we leaning toward the Aussie boys, or is it just going to be a continued domination from the Wolves?
Definitely leaning towards Dire Wolves for this one. I just think it really favors their playstyle more. We saw that in the Elevate Knights matchup. It just really favored Elevate's playstyle. I would say Knights, not Knights, what am I saying? Dire Wolves play in a similar way to Elevate.
Yep.
I think probably in this stage though, probably even cleaner. So I'm not sure about this one. I was actually looking at the veto, and I feel like Dire Wolves did a really good job at controlling this veto. It came down to like Bank, Theme Park, Skyscraper, and Border, or something like that. And Dire Wolves banned Bank, so it left 3 pretty like unplayed maps for Wildcard. I feel like maybe Wildcard were angling towards Bank because it's actually Dire Wolves' most played map. So maybe they had prepped for that and it just was taken away from them and they were taken to a different map. I don't know. It's hard to read into, but that's just my gut vibe.
Look, I think Border is going to be an interesting one. Sorry, Wildcard and Dire Wolves go head-to-head. The flawless streak is on the line for Dire Wolves, and to run you through it, it's Xenox and Guz.
Yeah, and top 4 on the line as well for Wildcard. I mean, you'd have to think at this point, guys, it's must win if they are to have any sort of semblance of hope at getting into the top 4. And maybe there's a position that is there for them with the Chiefs blundering earlier. For Dire Wolves, it's, just that streak, really. I guess there's not much in terms of on the line for them. So less concerns for Dire Wolves, must win for Wildcard.
It sure is, and Wildcard not the favourite, understandably so, heading into this matchup, only collecting 37% of that community poll, and I think that probably reflects pretty decently their chances of being able to win this match. I think the funniest thing for me, heading into this particular map of Border, is for the longest time, for literally years, this was almost always the first insta-ban for Wildcard. Now, I don't have the like number of days it's been since they've played this map, but I would have to say it has literally been years. So very keen to see how they've improved. Obviously, the entire roster has shuffled around since then. So bit of an obscure fact, but jumping into the ban phase, of course, Thatcher out first. Probably expecting another util clearance operator to be second, maybe a Flores, for example. No, actually Dockerby. So interesting. I'm assuming that's pretty defensive from Wildcard, not wanting Dire was leaning into that aggressive room clear.
Last time we saw Border, and the only other time we saw Border so far for stage 1 was that Elevate versus Knights matchup. And both Thatcher and Mira were taken off the board there, the other two being Finka and Valk. So the Dockerby, maybe somewhat of a little surprise there, I guess, when you consider how much more you could try and take off the board, as Dire Wolves will get the final ban out here. And it's Kaid. Nothing really too fancy there, besides maybe the Dockerby. Otherwise, it is go time. Dire Wolves on the defense, Wildcard on the attack. As Dev pointed out, probably attacker-sided. Elevate did most of the damage against the Knights on the attack, had a 4-2 half. Did close it out on the defense, it's not impossible. And I would say the sites that we're probably going to see the most of will be Armory Archives and Taller's Bathroom.
Now, I am intrigued heading into this matchup what the mentality, what the approach for Dire Wolves would be. They are still the only team secured for playoffs, so this match doesn't have any playoff implications for them directly for qualification. Now, there may be seeding implications as we see the actual playoff format hopefully released soon, but it's really just a bit of prize money ultimately for them. And I don't know, will their approach be to maybe take the foot off the pedal a little bit here and relax and just enjoy the game? Or will they take it, quite seriously? I think there's a case to be made for either. The fact that they are, tempting fate a little bit with a new map is probably suggesting that they're going to take it quite seriously. And I think, honestly, that's probably the right approach. Continue to build this momentum, build this confidence. They haven't played Wildcard this stage, obviously, as it's only a single round robin against all opponents. So they really don't know how they match up against Wildcard. And if in the future they play them in a playoffs or whatever, it's always good to have that head-to-head record.
I'm sensing what you're feeling though, guys. It's really hard to sort of pinpoint where Dire Wolves come into this game, as you mentioned. I think the best approach would be to not take the foot off the pedal, that you really want to be taking the best version of yourselves into the playoffs, where it's obviously going to matter a lot more. But if you take the last couple of rounds too easy, well then you can let a little bit of that poorer form creep in, and that's not the time that you want to do that. For Wildcard, of course, well, it's a little easier to predict how they're going to want to come into this matchup. It's do or die. They need to be at their best, better than really any other game we've seen them so far here in Stage 1, going up against the undefeated Direwolves. And in saying that, though, I mean, maybe I'm the only one left, but I still feel like at some point Direwolves will regress a little bit, that it's been almost too good of a stage, that from what we saw of them last year, this whole stage I'm like, nah, surely this will be when Direwolves lose, nah, surely this will be the one, and it just never happens. Credit to them, they've been impeccable to watch, but we'll see if Wildcard can pull off a big upset here, and if they do, well, playoffs on the cards, because they play Renatus in the final Playday.
We've never had a flawless stage in APAC South, stretching back to the start of last year, so if history repeats itself, it's almost a good thing if Direwolves get a loss out early and then don't have to worry too much about the playoffs, but obviously that's all just superstition. First kill off the bat though will be Vinny. Yep, nice grenade there onto Pico. So nice start here for Wildcard, slowly building map control on the eastern side. It looks like a push through office is probably their game plan.
Yeah, and the player advantage here really going to help. Remembering, of course, border, especially, you're going to want that sort of 4-2 half on the attack. So for Wildcard, important for them to get off to a good start here. Getting rid of Pika early gives them that advantage. Time, not that much of a factor for Armory Archives, especially once you get a bit of hallway control. And OJ gets rid of Souffle. That's really going to open things up now. I would imagine for the rest of the Direwolves members, it's all on site from here. That means Wildcard can really surround site.
Jackie Wu in a key position to maybe bring the round back, but he's taken low, and I'm assuming his position revealed. Wildcard going for the hunt, but Cairo falls. OJ to trade though, so it's a 4v2.
Remember, in ED, it does still have a couple of gas canisters, but no chance at all from that deficit. Much the goodness for Wildcard. I mean, that was
much the
goodness, honestly. I don't know what else to say. That was a very surprising round. You know why? Because they systematically just pulled apart Direwolves, a team that is undefeated for this entire stage. You don't really expect Wildcard to come in and play almost that methodically, getting these picks, bringing it just sort of one kill, then one kill, then one kill. Definitely much the goodness.
Well, that's exactly what Dev mentioned on the desk, right? Wildcard, they're going to try and go for structured players and systematically pick apart a lot of these strongholds on border, which can be tricky to defend. So who knows how attacker side this ends up being, but it is in Direwolves' best interests, in my opinion, and the opinion of the desk as well, to get aggressive and to try and disrupt that.
Yeah.
Now, tricky to do that in the 5v3. I think if they maybe had one more player up, Direwolves could commit a little bit more to trying to actually protect Jackie Wu there, and maybe the trade would have been a little bit more 1-for-1 or even lopsided towards them. But the fact that Wildcard was so patient in the early round, found 2 free kills, that gave them basically all the tools and all the comfort that they needed to sort of systematically just ensure that they had that full map control before they execute. So pretty textbook from Wildcard in that first round. I'm sure they'll be pretty pleased with how that one played out. And now we get to see Direwolves try and form a response. We're going back over towards Lockers, a site which, again, personally, this is just my opinion, I do not like. I think it has just been way overplayed, way overrated. It didn't change really much at all in the rework. And when border got changed up, that site was really falling out of fashion, and it was honestly really hard to defend. Not much has changed. It still feels like teams are leaning towards it.
It does kind of feel like if you are going to defend it successfully, the play over towards security maybe needs to get a little bit more aggressive and really deny positioning for the attacking team, because Wildcard were able to essentially just waltz in, find a pick. Suddenly you got the player advantage, take a little bit more control, get the corridor under control as well. And while all of that was happening, the player in security is just kind of sitting there, not really doing anything. So let's see if play with a decent angle, but still, yeah, this is going to be intriguing to see how it plays out. Do Wildcard, well, do they have the way to be able to replicate what we saw in the first round? It's not always that easy. When we see defenders sort of repeat, a lot of the times they do it for a reason. And PK goes down first again, so a good start for Wildcard, and they are actually able to replicate the start of round 1. They now have that 1-player advantage, 2 minutes on the clock. So far, so good.
Sensing a bit of deja vu to round number 1, especially if Wildcard get another pick for free. Direwolves need to start showing a bit of aggression and a bit of initiation. You can just see how patiently Wildcard are playing. 3 players currently on drones and everyone else static on the map. They're trying to gain this information, feed it to the fraggers, and then go in as a unit. This is really basic textbook Siege, right?
Yeah.
It's drone in, know where the players are, and push in on the back of utility.
Suflay's got to be a little careful holding this corner position. Obviously could try and go down the hatch minute 20 seconds and has been pinged out. So they are aware of his position. And again, like clockwork, what we saw in the first round is repeating here in the second. A couple of 30-40 seconds after the first kill, there's the second, and then a quick little double now. And make it just a clean-up moment from OJ. 5 and zip. It's just... I don't know. Does he think he's on a Giri or something?
Doing his best impression at the moment, and it looks like ED's now obviously going to find himself in a bit of a pickle. Gets the first, but it's Cairo to clean up. The first 2 rounds from Wildcard so far have been really, really nice.
Yeah, we're not going back there again. I'm sensing Tal's bathroom here in the 3rd round. There's no way you can repeat that if you're the Direwolves. 2 rounds and twice picked apart seamlessly as well. With ease, never really a moment where you think, okay, Direwolves are kind of bringing it back. And at any point, maybe in the midpoint of the round where they can stall it out. No, it's like as soon as Wildcard get that first kill and you think, okay, this is happening again. But it's the second one that really just snowballs from there. 5-4, 5-3, and then it was just down to 5-1 instantly. So they will go to Taylor's bathroom. And we'll see if they can turn things around here on this particular site. Doesn't mean it's going to be any easier. You think back to Elevate Knights, which is the only other border game we've seen for stage 1. And Taylor's bathroom was, well, easy pickings for the attacking team of Elevate. So, yeah, again, I don't know if much is going to really change here.
Don't mind the castle being an addition here on the defensive side. We saw Elevate in particular against the Knights earlier on in the stage here on border lean quite nicely actually into the castle, establishing some really nice extensions and making attacks a bit more tricky. In those first couple of rounds, Wildcard again just getting relatively free picks and the map control followed. In fact, we didn't capture every kill, so it's a little bit tricky to make this guess, but I'd be willing to say that at least 2, maybe even 3 of the kills in that previous round from Wildcard were actually players still outside the building, which is a sign to me that Direwolves are getting way too antsy trying to find plays or make plays that are just not going to happen. So.
I think a large portion of them was off the back of their drone work as well. You know, they were doing a lot of drone work, and then you get the information, then you quickly walk in and swing and get the kill onto the player in security, for example. So I think there was a big portion of that for Wildcard. And then honestly, if they're playing in that manner, and I think Border really plays into that, right, where you've got the outside area that you can kind of like sit down, get on your drones, find information, and pick apart the defense. They're doing it really well. Cairo, okay, that was interesting. Could have maybe gone for the shot there, didn't. Instead gets rid of the shield, looking to push over towards East Stairs here in the 3rd round, and it's Harambe who gets the opening pick for the Direwolves. They're not going to go down without a fight. This is an undefeated Direwolves, top of the standings. At some point, of course, they were going to bite back. It may be here in the 3rd. Cairo this time redeems himself. Probably should have hit that shot earlier.
Yeah, pretty aggressive there from Harambe, but a good trade to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. And if Wildcard are going to continue to lean heavily into drones, hold that thought. Almost let Jackie Wee was on for a kill. We need to see more denial from Direwolves. They're not bringing the mute, they're not bringing the Mozzie. And if Wildcard continue to lean into this, that's an adaptation that we have to see from the defense.
It's because they're playing for more of that vertical hold. You got the castle, you got the Oryx, so they're playing more into positional hold rather than utility hold. That's an easy one for Jackie Wu. Cairo had no idea that he was that close. And then a freebie onto Moloska. Just a little slow going to respond there, but the Direwolves respond aggressively in this round. In this third, the vertical hold proving to be too difficult for Wildcard to dismantle. Only Vincia that remains in the 1 versus 4. Never even really getting a look in on site. Much better here for Taylor's bathroom, but now, of course, it's going to be locked away. Do they go back to Armory Archives?
Ponder that for a moment as Vinny sees if there's something available for him in this round, but maybe a couple of kills. I wouldn't expect him to clutch it from this position, isolated over towards Fountain. Might be able to find something on the vert, but the second his position is revealed, Diver's likely to converge on his position, and definitely a little bit more patient comparatively to the first 2 rounds. Sharp there from Vinny, but he'll need to produce 3 more.
Attackers have located a bomb.
It's almost like a little how-to guide of clearing above and pushing over towards site with pro players and all the angles they check and the time that they do take. But was never a chance to win that one. Direwolves respond off the back of 2 pretty disastrous opening rounds on Armory Archives. They take out Teller's Bathroom. Now we head to Vent Workshop for our 4th round, and we'll see if the Direwolves can make it 2 in a row.
I think the main spanner in the works of that previous round, again, probably was that castle. The only true counter they had to it was Sledge, and Vinny was never going to really be in a position to get close enough to those barricades just because of where they were sort of placed, and the defenders were therefore positioned to defend them. It would have been probably better off them having a Zofia available, maybe even an Ash, or if absolutely necessary, lean heavily into the grenades that were available to clear them, because we saw, particularly over towards Break Room, Jackie Wu was able to hold down that line because he had the protection from the corridor and because of some of the chokes that were therefore established. So if we see the castle brought back in, I think Wildcard maybe need to lean either into repick or just ensure they approach them with a little bit more finesse. It's not going to be an issue though here for round number 4. The castle has been exchanged out.
Fun fact with Xenox, this is the first time we're going to be seeing Ventilation Workshop for stage 1, as it was not played in the Elevate versus Knights matchup of Border. Electing for Custom Supply as the tertiary site. In this case though, it's Vent's Workshop. So we'll see how this does play out. Can't imagine it's going to play out too differently than it would have in the past, for example. And again, Direwolves selecting for maybe a bit of a vert hold up above. No real surprise over towards Armory Archives. Let's see what the wildcard guys have got to take down this round, because the last round, well, was not very good compared to their first 2 rounds.
Direwolves are bringing the moot this round though, so now we get to see, is that enough to disrupt the information gathering here from Wildcard with their drones? The first couple of rounds, they were relentless, at times having up to 3 people droning simultaneously to locate, particularly players off-site on the roam, holding control over towards the likes of security, office, etc. So with those moots down from Harambe, we should see that progression slow down a little bit here from Wildcard, and I'm really not anticipating there to be as many early picks from Wildcard compared to those first 2 attempts.
Easter's control already for Molosca is at least decent, and they can look to clear out break room and security and establish a bit of a foothold more so towards the inside of the map. Molosca going to open up offices. Still just under 2 minutes. Time is fine for the time being. Molosca as well on the IQ can deal with those mute jammers that you were mentioning before. And there's a player there as well. Can't see them. Wall obviously obstructing the vision. Shots now being fired back over towards top east. 1.5 minutes remaining in this 4th round. You mentioned there weren't going to be too many early round eliminations, and so far it's played out that way.
Patience from both sides. You would imagine this will eventually lean in towards Wildcard once they get this chokehold established up above, and their patience should be rewarded. But on the flip side, Divers, they are known to flick a switch, get a little bit aggressive in the faces here of attacks, and we might well see that dynamic change. ED's cameras spotted around the map. Molosca, the hard counter on the IQ. That prompts a Nitro from down below. You could hear that in the background, but doesn't really find much. Souffle does find his target though, so that's Cairo off the board. He's been pretty influential in the start of this one.
Yeah, not even just for this match, but really this entire stage, arguably being Wildcard's best player since coming across from Overt. And Souffle finds a double and should now be a triple. That's Jackie Wu, and Jackie Wu should finish this all off. Finds 2 more in this round. And OJ, like Vince here before him, in a 1 versus 4. And the Direwolves do, in fact, bite back. They take Taller's Bathroom, they take Vent's Workshop, which we didn't even really get to see anything of it, because it was just the battle for Armory and Archives, which took so long to really establish to try and get this vert control. Not only could they not get it, but no more time remaining for OJ to pull something off here as Pika shuts him down. It's 2 in a row now for the Direwolves.
A nice little showing there of what Workshop has to offer. Direwolves doing a really good job to hold out up above, particularly inside of that small office. Bullet Hose doing its job. I don't see a whole lot of Maestro these days, but can, of course, be quite impactful when selected. So I'm sure Wildcard would be pretty disappointed with their transition in that particular round. It was a decent start, but unfortunately time catching up with them. They felt the pressure. They filtered in a little bit too 1 by 1 there and unable to trade out. Tactical, relatively early here, but again, I don't mind it, right? Wildcard, I'm sure, are wanting to really capitalize on this attack half, and maybe try and bounce back from a few disappointing rounds so far.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. You know how I am with these tactical timeouts. Better take it early and be proactive with it rather than reactive. Also, we're going to custom supply, which, again, another Xenox fun fact. I know, small sub sample here, guys, but it has never been won by an attacking team this stage. Although I only played 2 times, so forget about the sample size and just take into account the 100% win rate for the defenders. Wildcard will need to overcome that, find victory here on Customs Supply in the 5th round if they are to have a good attacking half here on Border. And I think the one thing that is very concerning is the fact that I don't know if Direwolves will be going back to Armory Archives, and if that is the case, where's Wildcard going to find these round wins to close out this half?
Yeah, it's certainly concerning. The ball is in the court of Direwolves at the moment, but again, that's probably why the decision for the tactical timeout has been executed here from Wildcard. I think it is probably a fantastic opportunity to try and reset, have a bit of a chat and discuss maybe what's happened so far and what they can fine-tune heading into the rest of the game. It looks like they're all super focused at the moment. Again, sometimes it can be very challenging, I think, to discern focus from tilt. And I think Wildcard would probably admit historically sometimes their frustration has gotten a little bit better of them when they've particularly actually been in winnable positions and unable to close out games. So I'm hoping that it is focus that we're seeing on those faces at the moment. And yeah, they're by no means completely out of the running in this game. It's been an okay start for them, but I think the next couple of rounds are going to be critical and probably make or break the map for them. Yeah, well, I mean, Armory Archives, of course, was amazing, right? They were winning the rounds convincingly, and it looked like maybe they were really switched on here. And as soon as Direwolves, you know, bring themselves away from Armory Archives and basically every other site since then, it's actually been the opposite, where the Direwolves now are winning these kind of rounds with the 4-1 advantage, which is very significant because it kind of highlights the fact that Wildcard's never really in these rounds for rounds 3 and 4, that they're kind of beaten to a pulp early on enough that the Direwolves then don't have to really stress towards the end of the round because it's a 1 versus 4, right? So I think the biggest thing for Wildcard in these last 2 rounds, win or lose, is just at least being in a more winnable position at the end of the mid-round going into that execution phase of these rounds, which will be obviously custom supply, and then I would imagine Taller's Bathroom for the 6th round. I would be very surprised if we go back to Armory Archives, unless Direwolves just want to sort of try something out there for the sake of future games. But for Wildcard, this timeout, it's gone on a little bit longer, so I think it maybe has transitioned into something else at this point, because it has in fact turned into a technical pause on top of it, so it's a bit of a double timeout. And honestly, I don't think they would have wanted a double timeout. I think just the one would have been enough for them. So now it kind of, because the thing is, now you've had this much time where it's almost too much time, right? Now it's like you're going to be going into the game cold. Yeah, I mean, that goes for both teams, right? And maybe that's a discussion within itself, the skill of being able to refocus after a long pause, because they can be random, they can be sporadic. Sometimes there's game bugs, sometimes there's other issues, etc., that are outside of player control. And that's just part of playing any esport, really. You know, there's going to be pauses that are outside of your control, and you can only control your square meter, right? There's nothing you can do to speed up the game. So yeah, it's a skill within itself, being able to mentally reset, even physically reset, because at least for me, I know that, I mean, even casting, right? Just sitting here, sometimes you start getting a bit fidgety, you just want the game to start, and it can negatively impact your performance inside of the server, right? So yeah, it's certainly, I don't think, desirable for Wildcard, but also for Direwolves as well, because now their momentum, which they arguably were starting to recover upon in the previous round, now it's stunted. It's basically completely eradicated.
Yeah.
And, yeah, we almost go back to square zero. It's almost a round 1 of sorts as we look to close out this first half.
And bringing it to that sort of little podcast moment here, guys. But Border, we've seen it now for one time with Elevate Knights, and almost a full half here again, and seeing maybe some different sites like Ventilation and Workshop. Dev alluded to on the desk, not really that many changes, and plays out like it used to. I guess that we've seen enough now to basically say that's pretty much bang on the money.
Look, I'll be completely honest. I was looking at a very rude message there from James Devmarter Stewart in the chat. He was talking a bit of smack about you. So I did zone out a little bit. Yeah. I'll defend you. I'll defend you to my death. It's completely unprofessional from him. I would expect better from a 4 times 6 invitational desk analyst, 1 time show match caster. But yeah. Oh, actually, he's telling me he was a 2-time show match caster. My apologies. Please do not make a tweet longer about me. That would be awful.
You're just going to completely elude the topic that I wanted to introduce.
You were talking about Border, right?
Yeah. Good job, guys. Well done.
What do you want to talk about on Border?
I think that, when it's come back into the map pool, maybe there were some concerns that it probably isn't going to play all that differently than it did in the past, and that would not be good, right? Because I think it got a little stale before it got taken out, and has much really changed? I'm not so sure. Does that maybe play into certain teams? Are they then happy to then play it because it's kind of more in that cafe territory rather than say like a skyscraper where it's a little bit new?
There's definitely elements of familiarity on Border, and in terms of actual structural change to the map, objectively it has had the least. Yes, we had that season where we had a couple of maps changed as opposed to a singular rework. Yeah, Border didn't change all that much, but I do think that with some sites like Talos, for example, now actually being quite viable, and the approach from the teams themselves differing a little bit in terms of Castle being quite popular, attacker repick shifting the meta a little bit, it doesn't play out the exact same as OG Border. And for the wildcard storyline, right? That's probably a pretty good thing, because we actually have. Dev was telling me before he had a look. We actually have not got a documented game on Border for wildcard as an organization. It has been their Instaban since 2019. It goes that far back. They just don't play this map. So they obviously a very different roster now. I assume have worked pretty hard on improving that map, and with all different players coming from different teams, they can combine that knowledge and create their own sort of character here on this map. And as for Direwolves as well, limited data in that sense as well. And yeah, from what we've seen so far, it plays slightly differently.
Yeah.
But there is that element of familiarity for sure.
And just to keep everyone updated, the original tactical timeout of
it's a really long tactical.
Turned into
really
a
long
technical pause, which then turned into a full-blown rehost. So that is why this has gone on a little longer than you would generally have, especially for a regular timeout. Hopefully not too far away from getting back into this one. Of course, update for those who maybe missed the scores. 2-2 is the current scoreline between Wildcard and the Direwolves. 2 attacking rounds for Wildcard, 2 defender rounds for the Direwolves. Customs Supply should be our 5th round coming up, which we haven't seen yet in this particular matchup. But again, we got the pleasure of casting Border last time, Guz, and well, that was a very one-sided affair. It was really hard to sort of gauge from that. Elevate definitely played very well in the attacking half, and then defended pretty strongly too in the second half. Coming into this one though, for a second, especially with the first 2 rounds that we saw from Wildcard, I'm like, oh, here we go, attacker side boarded. But I think we are going to be able to still see some teams defend this pretty well. When it's all said and done and you get a whole bigger sample size, I think this might be closer to a 50-50 rather than, say, attacker-sided. I also think the other part of it that needs to be taken into account, and what we saw last time, is the new operators that are available compared to when Border was last in the map pool. And I think we saw a bunch of Floras as an example, guys, last time between Elevate and Knights, and had really good effect for Elevate. Don't think we've seen that at all in this particular matchup, but that's a really good operator that leans itself to playing in a very similar manner to, like, say, an Oregon or a Cafe or something, where you've got that more slower approach, throw out the Roteros, clear a lot of utility, and I think you can do that really, really well on Border.
Even Thunderbird as well. I'm just trying to think back to a couple of the defensive setups here from Direwolves, right? Small office in the last round is probably an okay example where Kona stations would probably be quite viable to post yourself up in a powerful position, replenish health, provided you don't get taken out by a headshot, and even use other stations elsewhere to facilitate rotations, etc. We even saw extensions in towards security, for example, where those stations could probably work. But we are back. The rehost, well, I'm not going to say it's concluded just yet because we aren't actually in the game. I don't want to curse anything, but it does look like we'll be jumping in just a moment.
Yes, the suspense is killing us, guys, to get back into this one. It was a very good start to this game. I think we prefaced everything pretty nicely. For Direwolves, of course, it's about keeping the streak alive, undefeated here in the stage, and of course could be the first team to go undefeated for an entire regular season if they can manage victory here and in Playday 7. For Wildcard, pretty simple. They got to win if they're to make top 4. If they lose today, I mean, it might be a case where mathematically it could still happen, but very unlikely. But if they win today, then I'd say it's actually more likely than not that they will then actually make top 4. You give them the 3 points here, 3 points against Renatus, that puts them on 12. As everything kind of stands right now, I think that will end up being enough. So they have destiny in their own hands. It's 2-2. They've already got 2 attacking round wins, but those came on Armory Archives, which I don't think Direwolves will want to head back to anytime soon. For now, we obviously head over to Customs Supply.
Pulse going to play a critical role, I think, in this particular round. Pika can use that heartbeat sensor to scan out where these attackers are approaching from, and fair play might be on the agenda as well. Milo, though, again, a hard counter. Souffle. Oh my god, the timing on that could not have been any worse. Probably a kill gone begging. And Souffle now positions over towards security, looking to try and maintain a bit of vert control on the defense.
Pika on the pulse as well, suggesting Darwell's going to be looking to get a little active here and trying to find more information on Wildcard and dealing with it. Edie's still on that mute, so that's continued to stay into effect. Forced out the IQ from Molosca last time and does so once again to try and clear out those mute jammers. So the IQ proving to be useful here on border. Again, top east stairs control really easily established for Wildcard. In through break room as well, security. It's been, I want to say, I could be wrong here, guys, but pretty much the exact same entry from Wildcard every round so far, regardless of site.
Yeah, it's been a pretty blanket approach, giving me some of that cafe vibe, you know, approach from 1 point every single round, regardless of the objective itself. But that's the nature of border. It is a pretty compact map. You need to be taking basically the entire map itself for control. It's not like a bank, for example, where you might be able to ignore particular pockets of the map. Again, being so small, being basically a cube, you want to be taking a pretty...
A cube, is it?
You want to be taking a pretty methodical approach. Oh, I mean, it is, kind of. I'd say it's the closest map to a cube that we've got. Rectangular prism, I'm being told. Probably technically more correct, yeah. I haven't done grade 4 math in a while, though.
Bomb located by
Doing some maths now. Minute and 5 seconds remaining. Oh, an easy headshot for Molosca.
That's the pulse counter.
Yeah, pulse just gets scanned out by the IQ. Little roll reversal, and it gives Wildcard the advantage here for Customs Supply.
Oh, the nade.
The nade will get rid of that one. Well, that's not going to get... Well, yeah, it does get rid of the exothermic. Even Pat was sort of like, hang on a second. Yeah, not the best nade from Vincier, and I think this one's jammed as well. 40 seconds, and Wildcard suddenly having a bit of trouble here. Mute
How
jammer
did that
is
nade?
Up. That nade didn't get rid of the mute jammer. 35 seconds. They're going to have to funnel in. No, he's missed that one too.
Is this mute jammer made of Kevlar? What? I cannot believe that mute jammer is still standing.
No, just shoot them all. Forget the wall. Just shoot them all.
ED, Jackie down 2v5.
Oh, well, this is the weirdest round I've seen, and yet somehow Wildcard coming away with the round win. They've beaten Direwolves in this round, but they couldn't beat that mute jammer. They couldn't beat that reinforced wall. It didn't matter in the end. Comical, though, Guz.
Like, what? We must be looking at a different feed. I am blown away that that mute jammer is still standing. I swear, whenever I play mute, they get blown up from 35 meters across the map by grenades. So I don't know what the hell was going on there. But
oh, jeez.
I guess Direwolves were as bewildered as we were because they just allowed Wildcard to stroll forward and pick them apart, really. So props to Wildcard. Obviously, would have been incredibly frustrated and confused like we were for a brief period, but they bounced back. They got a round win, and in fact, that's actually positioned themselves quite nicely now to maybe even have a lead heading into the second half.
Well, I think at one point, Pat clicked the little detonator to block the exothermic, and he's like, hang on a second, there is no exothermic there. What happened? How did that happen? Vinny with the nade, and then missed the second nade, and then I think someone threw a third nade, and it just missed everything, so... They get the round win, though. We do head back to Armory Archives, though, guys. And I have a little egg on my face because I said this wouldn't happen. I thought Direwolves would go to Talon's bathroom. But this maybe alludes to future-proofing for for Direwolves? Do they look at this round and say, all right, we kind of stuffed up the first 2 rounds, didn't go well. Let's get some practice on the Armory Archives because we maybe are going to play border at some point in the future, whether it's playoffs or stage 2 or whatever. And let's see if we can figure out where our problems are, get a little bit more VOD footage as well. At the end of the day, they don't need to win this particular round or this map. So why not go back to it and see how they can fix things?
It's the anti-save strat strategy. It's the show strat, improve strat strategy.
Oh, the build strat.
I'm trademarking that. Don't steal it.
You can have it.
It was awful. Probably not too far off the mark though, right? I think Divers, particularly over the course of that long pause, may have identified a couple of issues on this objective, and there were a few to unpack.
Oh no.
Fortunately though, they don't fix that one. Another nade to get the opening kill.
And I'm pretty sure that now means for the first half, 4 of the 6 rounds for Wildcard have been opening kills. And of those 4, I think they've gone on to win. I think the only other 2 were rounds 3 and 4, which Direwolves, of course, came away with victory there. 2 Adrenal Surges used already, though, very early on in the round. They'll only have 1 more left. Cairo allows Souffle to make the mad dash out of break and in towards 90. So just under 2 minutes left. They're going to have to save that Adrenal Surge, surely.
Oh, that's an old nade spot from up above.
Missed the jammer, though.
Oh, my God. These jammers! What are they made of? What did they eat for breakfast, dude? I have never seen jammers this strong in all my life, ever. 6 years.
But guys, that might be good news for Wildcard, because the last time they couldn't get rid of a jammer, they just went and just wiped the floor of the Direwolves anyway, and they got the down onto Harambe. They got angles, sightlines in towards Armory Archives. That swing from Pat! He gets rid of Harambe. Edie just somehow stays alive. The barest of margins as Pat is down. Edie confirmed. Wildcard just cleaning up the Direwolves. Anything they can't clean up are the mute jammers.
Jackie Wu now 1v4 isolated over towards Armory Lockers. Do not count this man out. So many clutches this stage thus far, but he can't clutch that one out, and Wildcard with the 4-2 lead at the end of the half.
Just mesmerizing, isn't it, guys? These pesky little mute jammers. Doesn't bother Wildcard in the end, though. They take the 4-2 attacking half on border like we predicted and thought would be necessary if they are to find victory here on border. They've done that. Job done for the first half. We'll see what Direwolves have, as Wildcard apparently not too concerned with Armory Archives as to what we saw in that first half, which was 3 times that the defending Direwolves could not defend it.
Now we see the dynamic obviously shift across. Wildcard going to be strong and aggressive perhaps on their defense, as we saw on those attacks where, especially the ones where they got the opening kill and were able to convert, looked pretty brutal, especially over towards Armory. We're going to see it first once again. And this may well reinforce my personal belief that this site sucks. I'm just so sick of seeing it. I don't think it's good. If we don't see Wildcard defend this site, I will put it on my gravestone that this site sucks.
What if they do defend it successfully?
And then Wildcard are the best team in the league.
Well, I mean, you take down the best. Does that mean you become the best? You might not be that far off. It would be a big result, though. Sort of just reeling it back in, because they are up 2 rounds now. Yes, it was sort of like attacking rounds on border. You would kind of expect that they would be able to get that done in the first half, but they put themselves now in a position where they could walk away with a win here against Direwolves, which would be just about shocking everyone. I don't think anyone would have really predicted this kind of result, that the Direwolves streak would come to an end at the hands of Wildcard. No disrespect to Wildcard, but you know, they've been thereabouts this stage, not really contending is what I'll say. You win this though, and suddenly they'll jump into the top 4 with 3 points here. That's just how I think well, not quite yet, but wait, will it or not? No, sorry, they can't tonight. They can though next week against Renatus. So that's the big thing.
Still an opportunity for Wildcard here in stage 1. That's how you nade. That is how you nade. Well played by Direwolves, opening up the triple wall cleanly now. Thermites and Salners to follow up. Souffle's actually got good positioning over towards 90. Able to pop down a shield that's a good position to bunker down on. He could hold that cross through beepers, and that's one of the big weaknesses of that site. If you have this cross, getting back between the objectives, so tough.
Good news for what being that they haven't had anyone fall for that first pick. It's Cairo who actually got Harambe. Was immediately Jackie Wu through. Officer should swing, get another one. No, OJ stays alive. Just barely in Fountain. It's still kind of stuck there though. Does mean Direwolves could come back and try and finish the job. Nate gets thrown over, but just barely avoids it. Remembering having that very low amount of health, Direwolves with the man advantage, and with OJ low, perilous position here for Wildcard to hold on and defend this site.
Jackie,
nice from Jackie Wu.
That's 3. On for the ace, maybe? We'll have to see. AD with a good cross, and again, getting between these objectives so tough, but Milo makes the run. Good trade though. 1v3 and Pat's left in the clutch seat, but there's nothing he can do. Direwolves take the map, or take the round rather, not quite the map just yet. And this objective, it sucks. Stop playing it. It is not good. This is literally the embodiment of Chalet Basement. Stop playing it. Just stop. Please.
What do you mean? Chalet Basement's gone pretty good at the moment, mate. Have you seen the statistics?
Just stop. You will tilt me. You will tilt me.
Me?
Yes. If I'm not already tilted. I may have got a little bit too hard there. But honestly, I don't know if you guys heard, but this site sucks.
Yeah, look, that's now 4 rounds that we've seen of Armory Archives. 4 times the attackers have won. So I'm very much in agreement with you guys that I think it's time for both of these two teams to stop heading there. Obviously for Direwolves, that's, well, unless we go to overtime. If we see Armory Archives in overtime, I'm just walking off set. I don't care. I'm just leaving. There's just no way any of these two teams should be heading back there. None of the rounds have been convincing. In fairness, that was maybe the closer of the rounds that we've seen on it. And even then, Direwolves were relatively in control. We do head to Taylor's bathroom, though, for round number 8. And we'll see if Wildcard can defend successfully here, which is what Direwolves were able to do. With a bit of a vert hold, of course, we're seeing the castle playing a rather critical role here. Remembering more barricades this time around compared to Old Border. So you can control the map a little bit more nowadays with current castle than you could back in the day, back in 2019, back in the early part of 2020.
Don't mind the 0 selection here from ED, a little bit of a niche in general for Siege, but particularly in competitive, but those cameras can gain quite a bit of information, 4 in total. Claymore as well in pocket, which could sooner rather than later be 2 Claymores at a time if the patch on the test server makes its way through, which will shift that dynamic quite a bit. Pika though needs to be mindful of boost, and Milo on one of the OG border boosts will get the opening pick.
Yeah, Pika, I think forgetting about that one. Not that I ever knew it, because I wasn't around back in those days, but clearly Milo was the ancient specimen. Jackie Wu though does get control of top, but he stares. I will say, both now attack and defense, it's Wildcard that continue to be the better team at finding these opening picks. Direwolves now have to deal with the castle barricades. They can open up pretty easily, but there's just obviously more of them. And really controlled down below as well. So time is obviously going to be a factor in trying to clear a lot of this top vertical hold over towards officers. And Direwolves throwing out all of their utility to try and clear out this area. Harambe trying to open up this wall. Which there is a player holding that angle up close. So it is Vincier, and he drops down for safety.
Halfway point of the round, and I think Milo and OJ may now only be the last 2 up above. OJ over towards the armory desk in that small office position, but both players are going to be under the pump soon. A cheeky deployable shield here inside a fountain for Milo, looking to lock off some of these positions up above, particularly through archives, but Jackie Wu shuts him down and that triggers OJ to drop.
Yeah, and the downside for that kind of position is there's just kind of no way out. He gets double droned and now they know, okay, this is just a guy holding in fountain behind a shield. We can easily, you know, pinch him there and swing, get that kill, deal with him. You want that position cleared out, so it's a part of your checklist anyway. And Milo does go down really for nothing in the end. And even though Pika's off the board, you do still have Harambe on the thermite, so still at least a bit of hard bridge potential. Not that I think that's going to be too much of a worry at this point. In fact, they are now on site.
A lot of pressure. Wildcard playing very deep over towards likes of server and workshop. Trying to deny the plant from here could be tricky. Depends where Direwolves try and stick.
Well, at this point, denying it may not be the problem. It's more so, can they get the retake? Because this plant's going down from Harambe, and if he plants this one down, I don't know if Wildcard are going to get back into this one with Kyra and Vinny both low. Vinny's gone, and Kyra gets a shot in the back. Souffle with a double, cleans them up. A little perplexing in the end from Wildcard. Clearly tried something, played off site, as he said, over to Words Workshop. A little bit, almost as far back as server as well. Allowed them to have that drop down onto site, and Direwolves punished them. It's now 4-4 so far this entire game. It's been 2 rounds to the good for both teams. So 2 to Wildcard, then 2 to Direwolves, then 2 to Wildcard, now 2 to Direwolves. We'll see. Can Wildcard keep that pattern alive and get the next 2?
No reattempt of Armory here for round 9, but Bathroom Towers will get a second crack by Wildcard, and from what we've seen in those couple of rounds, in my opinion, probably the right call. I think there was a lot more promise in that most recent round. For the most part, they denied time well. I think they just leaked a couple of picks that they probably shouldn't have. Milo inside of Fountain is one that stands out. And then they didn't have an anchor position inside of Bathroom, for example, to apply pressure there. Instead, they were forced back over towards the likes of Workshop. And to their credit, Direwolves, they had players positioned perfectly, actually partially leaning into the fact that Castle was offering them quite a bit of protection, cutting off those rotations. So getting back towards site, whether it be from Customs, for example, or Workshop itself, very, very tough. And unfortunately for Wildcard, they couldn't make that stick. They're going to reattempt, and I mean, some of the stuff I'm seeing so far, very, very similar. We're seeing the Mute Jammers on triple wall, which have been dealt with. We're seeing that Fountain Shield again, which was dealt with. There needs to be something that changes here to throw Direwolves off, because that last round was pretty clean from them.
Yeah, as soon as we've just panned over and seen this shield and Fountain, I'm just already a little worried. Because it's just such a interesting position, because by playing behind that shield, it's already quite defensive. You can't, like, if you, oh my god, Edie's just found Pat, like 2 seconds into the round. Wait, hang on a second. They're straight into sight already. Wildcard is still trying to set up above. Fortunately, OJ gets one back, and it's just kicked off here. There's so much time, but it just does not matter. Edie inside a Bathroom finds another one onto Molosca, finds 2 in the round. Cairo and OJ are in a 2 versus 4. We've still got 2 minutes and 20 seconds. This is a disaster. Really well played, though, from the Direwolves, catching Wildcard off guard, even catching us off guard. OJ gets rid of Pika. Can they bring this back, though? It's not, I mean, there's so much time here for Wildcard to bring it back. Diffuser not in hand for Direwolves at the moment. So realistically, this one can really slow down a little bit.
The fact that that diffuser has not been stuck amidst the chaos gives Wildcard a great opportunity. OJ with 3, but Souffle lurks for 1 himself. Now OJ needs the 1v2. He needs the ace. The diffuser still not in the hands of Direwolves. This is winnable. Ooh. As I say that though, Souffle shuts him down. The rush from Direwolves, a success.
Yeah, just a little slow on the trigger there, I think, momentarily from OJ. Yeah, that was a very, very well executed round for the Direwolves, and they were on site immediately, as quick as you possibly can. That felt like a speed run for the Direwolves, and they now take the lead here on Border 5-4 as we head to Armory and Archives. Guz, you look like you're having an aneurysm at this point, a very, very bad headache.
Well, at this point, where else do you go? If you're not finding success in Towers, is Workshop going to work? Is Customs going to work? I don't know. Maybe it is the most calculated play. In fact, it probably is.
No, it's not. I think you give something else a try. Maybe Workshop.
At this point, I'd probably tend to agree.
Well, okay, but this is where it comes down to, right? New maps that have come into the map pool. We haven't seen Border for a long time. Historically, Wildcard have not really been a Border team. Do have to question, and obviously we don't know the answer here, is how much time have they realistically put into Border? Is it just kind of there and they're, you know, they know it a little bit, they've got the basics down pat, like Armory, Archives, and Teller's Bathroom? Can they go off-site? Can they go to the other tertiary sites? Is that something in, you know, the wheel bag? We don't know. We just legitimately don't know. But what I will say right now, Direwolves look a little bit more competent, just a little bit. Besides basically Armory, Archives, they've looked better everywhere else.
And you consider the fact that this match, it means something, but not everything. This is not must-win for Direwolves yet. They're actually putting in a pretty good performance. If there was any doubt for Wildcard on this map, I don't see why they would play it. This is a must-win game. The last 2 playdays for Wildcard are critical for them to being any chance to make the top 4, to make the APAC playoffs. Direwolves don't have that stress, that pressure. surrounding them. Maybe that's what's allowing them to just edge out a little bit here. Pressure is often a pretty significant factor that can impact performance, and Daiwa's playing with a bit more freedom, perhaps are finding success. But still potentially a long way to go. Wildcard will be desperately trying to deny a match point here. They need 3 points here. They must win in regulation to be a serious shot for the top 4. So the next couple of rounds for them could well make or break their stage.
Well, if the last round was a very, very quick blitz, this one slow to get going. In fact, already down to 90 seconds remaining, essentially. No real engagement from either side. And that might be a big upper hand, though, for Wildcard. They probably don't want another Direwolves blitz onto site. Cairo, can he find something? And this is where Wildcard do need to really mix things up a little bit. Try and play some off angles. Be aggressive, but in a controlled manner. Battery's getting dealt with on that reinforced wall with the mute jammers as well. In this 10th round, it's still 5 versus 5. Wildcard have been very good at finding these opening picks, but not sure about that Nitrocell from Cairo. Might be for the late round.
Yeah, assuming it's for a plant and off, perhaps. Minute to go, Wildcard burnt so much time. I was going to say they were almost playing perfectly, but Pika gets the first onto OJ, who's been pretty dangerous at times in this matchup. Milo can't find the tradie. D and Harambe get in on the action, and it has fallen apart for Wildcard. This map, their stage, Cairo left for the clutch, denies the plant, but still has 30 seconds to hold off.
I mean, are you really surprised though, Guz? Are you really surprised? I don't think there's any part of you that's like, oh my god, where did that come from? Do you reckon they repeat it again? Just no, they don't. This has just been disappointing from Wildcard here on the defense, and I think really does sort of drive home the attacking nature of Border. For those maybe only just tuning in, 10 rounds have now been played. 8 of them have been won by the attacking team. 8 out of 10 rounds. Staggering number as the Direwolves call a tactical timeout, which hopefully does not lead into a technical pause into a full-blown rehost.
The storyline, though, for Wildcard, even if by some miracle they bring this back, they push overtime, they get a win, they get 2 points, that significantly hinders their chances of being able to crack into the top 4. They already need, I believe, results to go their way, and if they are chasing by a point in a league that has had very few overtimes, I mean, it might not be completely aligned through their name, but it would have to be very, very, very close. So, very disappointing for Wildcard, and they were looking pretty strong in the first half.
Is it disappointing because of the connotations of the result, right? You lose this, that's top 4 gone. You win this, top 4 suddenly not even a reality, but very likely. Is that what makes it a little bit more heartbreaking? Because there is so much on the line for them, and you probably wanted them to throw absolutely everything at this. They started well in the first half and seemingly have looked at C here on the defense. It makes it very disappointing to watch.
Yeah, when it's such an important match and they don't quite deliver, it is quite disappointing. And I think in a match like this, where for Direwolves ultimately it doesn't mean all that much, we can place a little bit more emphasis perhaps on the disappointment for Wildcard, who had a strong first play day, 7-2 against the Knights. Since that point onwards, they have been very, very quiet. The only game they have won since then was against Fury, and they haven't gotten a single point so far in this league. So for Wildcard, it has been a disappointing result today. It has been a disappointing stage for them as well. And the storyline for them for so long has been, they've got the players, they've got the potential. We just got to wait a little bit. I don't want to say this because it's too early, but we are getting echoes of that right now. And it would just be awful for Wildcard to go through this rebuild phase and not progress any further than they were able to achieve last year. So somber times for the OS fans perhaps, but again, Direwolves a single round away from continuing this flawless streak. And Souffle kicks it off with a bang. Vinny, though, trades.
Yeah, but no Cairo. Hate to say it, but he's been their best player all stage long, and they will not have him for this match point round. At the very least, though, got the down and elimination, then on to Souffle, who is 9-3 since the rehost. But this has been the difference. They've just been so much better at clearing out office and opening up the office wall. It's actually, this has been like clockwork. I swear both teams with the same entry points here. The difference being, though, Direwolf's just a little bit cleaner at times. Jackie Wu finds another kill and re-advantage. Why is Molosca still playing this position? Gets pushed out of it. Now this actually might benefit him instead, because he may catch someone off guard and does so onto Jackie Wu. Oh, he couldn't get the second one. Needed to onto Harambe, stays alive. He has Diffuser as well, and suddenly it's now a 2 versus 2. Harambe has the drop down into bathroom. Pat inside of waiting, has 3 gas babes, at least back in towards Towers. Minute left, big round here.
Lots of chaos over towards office, but now there's a lull in the action. Direwolves are looking to try and get an entry in towards the objective itself. Good vert control, but obviously need to get boots on the ground on this first floor. Harambe leads the charge over towards east stairs. I'm assuming we'll see Pika move alongside him. They need to try and time this push together.
Yeah, and fortunately with one of the Towers windows barricaded, only has to watch the other one. Oh, the swing. Harambe, headshot. Pat goes down. OJ inside a server now. At least has the 1v1 against Pika. Needs to win it. Pika's low. So it's OJ who has the advantage and makes the most of it. Now he knows where Harambe is. And of course, Diffuser is down and Harambe is low. OJ full health. 34 seconds though. Oh, he's spotted. What an angle. The Direwolves by far and away the better team here. A clean sweep in the second half. Wildcard just could not go with them here on border. And the Harambe dance continues for a 6th time in a row. 6-0 for the Direwolves.
The road to the perfect stage continues for the Direwolves, and that's a little bit cringe from you, Rob, but not Rob, from you, Jake. But definitely not cringe inside the server there for the Direwolves. Yes, the first half didn't quite go their way, but ultimately it did lean towards them in the second. A flawless sweep on the attack. And I gotta say, the flawless stage, it is looking very, very realistic at the moment.
Come on, guys.
Didn't even feel like Direwolves broke a sweat.
Come on.
No.
Get your Harambe going. Oh,
no.
Mate, come on.
Maybe
when they get 7?
if they beat the Knights, I might do it.
Maybe if they get the 7th. Of course, now Direwolves 6-0 on the stage. It's been fun for the ages. It's never been done, actually, to get all 7 zeros. We'll see if they could do it, of course, next week. But now they got over the card. Got over the cards. They got over wildcard in the end on border pretty comfortably. 7-4. Go back to the desk.
Yeah, look, they just had the better hand at the end of the day. They really are looking like a phenomenal team. All I can do is just hear these boys giggling in the background. Unprofessional, Jake and Mr. Michael. I expect a bit more from you. But look, let's be completely honest, Dev. They are steaming away with stage 1.
Direwolves are unbelievably good. It's really been insane to see just how far they have come from last year to where they are now. Haven't dropped a single point going into their final Playday. Guaranteed playoffs. Probably guaranteed number 1 at this point as well. This team has just stepped it up to another level completely.
And I mean, do we talk about the woes for wildcard here, Raven? Do we even make mention of it? This is the strongest team that they were going up against that APAC South has to offer at the moment.
Yeah, look, I think wildcard still played all right, all things considered. I think it's just about, for them, you know, the slow burn, the long-term grind for this roster. They've obviously had a lot of changes, but we're seeing some pretty good moments from wildcard. So I think there is definitely still some great things for this roster to come. I think it's just going to take a bit of time for them to start to bring it all together.
It's, I mean, look, the positives are there. There's no doubt about it, Dev. But as we keep our attention, probably more so to the Direwolves, the question really becomes now, and I think I posed this to Raven, when and where do they fall? When and where do they stumble? Is it even going to happen?
Look, naturally, at some point they will fall. Eventually, if they manage to go to the major, if they manage top 4 out of playoffs and go through to the major, they're probably going to get a bit of a reality check. I think that not necessarily their level of play is the problem, but Direwolves have never made it that far before yet. Now, they've made it to playoffs before. They've managed to take out, I mean, they even beat Dumb 1 in a BO1 in playoffs once, and that was Dumb 1 at their absolute peak. So we know what Direwolves is capable of locally at a regional level within APAC. Are they capable of breaking into the international scene? That is the big question, and that's really where I think they're going to get a big scare. They need some international experience.
Yeah, completely locked in playoffs. There's absolutely no doubt about it. And
locked in number 1.
Yeah, locked in number 1. You beat me to it, Dev. You jump in the gun from me. I'm trying to storyline, and you go and cut me off. Raven, yes. Being. This is a really hard conversation for me to have about Direwolves. Is they went from underdogs in 2021 to now having the target on their back, but it doesn't seem to affect them. It does not seem like the pressure of being number 1 is even remotely getting to them.
I think that's what a big sign of what we talked about on the desk, at least, is that they have the winning formula in that they have really positive vibes. Like, they all just have some fun together. They're really good at just keeping their energy up. We see it in their cameras every time round win. Harambe might be dancing, they might be giggling. Like, we just see it constantly, and that is just a big sign here. Like, it doesn't matter if they're first or even if they're last. Like, we saw them up against some big issues last year. It didn't matter. Like, they were always really good at bouncing back from that. And I think that's a big credit to how they've gotten to this position in the first place, and the fact that even when there are some high pressure games or opponents throwing some good rounds at them or some good siege at them, they're still able to handle it.
Well, someone who handles it very well is Jackie Wu. Let's bring him in for the interview. This guy is nothing short of incredible. Jackie Wu, welcome back to the interview little room that we have set up for you. I need to ask you, it's 6-0 right now. You have not lost a game. How does it feel?
I guess really incredible because, last stage, I just a nobody, I just a newcomer, like... I don't have much experience for Pro League, but I learned, and finally today I just fight for the team.
We love to see it, Jackie. Honestly, you've been a phenomenal performer throughout stage 1, and you bring up a really good point. You kind of came into the roster as an unknown last stage, and relative to the team, we thought that Direwolves were kind of increasing in terms of their performance throughout 2021. So I need to ask you, what has changed coming into stage 1 of 2022?
Because I only stayed for one stage, stage 3 on 2022, and I think this year I just feel unbelievable because we're definitely I think we're staying number 1 place, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that's the thing. This is the thing that I have ever think about it, because but I think we just keep trying hard and just do the thing that we daily do, and yeah, we made it.
You've more than made it, and we can't wait to see you when you actually perform in playoffs. So we've still got one more game to get there. I got to ask you, do you feel like there's any pressure on you at the moment? Do you feel like there's a target on your back?
I think we might be playing them one, maybe, just saying. And last stage we defeat in playoff with Demon, so I don't know, I'm not quite sure, but I think we're ready. So yeah.
Jackie Wu, all I can say is we are ready for you. Do you have any final comments before we let you go?
Thanks for everyone's support, and hopefully everyone just keeps supporting us in playoffs. Yay!
Jackie Wu, you are a treasure to APAC South, that is to be damn sure. Ladies and gentlemen, do not go anywhere. On the other side of this break, IG take on the Knights.
One more day. You must be crazy, think I'd stay for one more day. Rough day, cause you're looking kinda sour. It's okay, I'll start running the shower. No way, you can't join me later, cause I don't really need your help now anyway. We split cars, everything that we own. Even the most of it is mine from a job. Funny you had nothing and I had it all. And now you've come up better off out of the ball. Better check yourself, you're bad for my health. Doctor said I need help, and all this relationship stuff is helpless. Wanna break out, you say yeah, but this game's for two players. Time to give it some and pay rent. You'll be acting like my only son, baby. I've been dancing way too long. It's the worst I've ever known. No, got me playing different songs. I'm used to singing on my.
Don't get it twisted, it may be the last game that we have for tonight, but it has huge implication for the Knights. They play for 3 points, potentially tying in second place with their opponents, IG. Do we feel like there is any hope for that storyline to follow through, Raven?
Look, I think IG certainly have a really strong chance here. They've been looking really good all stage, and I think they would be backing themselves in to be able to take this against the Knights. I think the Knights certainly showed a really good effort last week in terms of how they can show up, but IG is a whole other beast.
They are, but this beast is turning into something a little bit more formidable than what we originally thought, Dev. Is there going to be enough weight? Is there going to be enough?
Look, there's a lot on the line. We know that for sure. Second place through fifth place, none of those teams are locked in for playoffs yet, and that includes both IG and the Knights. Knights are currently in fifth. If they win this, then I'm pretty sure that may well close to lock them in, if not guarantee them in for playoffs. IG definitely will be locked in should they come away with 3 points from this match. So there is no doubt about it. A lot riding on this one. Knights, though, they have been very hit and miss. They've had some very questionable losses and some huge wins as well. IG are basically undefeated aside from the forfeit that they had to do against Direwolves. So if anything, I think people are looking at IG and thinking, maybe this is the best team that we've got in APAC South right now. They just haven't had a chance to prove it against Direwolves.
Well, we'll have to wait and see for playoffs. I mean, that's really where all our eyes are glued to at the moment, and on Mentalist apparently. But let's move over to the Knights, start talking about them, Raven, because really it's been increment improvements in the fact that they are kind of on week showing us something a little bit more, something that we'd really hoped for this roster back at the end of 2021. But this year, maybe it's going to take this first stage just to continue to build a solid foundation.
Yeah, definitely the win against Chiefs was certainly a really good step forward for the Knights. So it's something about incremental progress, right? When you make roster changes, sometimes it all clicks and goes really well, sometimes it takes a bit of time. And I think for Knights, you know, they've had a couple of rough games this stage, but they've had a couple of really good ones. And yeah, again, I think that match against Chiefs in particular was quite good. Sage, definitely a standout. I think we spoke about that earlier in the night as well. So I think this could be a really interesting matchup against IG. You know, if the right Knights kind of shows up, I think this could be a very close game.
The right Knights on the right night might be what it takes to defeat the White Knight in IG. I tell you what, that was a mouthful, but we got there in the end. Speakeasy, really, that is the big conversation, Dev, is the fact that we've seen, you know, Speakeasy from IG just continue what was an incredible performance from 2021. I mean, this player has really just continued to improve upon what was already a solid performance.
Yeah, Speakeasy hands down the best player in APAC South right now, maybe the best player in APAC. He's got a 1.48 rating, which is above Nate at 1.33. So he's 0.15 above the next closest. He's also number 1 for KD, number 1 for Cost. Overall, this team is, IG specifically, not Knights, as really dominating the standings in terms of the leaderboards for players. That said, I could actually say the same for Knights. They have a couple of players appearing. Stiggs is actually the top-rated player for entry KD. Funnily enough, despite often playing supportive roles as well, he's also up there number 3 for costs, and we've got Sage on as well in a couple of these clutches, and KD as well. So we've seen a lot of good stuff from Knights too.
Listen here, and I quote, "Tonight's game against IG is a special one. It's time to prove everyone wrong and show you all what this team is made of." That is from the man on your screen right now, Stiggs. Apparently, we couldn't be more prepared for the game at hand. Realistically, how much preparation is it going to take from Knights, Raven? Because this is no small task.
Yeah, and look, it's also tough because IG are obviously a very new roster, so it's hard to prep. Like, they can only really watch the VODs from this stage, to be completely honest, for accurate preparation. But you never know. There's multiple ways around that. You can prep for like a team's patterns, playstyle. You can even just, obviously, you're going to prep for the map veto, but regardless, like, there's multiple ways to prep for a game like this. I would say that Knights have probably just gone and worked on their own gameplay. It's not just one thing to counter your opponents. It's also to make sure that you deliver on what you can deliver on. So, yeah, look, I think it's definitely set the stage. Seeing that tweet from Stiggs, it makes me even more excited for this game.
Well, being prepared, you'd have to imagine, would come down to the veto process as well. So let's have a look if it's unfolded in favor of the Knights or whether it is going to be mutual territory. Chalet is where we head, Dev.
Yeah, in fact, not a map that we've seen Knights play as of yet. Just looking at some of the bans come out, having a bit of a scan. Interesting to see Skyscraper was the first ban by Knights. That we saw a great showing when IGB Elevate on that. Border banned out by Knights. They got slapped by Elevate on that map. Good thinking. Cafe, don't have a lot of info on Cafe for either team, to be honest, but historically a good IG map. So yeah, fair enough that Knights want to take us to Chalet, but it's something that they have hidden for quite some time. Haven't played it since September when they beat Order. You know, bit of a throwback there. And prior to that, they lost to Q-Confirm, the now Fury roster. So historically not an amazing map for this team. And for IG, you know, they played a whole bunch. You know, they played it at 6 Invitational qualifiers, recently lost it to Cyclops in the 6 Invitational qualifiers, and it was where they failed to make it to SI. So both of these teams are map that they haven't played recently.
Is this an ace up the sleeves, Raven?
Hard to say. It kind of feels like it. Certainly feels like there's going to be fairly even footing for these teams on Chalet. It's hard to say whether I'd give the advantage to Knights just because we haven't seen much from them on Chalet. But often if a team lets it slip through and they haven't played much of it, there's obviously the assumption that they've been working on it and it's something they've been saving for a big game. This is certainly a big game. If they can take down IG in a regular points win to get 3 points on the board, it would be absolutely massive for Knights.
It really has been a story of David versus Goliath for the last 2 matches. You know, Dire Wolves really, and the wildcard storyline. Should wildcard have actually pulled out the dub there, the 3 points, that would have gone up to 9. Things would have been a little bit different to how they are now. But this one in particular, James, has... it feels weird saying your full name on broadcast, but it does feel like there are some implications that do surround the Knights. If they're unable to get anything here, a point, 2 points, 3 points, I believe that may well be them locked out.
Well, considering that Knights' next game is Direwolves, I think that's probably a safe bet. And Knights have the hardest task ahead of them that they have had all season long. Today against IG, next week against Direwolves. So yes, absolutely. If they don't get points tonight, they can pretty much kiss their playoffs hopes goodbye. But if they can get the 3 points, they are all but confirmed for playoffs. There's only a really unlikely scenario that could potentially play out that would lock them out. So that's absolutely hands down what Knights need to be gunning for. Full 3 points against IG.
Well, we're going to see whether Knights can pull a rabbit out of the hat, whether IG are this super team that we continue to talk about. And to take you through two of the favourites, of course, it's Xenox and Guz up in the Peanut Gallery. We'll see in a bit.
Yeah, a lot on the line here for both of these two teams. Obviously, it's been prefaced many times over, still technically undefeated for IG coming into this one. But I think the Knights will be a good test for them, guys. A team that has continued over the course of this stage to maybe just get that little bit better each time. They obviously knocked off the Chiefs. Can they knock off IG?
Yeah, this is a huge game. The amount of permutations that can evolve from the result of this game and the playoff implications with that, it's pretty extensive, so it can be a little bit overwhelming. But for both teams, obviously the goal, like any match, get the full 3 points. That will put yourselves in the best position to get inside of the playoffs. And yeah, this is the big one. I think if the Knights really show what they're made of in this game, they can really take it up against IG, who outside of the forfeit are also undefeated.
So we got apparently a small little second here, so I'm going to bring out the Xenox super fun fact that I brought out in the green room, Guz, which is looking at some of the possible playoff implications, especially with the conclusion here of Playday 6, then going into Playday 7. So if the Knights win here, if they get all 3 points, Guz, which you know, maybe they're not favorites to do so, but it's not entirely impossible. It means for the Chiefs to get into the playoffs, they will have to win their game against IG. Now, what does that mean? It means IG got 2 L's to close out the season, and guess what? They will miss out on playoffs. So they too need to look at this game in that kind of light, where it's not necessarily do or die, but there's a lot riding on it as we head to Chalet, IG versus the Knights.
Big implications, big match, 2 big teams duking it out here on Chalet, and both with playoff aspirations. Their story won't conclude necessarily at the end of the night, but they can half-etch their name, I guess, in history into the playoffs, especially Invictus, if they are able to get the full 3 points this evening.
So I just wanted to listen to the music. It was pretty banging. Felt like we're in some sort of movie there for a second. Thatcher Flores band out. Okay, pretty stock standard and normal. The biggest thing is Chalet, guys. We had the boys on the desk break it down. Neither of these two teams known for their chalets, and maybe times gone by, Chalet hasn't necessarily been an amazing map for IG, but that was the older IG, right? So you kind of throw all of that out of the window anyway. What do we make of it? Is it neutral territory for these two teams?
Yeah, I wouldn't be ready too much to the map that we've actually ultimately headed towards. Yeah, I honestly, you've kind of thrown me under the bus.
You could just say yes, it's neutral territory. Both teams aren't going to be.
Well, look, I was trying to expand upon the point maybe a little bit to create an engaging storyline, but I'm clutching at straws here.
Just didn't feel like it, no.
Oh, I wanted to. I'm just not good enough.
All right, well that was a bit sad. I think you're amazing, mate.
Well, we haven't seen either team play this map.
That's true. That's true.
This stage. So I guess you've answered your own question.
Thank you.
It is quite neutral.
The passive aggressiveness from you guys.
I wasn't even meant to. There's a lot of times I'm trying to be passive aggressive. Honestly, that was not one of them.
Oh, I love you. All right, let's head into Chalet. It's our final match of the night. And as I mentioned before, pretty big one for both teams. Now, just quickly, if the Knights do lose here, they're not out of top 4. It's not like that's it. Top 4 secured for our teams. But it'll be a very, very difficult task because they do play Direwolves in Playday 7, who will be now going for 7 wins from 7 games. So that's a tough match. If they are to make top 4, guys, I'm saying it, they need to win this game.
Yep, I would agree. And full 3 points as well would be very, very handy, I think. I don't know if that is a significant bump up in their chances compared to 2. I'm sure you'll be able to confirm that pretty swiftly. But
Sorry, what'd you say? I wasn't listening.
An OT win versus a regulation win.
Oh, for this game tonight, an OT win, it's not bad, but it's probably not what they're looking for. The reason why is the 11 points, the 3 points they would get would put them on 11 points, which is tied with IG, and then obviously you'd have the tiebreaker. So if you only get the 2, then you're not beating out IG. So ideally the 3 points here, otherwise 2 points means they're going to have to get something from the Direwolves game on Playday 7.
Not bad from you. I've trained you well.
Now, this is the Jigsaw corner for those unaware. And this is where also... No, but like seriously, this is where sometimes when you've had these roster shuffles, Jigsaw is known for his chalet, especially that corner outside piano. Plays it extensively back when he was on Team Blitzcuz. So, you know, you add those kind of like thought processes into it. And it's like, hang on a second, maybe Invictus have got something here. With Jigsaw being able to play that position, can Knights deal with him? That's a lot of pressure on a very powerful spot.
Hysterics with a powerful position himself. Up above looking to sweep across. Being droned ahead currently by Speakeasy. And that's a sentence that previously we probably wouldn't say all that often. Speakeasy droning in the entries. But that has been the sort of role shuffle that Invictus have committed to. And can't really fault the results thus far. As previously mentioned, they've only lost, I guess, one game in quotation marks so far in the stage. And that was due to a forfeit outside of their control, really. So they are, in a sense, going for the unofficial record of undefeated stage as well.
Does that mean we can have 2 teams undefeated?
Yeah, I mean, kind of.
Minute left in the round, by the way. This has been not one to sort of look back on. It is a standard bar game. Stiggs just randomly peeks back up top library stairs, find the elimination onto Hysterics. The fact that that shield is still there, though, is probably concerning for Invictus. It allows Stiggs to even make that kind of play, get through to the Maverick. Now they've got an advantage, and suddenly you've still even got this library shield as well. So this is still very well defended for the Knights right now. IG are going to have to pull something out of the hat.
Time dwindling. Stiggs with a second in this round over towards library stairs, posting up that position so nicely. Speakeasy denied on the vault by Sage. Still in that southwest corner of library itself. Jigsaw responds, but at this point, too little too late. 10 seconds left. Stiggs bops up for a third. And now Nate over towards Fireplace to try and bring something back. He gets a kill, but he hasn't really got time. And Sage from above will shut him down.
No, I love me some Nate. He's been really good since joining Invictus, and I think a player that many have looked over. Was great when he came in for Order. Just couldn't obviously do much there. No time. Damage had been done. Full credit to the Knights, though. A well-defended round. Do have to ponder sort of what took Invictus so much time in doing a pretty standard sweep across over towards top library stairs. And they just struggled. They couldn't even get that shield down top library. That then allows Stiggs to get that elimination onto Hysterics. If that shield's not there, you can't really make that play. I mean, you can. It's a lot riskier though, right? So you probably don't end up doing it. You play a little bit more conservative. Big round win for the Knights to open up here in Chalet, but it is only one round. It is only the first round. You know, you think back to Wildcard versus Direwolves, and those first 2 rounds for Wildcard, they were on cloud 9, and by the end of it, they were in the bottom of the basement and crying in the corner. So things can change, guys, very quickly.
Yeah, for sure. Positive signs though, and I think particularly Stiggs posting up 3 kills in that round total. A really strong performance from him. Clearly one of the standout players as of recent for the Knights squad. And despite, particularly on attack, sometimes filling more of a supportive role, still really strong entry stats. So looking at him today to continue to stand out as a performer for the Knights. And when he's feeling himself and performing well, I think the rest of the team, he'll sort of be able to pull them along as well.
Glad you touched on that, Stiggs, of course, on the old social medias earlier this afternoon. Wanted to prove everyone wrong. And apparently tonight's going to be a special one. So that's the fighting words from Stiggs and the Knights coming into this game. And I like that, though. I think it's good to feel confident in your team. That backs up against the wall, us against them mentality. As long as it works for them, I think that's perfect. If that's what you feel like is needed for your team to succeed, then by all means go for it. And evidently, good start for Stiggs, and clearly they're fired up for this game, and that's what they need to be. So good start. It's about now being able to do it for the entire game.
100%. Siege is a marathon, not a sprint. Even in a best of one. But still a long, long way to go. IG looking to respond. A bit of a sloppy first round in util clearance. Looking to get aggressive though in the second. Quick entry from Mentals over towards library facilitated by drone information. Player over towards the staircase. Does retreat. Mentals gets the default. Can now post up in this position.
Of course, kitchen dining, but a pretty standard vertical hold up above here from the Knights. So far, nothing too crazy here on Chalet from either of these two teams. Well, the Knights not too pressed in terms of being able to defend Office extensively. It's actually Juicy on site, really trying to make maybe life hard for Hysterics, as the shock drone actually gets rid of the Kaid Claw there, and that's basically going to make things a lot easier now for Invictus in opening up this wall. Juicy, though, is, of course, the outlier here. If he can be annoying, maybe find a kill or two, that can really slow things down.
Well, he found an exothermic with the impact. Still have one in pocket, so maybe Juicy can play off a huge play. The second goes out, finds its mark, I believe. That's both exothermics burnt, and that's the chance of Invictus opening the wall promptly, going down the drain. Now they'll need to rely on Hysterics with the blowtorch. This is going to take a lot of time, a lot of patience, but they don't have that currency. Only 35 seconds remain. Juicy over-aggresses though. 4v5.
I think he wanted to try and make a play there off the back of making the earlier said plays with the nades, getting rid of the exothermic. And well, for Knights, they've still got a somewhat vertical hold above as well. Invictus not really clearing out a whole lot of office and bedroom. As Diggs, nice from West Main. Lovely angle. Josh as well. Suddenly, Knights being able to get a couple of shots back. Sage ends up just trying to knife the bomb chassis. That doesn't help. You need to get the shots out. Nate gets hit rid of him. And suddenly, Invictus pull back. Only Stiggs remains in a 1 versus 3. Lowhowl trying to deny the plant. Gets rid of Nate. He's on the floor now. Can't deny plant. Gets rid, though, of Nate, who did, of course, go down. But a nice little angle hold. Invictus take the second round.
Yeah, really good recovery effort there from IG. Once both exothermics were burnt and the wall wasn't getting opened, at least promptly, it started to look like their chances of winning that round were dwindling. And I think statistically and just objectively sitting back, their chances were against them. I don't think they were favored to be able to close out that round, but then Juicy aggressed, Nate made a play elsewhere. And in the space of a couple of seconds after that util was dealt with, I mean, it flipped on its head.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
We had the Snow Wine for the third round here, Guz, and of course, I don't think yourself and myself have really done much Chalet since this has become a thing. That's what I want to say. We've seen it a lot, though, of course, here in Stage 1. Snow Wine becoming more of a played site. Ultimately, though, I'm not sure if it's validity yet. Is it really worth going to for the defenders? You mentioned that in the past, especially, attackers have been generally able to take this site quite comfortably, but the stats kind of say in recent times that hasn't quite been the case.
10 seconds to go.
Yeah, Chalet is certainly in a bit of a strange position at the moment. Quite intrigued to see how basement plays out because, again, I just... The strength of the West Main push and the ability to really flush out a lot of positions and prevent retakes is so powerful. You combine that with some pressure from the snowmobile garage and you just cannot move anywhere as a defender without getting cut off by someone. So how are IG going to approach this? They have double hard breach. Maverick already working that snowmobile wall. Jigsaws are applying pressure over towards this West Main position, indicating we'll see some presence on this side of the map. And Speakeasy shuts down Stiggs. Now, I don't know where that Oryx was. Looks like maybe double window over towards bedroom. And that's a big scalp. Stiggs clearly in form at the moment. And now the Knights are severely disadvantaged for the remainder of this round.
Speakeasy is quite low, though, right? So, yes, it's not the one-for-one trade that you would so desire. I like the talent shield here from Nate, watching in now.
Double trouble.
Yeah, you just go from one to the other. It also means that you can play two people here, watching in and being quite annoying. How does the Knights play into this? You've chosen the site. You clearly done so for a reason. Now, Snow White, if you are going to play it, typically in the past, it's all about the roam game up above and forcing Invictus to clear out said roamers. And of course, they already got rid of one. Arguably, they aren't numero uno in terms of roamers in Oryx. They did so very quickly. Speakeasy does still need to be careful. All it takes is one swing, one bullet, and dead.
IG not over-aggressing here. They know they have the advantage, and if they can flush out Josh, the round is unofficially theirs, but it's just being able to find this pick, isolate this defender. I don't know if there's much support elsewhere. In fact, there actually is. Quiz up above, but Jigsaw, he's not afraid, pushes through. Quiz taken down. Two Mentals had a read on that. And the round, like I said, now unofficially over.
Yeah, and some very slight concerns now for the Knights here, unless this ends up being an attacker-sided Chalet, which historically has always been the case, but in recent times, defenders have been doing a better job here. Flawless round, though, for Invictus, and so far, besides Bar Games in the opening round, they've been the better team, clearly. And question marks now asked of the Knights that are they capable of winning outside of Bar Games, which is where they're going to be heading back to now for the 4th round. So fail on Kitchen Dining, fail on Snow Wine. Of course, success on Bar Games, where they head back to, and will need to win if they are to force the 2-2 scoreline.
Last time we saw this site played and the Knights got the dub, a lot of that hinged on top library stairs. The deployable shield was not destroyed by Invictus, and Stiggs in particular was able to abuse that and found 3 kills in the opening round. So the U2 game often is pretty impactful on this particular objective, but more so IG being able to tidy up that mistake from last time. If they clear that shield, how do the Knights respond? What does their win condition then become? They did admittedly still have good control, particularly in through library, for example, on that round. So it wasn't all hope is lost if that shield did actually get dealt with, but it could well apply a little bit more pressure on this defense, and we'll see whether or not the Knights crack.
And remembering no Wamai as well, so the fact that those shields stayed up for as long as they did is, yeah, it was strange and it was concerning for IG, but can't imagine them making that same sort of mistake twice in a row. I think a lot of the times for teams attacking Bar Games, they're able to get rid of those shields probably with 70 seconds or so left in the round, enough time to then get library control, have that vert control above Games, and then obviously go for the play. You can obviously then also have players playing big window, look for that jump in and get that plant down at the half wall. And whereas they were slow going in the first round as well for Invictus, too. I think big factor. Whereas now, at least in rounds 2, we've seen they've improved their time management a little bit, especially in the earlier portions of these rounds. They're getting opening kills. They're forcing the Knights to defend earlier. Whereas that first round, it went towards the end of the round, and then Knights were like, all right, let's see if we can make a play. Stiggs goes up top library, finds a couple of kills. And Mentalist just walks into Dining, but there was a player waiting. They trade.
Bit of a peculiar trade, but that's what the server says, so that's what we go with, 4v4. Stiggs over towards top library stairs still, shield standing. IG yet to really claim much of a stake in towards the map itself, but Hysterics will now link up down below. There is a ping. Have the Knights tried to retake this position? I don't think so. Oh, Sage! He was tucked away. Hysterics had about as much of a clue as I did and pays the price. Knights with the advantage now.
Can they capitalize though? Sage is low on health, but that's fine. Here on the defense, having the extra player, you would rather. We can speak easy too on the Nook. Down below, going for a flank. Eventually looking to go in towards Bar. Minute 18 seconds remaining. Still gas babes available for Stiggs here, and this is where Knights can look to deny time, and a lot of it. I think IG really changing up the approach here, probably shaping up for more of a Bars push rather than looking to get games control through library. I think they've run out of resources and run out of time.
$50 seconds now. Knights in a great position. even out the scoreline. But Speak Easy, so dangerous. Drops Quiz. A response from Stiggs there. The canister up above. That's his last. Forced to retreat down below. Sage low on health on site. Juicy probably in the best position to make a play.
Jeez, just look at the right-hand side of the screen, though. Both Stiggs and Sage flashing red and white in health. They are so low. Juicy inside of games is just wondering, where do I even position at this point? Where are they all? 20 seconds left, and it's hard to know where IG is going to strike. I would have to imagine it's more so through Bar, although never mind. They've actually got library control. They can now drop down into games. Juicy needs to be watching this hatch. He cannot take his eyes off of it. There will be player, at least one, dropping down. Candelas have been used from Nate, so you can't use that to then drop down, make it easier. And speaking of easy, Speak Easy goes down too easy, but then shots go the other way. Knights hold on though, through sheer time rather than anything else. A little messy towards the end of the round. Full credit to IG for getting back into it. Knights though, again, Bar Games, pretty decent defense, and they get their second round win on it.
Yeah, the Knights, much like last time, doing a great job in denying time. Super close in the dying couple of seconds there. As you can see that timer tick down. There's only 2 defenders remaining, both so low on health, but IG unable to drop down into particularly that half-wall plant. And with Juicy in that backstore position not dealt with, the Knights had the percentage leaning their way and they made it work. Good stuff. It is the only site they've won though, so now we need to see them win a different objective here. If Chalet ends up becoming incredibly attacker-sided and Knights ultimately only win one objective once, or a single objective twice rather, it's not going to work out. Yeah, I mean, the numbers just don't add up. So now the Knights have 2 shots. I think they're not quite free shots, but they're close enough to free shots where they can play with a bit of confidence and try really hard to get this third round on the board in this first half.
If we think back to Kitchen Dining in the second round, they were playing it pretty well until Juicy got a little bit overzealous with trying to deny that dining wall from being opened up. I mean, he actually did deny it, and then it's like, okay, the Maverick gets forced into action to try and open it up as both exothermics got denied, and then he just peeks one of the holes and just gets downed immediately, and that really turned the tide, because then your forward front player in dining goes down and suddenly it opens it up for the site to be taken, and then that's basically what it ended up losing them the round. We'll see how they play it out here. And the other part of it as well, if we think back, Invictus did not really get much. Oh, that's smart. I mean, you know Jigsaw's going to be wanting to go up into his position, see if he can get some free damage and maybe a down. Got a lot of the damage. But you think back to the last time we saw this, and IG did not really establish that much vert control either. It was a pretty bare bones dining take from down below.
And it was with a double failed exothermic attempt by the Thermite. And IG, in fact, in this attempt, are not bringing the Thermite at all. Instead, it's the Mav Habano. That may suggest we'll see a bit more vert here. I don't know if necessarily that will be the play, but we'll see. Hysterics is currently working the blowtorch somewhere. I can only presume that is down below, directly in towards dining. And maybe there'll be some pressure up above. But no, it is actually Hysterics up above. So looking to push Office here. So a slight change of attacking pattern here from IG.
Well, it may not necessarily be a full push, though. I think we saw him do this in the second round as well. Opened up, you know, the pretty standard kind of little walk through in towards Office. And that was about it. Some sight lines. Just make it really difficult for the defenders to sort of be in Office and have that position, because obviously anyone playing the mezzanine window can then look in towards Office. And I will say they are doing a better job at trying to clear out this position. I mean, we are seeing them try and clear out Knights from Office a little bit more aggressively than last time, but only a minute remaining on the clock, and I'm kind of anticipating still that drop down to take place, and it does. Oh!
Wow. Okay. Now 50 seconds left. IG poising themselves once more for this take through Fireplace. Knights will need to lean into a lot of these long angles. Sage, for example, once again on the Warden. Going to be critical as the smokes go out late round to facilitate the plant. Important to note, the diffuser up above, IG will need to juggle that back down below. Still looking to apply pressure, deny that vert from the defense. It is collected. Mentalist to drop down, and with 25 seconds left, IG will poise for this take.
Yeah, and again, once again, IG don't go for the full take. They just put the pressure on the site rather than trying to overtake it and overwhelm up above and putting more of their time and effort in making sure that they can get in towards dining. They've already dealt with Juicy as well, so they've got the advantage. They can start to throw bodies at the site even if they need to. Oh, that's not ideal though. Speak easy. Yes, you're a bit of a fragger, but don't frag your teammates. That gives Knights an opening, one that they will happily take, and there was no time left anyway. Time definitely an issue. For the most part, I don't think the idea and the execution of what IG were trying to achieve was all that horrible, but yeah, time got away from them.
Every round they've lost so far, time has gotten away from them. It has been their biggest enemy. In fact, I believe that's the second round officially in this match thus far that has actually been determined by time, where it's expired and the defenders then, as a result, win. And even the third that they lost, and that the Knights won, it wasn't directly time, it was indirectly time, where they didn't have enough of an opportunity to get in towards the side and have much of an impact. So, good work. I think the Knights are fighting really, really hard thus far. And that's the round they need. Now, this... If the last round wasn't directly a sort of a free shot on house money, this one definitely is. I think the Knights at the moment, they would take a 3-3, anything more than that bonus. So they get a second crack down below. Last time they attempted this side, it was a little bit of a disaster. So we'll see if they can tidy it up.
Stig 7-2 now, having a tremendous performance on Chalet, but it's a team effort for the Knights so far on the defense. And look, it hasn't been the best. Siege, guys, not exactly to Titans playing out at a 100% proficiency, but sometimes the best matches of Siege come down to the gritty nature and just the scrappy nature of rounds, where time becomes a factor and everything's a little bit messy and chaotic, and it's great for us to sort of sit back and watch it. And I think for the Knights, this is the kind of game where it's actually good to bring Invictus into that kind of game style, really. You do not want IG to be running around and being flawless and clean and methodical. You want to bring them into a bit of a dogfight, and I think that's going to play into the hands of Knights here, and that's why they've got this lead here to close out the first half.
Two shields outside from Nate. Those Allen shields are going to offer a lot for the team. It did last time. Cut off rotations and suffocated the Knights, particularly in the late round, and offered no opportunity for them to get back into the round. Oh, Hysterics, he misses the blowtorch. The wall not opened. He was taken down. The res may be achievable, but nonetheless, another good start for the Knights.
Smart from Nate, though. Doesn't just rush over and then go down as well.
The res
waits. Yeah, waits for the adrenal surge. So Mentalist gets back up. Hysterics. And Speak Easy, though, goes down to Josh. There is a trade, though, through Mentalist, so at least it's 1-for-1. Although never ideal to lose Speak Easy, let alone when he's playing the Habana. And that's a hard breacher off the board, and one that's, well, pinned down and low health. Juicy, though, goes down to Nate, having a quietly massive game, by the way, guys. 8-2, if you've missed that one.
Flown under the radar, perhaps a little bit. Such is the nature of Nate, a little bit elusive sometimes inside the server. Had a standout performance though last week, and continuing that momentum, Mentalist, he'll shut down Stigs. Once again, the Knights on this basement objective being suffocated out by their opponents. Sage forced to make a play, shut down. They're still making this breach work somehow, and Nate maybe might be able to find another, but Quiz 0-5 will fall back. Needs to find 4 in this round to stand any chance at extending this lead. He does find 1. Needs to make it 3 more, though.
Well, you did say 3-3 would be something the Knights would take. Easier to say that, though, when you're not in a position to get 3-3, but when you're in that position to go for a 2-4 half, they would be kicking themselves here for letting this one get away from them. Snow Wine has not worked out for them at all. Quiz, well, he gets caught out by Jigsaw, and Invictus will close out the half with the round win to force a 3-3 scoreline here on Chalet going into the second half. A lot on the line. Knights, though, job done, guys. They got the 3 rounds. Can they continue on, though, now on the attack in the second half?
Yeah, this is a weird one to sort of unpack at the moment. I'm trying to think, at this halfway stage of the match, who is edging out on top. And I think I'm leaning a little bit more towards the Knights. defending on Chalet, not easy. Their library holds in particular quite strong, and I think they are worthy of being able to even out the half. And whether or not that constitutes necessarily a bit of an invisible lead, it's so hard to say. I would say that maybe they are, but the fact that they're also taking on, you know, again, outside of the forfeit, an undefeated team, it doesn't really look like it. The Knights are well and truly up there, and they're playing strong. Some of their top players that we saw perform last Playday are performing here, like Stiggs, for example, and that's a really good positive sign.
It does feel like they're a little vulnerable at the moment, Invictus, that they're not playing maybe at peak efficiency. And for those that maybe think, oh, they don't need to win this game, they don't need to try or anything along those lines, well, that can be further from the truth. You lose this game, and then you're going up against, well, probably a heated Chiefs team in Playday 7, looking to find victory for the first time since Playday 4. So, and you lose that, and then you're out of playoffs. It can all get away from you quickly. So at 3-3 here, there's this sort of fork in the road. Do you win the next few, win this game, secure top 4, or do you bundle out of playoffs? It could happen. And for the Knights, of course, they need to win. They play Direwolves in Playday 7, so they need the 3 points here. As they head to the attacking side of Chalet, first half done, second half, hopefully can have some fireworks for us.
We shall see. Bedroom first up here for Invictus on the defense. Knights looking for quick control. Labia across, and Quiz will obtain that. Jackal as well in tow. Josh down below. He'll be able to scan for footprints, as we can see at the moment. Just make sure that the coast is in fact clear. Stiggs, obviously on the Nomad, can provide some flank watch support. Those air jabs, really, really powerful in being able to shut down particular flanks and rotations from the defense. With that all said and done, pretty straightforward, pretty neutral. Oh, Stiggs, a narrow opportunity maybe to find the opening kill, but elects not to shoot at all. Instead, let's post up in this position, maybe catch a player later. Knights focusing their efforts on this office wall currently, trying to open up the objective.
I was going to mention we did not see Master Office in the first half, and now that I sort of think, and maybe I'm thinking too much into it, but oh, hang on, Stiggs gets the opening kill onto Speak Easy. Because maybe Knights elected to not go there simply so that Jigsaw could not play this piano window position all that effectively. A Master Office, it's actually even more important than any other site to be able to have someone play that position and over towards the solar window as well. So I mean, this is something to think about. But heading over to Master Office, it is generally a site we tend to see on Chalet. But Knights get the opening pick. And they've opened up some good sight lines, good positioning, taken control of Library Hallway. And there's still a lot of time left as Hysteric goes down to Josh. You can see that battle happening with the health bars as well as that one too. Nate just gets dwindled down. Mental has half health as well. Quiz has a really good pinch. They can get Juicy to swing and get the kill, and does so. Knights, they're gonna retake the lead here. It's only Jigsaw that's left, although it does get a nice Nitrocell onto Stiggs from Solar. 1 versus 3. Jigsaw is a very talented player, but even this might be above him unless he can find a quick one to bring it down to 1v2. Not going to happen. Juicy gets the plant down. Now time is against him.
Really solid round by the Knights, dismantling the defense. Patience and poise really serving them nicely here for their first attacking effort. And now Jigsaw, yes, he's really good, but this retake, even with more players on the board, so challenging. The attackers now can sit back ultra deep. And it's taken half the fuse time for Jigsaw to even get remotely close to that diffuser. And the second he hits it, a player will pop up, doesn't even have to touch it, and that player's already waiting. Really well done by the Knights.
One step closer to getting 3 points for the Knights. It's 1 round at a time territory, heading into the 8th round now. Invictus Gaming, a team that has that asterisk next to them, technically undefeated this stage. As many would consider up there with Direwolves as the best team in the region. You lose this though, and suddenly there might be some fingernail biting going into Playday 7, and that's just a position you do not want to be in. They elude bar games, they elect not to go there, and they head to Snow Wine, and this is perplexing us.
Well, they must have some master plan on this defense. We saw 2 textbook attacks from themselves on this objective. It is such a difficult site to hold. Fundamentally, the walls you can open on the exterior are very hard to defend against. Once they're open, there's nowhere to go as a defender. You are stuck in one of a couple of bad spots and unable to rotate for most of the round. So I don't know what Invictus are going to employ here to try to mitigate some of those issues on this particular objective. Nothing's standing out in terms of the operator selections. Maybe Castle has a play in this. Are they going to be used off-site aggressively? It looks like Asterix is placing them up above, suggesting we'll see a bit of a roam here from Invictus. Will that be enough to counteract a lot of the issues that this site has?
The Twitch poll for this game in particular, guys, was 68% to Invictus, 32% to the Knights. And so far, it's not really playing out to that. It's been a little bit more 50-50. Can the Knights break away, though, and establish a bit of a lead? Oof. In this round, it's 4 from the last 5, if they can achieve it. Stiggs has been so impressive in leading the way for his team, and everyone else is following, and that's really good signs for the Knights, playing on that team level, looking to get pressure in towards Snow. But clearly, IG playing Snow Wine defensively a little bit better than the Knights did. But Josh in through Garage on the Jackal can start to scan and try and clear out some positions.
It's certainly a much more generic approach here from the Knights, right? They're not necessarily leaning into that Osa, for example, outside Snowmobile or anything fancy. They're not even bringing Maverick on this particular objective, keeping it very straightforward, bringing the fundamentals that you need. Think are very powerful at the moment with nades taken down, unfortunately. You've got the Thermite, though, for the hard breach, and Josh for the roam clear on the Jackal. Sage makes a play, though, over towards Mezzanine. Could make or break the round. 2 roamers are up above, and he needs to find at least one of them.
Yeah, but he needs to do it quickly. Time is going to be a factor. I know we've still got 90 seconds left in the round, but it's Snow Wine. Roamers are going to be up above, and you need to clear them out. Although Josh says hello to Mentalist, I'm going to take a peek through the doorway and gets a kill back. Big kill to bring it back to a 4 versus 4. Now just that slightly less pressure on getting rid of the roamers, because you can almost let them continue to roam. Hysterics and Jigsaw are not on site, right? So there's only 2 players on site at the moment. You could be able to push onto site, try and overwhelm it, clear out those 2 players, get the plant down, and then make it difficult for the retake. That hasn't quite happened. But now through West Main Stairs, Josh has this position completely locked up. And Juicy actually went in for the play. And it's Hysterics and Speakeasy that deny it almost as quick as it started. The plant got denied, and the round is now over. IG takes No Wine, and we go back to an even scoreline.
Oh, the Invictus did a great job in shutting that down. There was a drone that made its way through site just prior to that. I believe it was Josh, and I can almost guarantee he's made the call to on site. That's triggered the push, and IG was still ready and raring to go. The players that were on site did their job. There's a super quick rotation from the roamers as well to flood back and sort of fill the back line, and it worked out really well. The Knights went for a pretty, like I said before, pretty straightforward approach. Open up Snowmobile. Didn't really get a foothold over towards West Main, I think, which maybe posed some difficulties for them. And IG maybe proving that that site isn't all that terrible.
Kitchen Dining, Gus. Still no bar games from IG. We can't even see it at all. It's generally one of the better sites for defenders, and yet it's apparently not coming out as Jigsaw apparently goes on the treadmill. Goes for a bit of a run.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Run, Forrest. Don't think Forrest is going anywhere anytime soon, so we don't assume we'll
just left.
We'll get a rehost. I don't know what that's not our decision, so we'll see what happens.
There you go.
There we go. Confirmation. Rehost. So bit of a pause in the action. And Invictus,
wonder who does that benefit at a 4-4 scoreline back and forth. I just don't know.
I don't think anyone really, to be honest. I would say that maybe if there was a world in which Knights won that last round and IG reattempted or something like that to tidy things up.
True.
I mean, that's a completely alternate timeline, so no point going too far down that rabbit hole. I would say at the moment 4-4, new site, fresh eyes. Yeah.
I think Knights have been very impressive in this matchup, though, and it leads me to then think, why couldn't we see this in sort of earlier matchups in this entire stage? If you play like this against IG, you're basically going toe for toe. Their teamwork's been great. They're really playing off of each other, and Stiggs is kind of like leading that way. You then wonder, where has this kind of been? Yes, you know, they had a very good result against the Chiefs, but they were decimated by Elevate, decimated by Wildcard. You know, those kind of results have come back to bite them, but they are at least making amends by taking down the Chiefs and you know, really taking this fight to IG. And for IG themselves, look, it's not stressful times, guys, but it will be if you lose this game. That's the problem. Now, if this does go to OT, I haven't looked at all of the calculations, but as long as this does go to OT, they'd get the 1 point minimum. And I think that probably ends up being enough for them to probably get top 4. May or may not. You know, there's always the little circumstances, but an OT result would be much, much better for IG than a straight loss. A straight loss is not good. Not good at all. And basically ends up forcing that Playday 7 matchup of IG and Chiefs. The winner goes to playoffs and the loser goes home. Which is crazy.
Yes. I mean, it hasn't felt like a regular APAC South stage like last year in the sense that it's always, you know, comes down to like the final game of the final day, but it still is really coming down to these final couple of matches that can still have huge implications. If IG lose this game and then somehow get knocked out of the playoffs, I mean, the world is upside down because they have been such a good team so far, and I guess that's a testament to the rest of the competition really stepping up. Yeah, I just don't envision that as being a possibility, but maybe I'm being a bit too much of an IG simp. I don't know. I think that clearly the roster changes for them, the most aggressive of any other team in the region, have been working out pretty well so far. They are outside of the forfeit undefeated, so can't be too critical in that department. But this matchup, I mean, they're really being pushed. I guess the only other match where it's felt like they've been under this much pressure is probably the Elevate game, where it did end up pushing to OT, and even Wildcard actually pushed them pretty well in Playday 2. Outside of that, it's been relatively cruisy for this roster, so yeah, keen to see how they approach the rest of this match, because the Knights have been on their game, and it probably has been the best we have seen the Knights so far. I think Stig's tweet hasn't come back to bite him. In fact, it's probably actually doing the team a world of good at the moment.
Yeah, and just to sort of finalize some of those playoff possibilities, if the Knights do lose this game and IG get all 3 points, then IG are locked into the top 4. It means the Knights will need to beat Direwolves and break that streak and hope that IG beat the Chiefs. So that'll be how they could still technically get into the top 4. So that's at least somewhat comforting news. It's not good news because it's all of that's kind of unlikely to probably play out, but yeah, big opportunity for the Knights. They're so close as well, guys, at 4-4. And I'm going to say it, but how many times have we been in this kind of position and then one team just goes bang and gets 3 rounds in a row, closes it out 7-4? Seen it countless times. IG is that kind of team to be able to pull that off and go and win 3 rounds in a row and close this one out before you even know it. So Knights need to basically from this 9th round onwards be at 110% if they're to get 3 points here.
Yeah, and it's going to depend on who bounces back faster from that pause in the action. It's the longest pause we've had so far. We haven't had a tactical yet, or did we have one? No, maybe I'm thinking of the last game. I don't know. My wires are getting crossed a little bit. So butt in if we have had one, but yeah, a little bit of an extended break there. Probably, I don't know, 4 or 5 minutes, whatever, how long it was. But you need to just refocus now, completely switch on. The next couple of rounds could be really critical, especially if we do see that trend continue of a team sort of running away with that momentum a little bit and the other team unable to wrestle it back. So we do go back over towards Kitchen. Invictus on the defense, of course. And the Knights, let's see what they've got in the tank.
Pretty standard approach defensively from Invictus for Kitchen Dining. Set up above, reinforce that office wall. Electrified as well with the Kaid Claws. Maverick can play for the Knights, which we can tend to usually see for a Kitchen Dining attack. Finker is going to be brought out, and a lot of reliance on Juicy to open up well, I was going to say both walls, right? I don't know. You've only got the 2 exothermics and you kind of got 2 walls you want to get open.
Well, the thing they don't have to worry about is the impact grenades. That was what was somewhat costly for Invictus, but you can see on the side of the defense, no impact grenades at all. So assuming the utility gets cleared, and that's probably going to take a bit of control, I think the Knights are probably in a pretty decent spot here to go for a default dining plant. If that's the game plan, I mean, where they're at the moment, positionally would suggest that south across is going to be the play, and that will entail clearing util. A nade from down below should be enough to clear up above.
Ooh.
So Jig clears Sage, but I don't think those nades hit Chris will now have to come along with his probably to aid Juicy in opening up this wall.
Yes, dual claws are active, and Jigsaw found a Nitrocell elimination onto Sage as well, so not ideal. That one has worked, and now Juicy can get the exothermic charge onto this office wall, open it up, but time is going to be a factor. I hate to say it, but already down to 80 seconds remaining, and you haven't even got side objective controlled yet. Stigs, do you peek this? Do you take this chance? Just holds the angle for now. Sterix over towards Piano, so IG really aggressive positions. Oh, that's clean. One tap, good night. See you later, Hysterics. And Stigs gets one back for the Knights, who has continued to play well tonight. Nade to get rid of these claws. Is job done. And Juicy, with the 2 exothermics, has got open the 2 walls. Well done.
Good efficiency. And straight in for the plant. 40 seconds on the cards. IG need to try and deny.
Speakeasy taken low as well. Tries to get the gas babes out. Plant gets denied. So Juicy falls to Nate. Advantage for IG. One more gas babe still available in the back pocket of Speakeasy, who is low on health.
Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
How do the Knights salvage this one? Well, Josh just picks up the diffuser and says, I'll have a go and see if anyone will stop me. Gas babe was thrown out, ineffective. It is successful. Plant down. Have the Knights got a decent control up above, though, watching this plant? Stigs is the solo player remaining inside of office. Quiz is down. Of course, cannot get himself back up. Oh! Mentalist has just given Stigs a bit of a freebie, and all 3 players of Invictus are down below. Stigs has an opportunity, a very difficult one though, and Jigsaw wins from below. Sometimes the high ground, not always the best ground.
It normally is, but in that case, it was not. Jigsaw dances between those metal bars to perfection, and IG win a very, very close round. The plant denial from the smoke canister is perfect. The denial on those players trying to retreat post-plant as well, also on point. It was a good effort from Stigs up above. His job obviously was, after getting that one tap on the window, to then hold above and prevent the vertical retake. But unfortunately, the rest of the team unable to get to safe positions, and that nullified his spot up above and in a 1 versus 3 or 4 at the end of that round. Basically impossible. So IG won up their opponents, but the Knights, again, they were so close.
So the Knights take a tactical timeout to see if they can just sort of calm themselves down a little bit here, right? It's okay. We've still got a couple more rounds, don't worry, but how can we respond? Because now 3 of the last 4 rounds have gone the way of IG. And suddenly, how quickly things can kind of flip from that 50-50 back and forth to, oh, okay, they've won a couple in a row now, and they've got themselves a lead, despite the Knights being in the lead for the majority of this match, or at least edging out on top. Now it's IG that take that lead as we head to bar games for the first time in the second half in what is now a very important 10th round, because technically it's the match point for match point, right? If IG win this round, that's 1 point secured. That means Knights can then no longer get all 3. And we know what that then means, and that means it's a lot harder for them to get into the top 4 for that playoff position. So Knights, I'm going to say it, guys, probably need to win the next 3 rounds in a row, and that's a difficult prospect to believe they can do.
It sure is. That last round, so close, but having a huge ripple effect. Sure, 2 points would be great, especially against a strong opponent like Invictus, but in the context of the stage, it might be enough for top 4, but a single point can make all the difference at the end of the day. We have seen it time and time again throughout 2021, and I can only assume 2022 is going to be quite similar in that regard. 3 straight, very tall task for the Knights, but they've been playing well. It's not impossible.
Should mention 2 points for the Knights is still not that bad. Does get them the head-to-head over IG. The only difference being they would need results against Direwolves if they are to then find victory. I mean, technically 2 points gets them on 10 matches Chiefs, and they have the head-to-head there. So all they would have to do, I guess, is hope for IG to then beat the Chiefs in regulation, and that would be enough. So technically, I guess an OT win's still good. It's just not as good as 3 points. 3 points is phenomenal for the Knights.
2 minutes now on the clock as the Knights scramble to try amount rounds in response. Good control pretty quickly on the trophy side of the map. You see that transition across quite quickly. Though Juicy actually posting up and dining. Hard breach straight on the wall. Line of sight in towards the objective. Cutting off this rotation on that corridor. Not a bad little angle here. Josh converging as well. I like this from the Knights.
Attackers have located a bomb.
This is a free kill if he swings.
Plays the patience card though, and I don't see anything wrong with that. At the same time, the longer you kind of just sit there and wait though, an IG might be able to find something. There it is, as you mentioned. Jigsaw goes down. That's a big player to get off the board. Has been franking out in this game as Jigsaw usually does, and on Chalet. Feels like it's his home map. And it gives the Knights an advantage to bring this back to 5-5 to keep 3 points alive for the taking. But just under 1 minute remaining as they look to still establish a full library control for that potential drop down late round. Nate, he's just sitting prone on library stairs. Is that going to be a bit of a wild card? Does that throw Josh off the case here? He's going to be looking more upwards rather than downwards. Nate gets off of this position, and now that position is known. And I honestly believe if he had sat there, he might have got that kill onto Josh, but now he doesn't. And Mentalist goes down elsewhere. But Speakeasy gets one back. Juicy on site, going for the plant. Nate just gets caught as well, walking back over towards site. Speakeasy gets rid of Quiz, but now he's got a lot more to do.
No.
He can do it. It is Speakeasy. 3 to the good, but no more. Shut down by Sage. We are 5-5, heading into a very important 11th round.
Stage defining round, playoff defining round, perhaps. This 11th one between Invictus and the Knights. Play day 6. We could be looking back at this one in a couple of weeks' time and wondering where it all went wrong for one of these teams. Good response from the Knights. I really like their attacking approach there. So ballsy, so confident. The Jackal play was great, opening up the round, shutting down Jig. From that point onwards, I think the rest of the team was really lifted. They saw Josh make that play, and then they felt empowered to make their own and ultimately able to win out the round. Great effort from Speakeasy. It would have been an ace clutch, and honestly, I was getting a little bit excited, but then Sage, who got the double from that window, posted up, also having a big one. And it's all going to go down on basement. We've seen IG successfully defend it previously. They're going to go for the repeat.
Yeah, and they did it rather convincingly as well, because they're sometimes winning on a site like Snow Wine Guys, and you do it in a way where you're a bit like, oh, okay, they got it, but did they really win it? Well, IG really won it. I mean, Knights didn't really look all that comfortable attacking, and they definitely did not look comfortable defending it themselves. So this might just sort of be an ace up the sleeve here for Invictus going down to Snow Wine. Knights going to have to play this, honestly, perfectly. And Josh, I'm sorry to say, there's a lot of pressure on him on that Jackal to clear out the roamers above, to win those fights, and to, what I would imagine, if Knights are to win this, they're going to need to be at like a 5v3, going onto site, having cleared the roamers above, and then hope they can just walk onto site and win the trades.
Stiggs as well. Looking at him to step up. Had a big first half. Rehost doesn't reflect that, so the stats have obviously reset, but...
No, he's been great.
He's been really good. Good couple of play days from him, the ex-Fnatic member coming back to his old team and really finding his stride as of recent. They need to find this next gear though, the Knights. Invictus time and time again, whether it be this year or last, have always been able to fight. Stage 1 last year maybe being the exemption where they struggled a little bit, but they have always been able to find that next gear, and they never look truly down and out. So the Knights need to try and deliver basically a knockout blow here. Win this round with confidence, roll that in to the one after, win this in regulation, bolster their chances of making the playoffs. As for IG, they need to find a response. They've won this objective once before. They need to do it again.
Yeah, and they're not giving the Knights much. It seems as if it's like a 4-1 split, 4 on site, and then you've got Hysterics roaming around on the Frost upstairs, being a bit of a nuisance and playing into the Jackal of Josh and just making it difficult to be tracked down. Oh, timing is everything, isn't it? the peak from Speakeasy there for that split second. Quiz was vulnerable, but he manages to stay alive. Juicy's in, by the way. That's going to be the smoke denying vision here. It might just get this plant down. If he does so, that's going to make it so difficult for the retake now of Invictus. Trade 1-for-1, that's fine. But it's all about the retake potential when you got the outside play for the Knights. Stiggs wins that fight. There was another team kill. Jigsaw got rid of Mentalist. You don't want to be doing that in a late round execution. Sage and Juicy watch from the outside. Stiggs is low health. Hysterics Library Stairs wins the fight against Stiggs. Now it's a 2 versus 2, but they have to find a way to clear both players outside. 15 seconds, and Juicy with the angle gets the double kill for the Knights. They get match point against Invictus Gaming.
Huge round. The Knights playing it to perfection in the post, and you can see their smiles. Their plan worked out perfectly. The cross, especially at the end, to prevent any chance of the retake. So well played. Again, highlighting the weaknesses of that site. And it all goes back to one just slightly misplaced canister. That smoke, I don't know how it wasn't quite hitting Juicy. Must have just been off the mark, but he was able to get that plant down. No denial. And once it was stuck, the round basically locked in there for the Knights. And this is huge. If they win this round, it absolutely turns the standings on their head.
Yeah, the repercussions as well flow on to the Chiefs, essentially, right? They're sitting back watching and praying that the Knights do not get anything more than just the 1 point that they have achieved. If Knights win this round, Chiefs are out of the top 4 tonight, guys, going into next week's game against IG. And basically, the winner of that game goes to top 4, loser is out. That means IG, if they lose this round, and I'm assuming we'll get another rehost here, or not whatever, a little break here. If IG lose this round, guys, believe it or not, from undefeated to potentially missing top 4. No way.
I can't believe it was probably, I think it was like last play day. I was kind of pushing the narrative that, oh yeah, the top 4, bottom 4, it's kind of pretty split. Like, I don't think it's going to change all that much. And I don't know why I ever thought that was actually going to be the case, because APAC South there's just something about it. It's just a mystical creature. You cannot make any assumptions or it will bite you in the backside. And wow, incredible to think that it could come down to that game. Imagine Invictus v Chiefs, Playday 7 for playoffs position. I mean,
I should mention,
we thought IG Divers was going to be the match of the stage. I tell you what.
Oh, true. Well, I should mention with that, right? Since we've got a little bit of time for this, if Knights do win this round, then they get the 3 points. They'll go to 11 points, which will be tied with IG. Of course, they'll have the head-to-head. And Chiefs on 10 points drop to 5th out of the top 4. The only way that Knights then actually drop out, and this is on the presumption that Elevate beat Fury, which you would imagine, the only way Knights would then drop out of the top 4 is if Chiefs win in OT. Because a Chiefs win in OT puts them to 12 points, IG would get 1, gets them to 12 points and away from the head-to-head, and Knights lose to Direwolves and get nothing. They would then drop out. So even winning tonight is not a given, but what are the odds that Chiefs win in OT against IG? I mean, that is kind of a long shot. It can happen, don't get me wrong, it can happen, but it's a bit of a long shot. So getting the win tonight does put them in good stead. It also does mean if Knights at least get 1 point against Direwolves, then that's top 4 secured. So it puts them in a really good spot. For IG though, I mean, that is a stressful situation to be in, Guz, to think about if they lose to the Chiefs, that they miss top 4 off the back of the stage that they've had, the hype around this team, the absolute state of the hype around this formidable roster. Many saying the best roster maybe in all of APAC. The team with the biggest fragging potential to miss top 4 would be shambolic.
Look, purely from an unashamed entertainment bias standpoint, Knights winning this is the best result. Just purely from an entertainment standpoint.
Clearly, you just don't like IG.
I don't know about that. I've been riding the hype train as much as anyone with IG. I just love the fact that it could come down to the final play day, and the fact that it will be IG versus Chiefs, the 2 teams battling it out for that spot, right? There's no other outside factor. There's no other result that it's going to depend on. It's just 2 teams head-to-head fighting for their spot. at the playoffs to fight out for the major, to fight out for 6 invitational points. I mean, it is just, it could be absolutely crazy, but we're not quite there just yet,
Not just yet.
The Knights still have to win this next round. There's been a long pause after that last round.
Yeah, it's and again, we've had this, I think, for the second time now in this particular matchup. And in this particular case, I still don't know who that favors going into this match point round. Do IG get that little breather, denying the momentum away from the Knights? Do the Knights then start overthinking things, especially being on the attack? IG will just play a pretty standard bar games defense, hold the right ankles, standard shields, top library, mezzanine, chimney, all of those things. So they don't have to really think too much into this. But does this little pause in the action cause the Knights to just overthink this match point round? 3 points on the board, on offer, up for grabs, to put them on 11 points, and to technically, guys, put them in second place going into the final Playday.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Crazy. I love APAC South. If you guys don't like APAC South, you don't like Siege.
I would tend to agree. Go back to bar. Last time the Knights attempted their attack on this site, they were just sniping defenders left, right, and center. It all started off with that basement lurk, and it really just progressed more from that point onwards. Different lineup though. No Jackal, instead the Lion. We also haven't seen a lot of Maverick. Stig's going to play that hard breach this time. So that would suggest that we might see basement again. Use the Maverick to clear backstore, for example, weaken that position. But it's certainly a different approach here from the Knights.
I will say, if IG win this round, they'll go to 12 points. It's then hard-pressed to seeing 12 points being knocked out of top 4. So, massive for them. Of course, if they can still come back and win in OT, that actually confirms top 4. So, by no means out of it just yet.
Bomb located by attackers.
So much on the line for both of these two teams, and I don't think IG were prepared for this kind of battle and desperation that has been needed for this particular game, and Knights have just really brought their A game. Stiggs has been tremendous in leading from the front, but everyone else has been on equal footing for the Knights. Nate, Jigsaw, and Speakeasy have been tremendous, of course, as well for IG. It's been a pleasure. And it just kind of feels like, is it coming to an end, though? Josh, does he find an angle? No. Doesn't find anyone. But at least they have that position of backstore now opened up.
Minute 30. The Knights not able to get that quick, snappy opening pick like they did last time, so it's going to come down to the trade game late. Invictus still have really good positions, particularly up above, that haven't really been dislodged. Hysterics at Mezzanine, for example, poses a threat, particularly on the retake. He's been cut off though, so Quiz is up above monitoring that. Stiggs as well, bot library stairs, he can cut off a rotation on that hallway position once he progresses forward, and Josh probably looking to probe front door once more. Quite split at the moment in the Knights, but each player has a very specific role, a very specific part of the map that they are looking to get control of, and Juicy desperately wants to vault in, get that plant at half wall, but he just can't do it yet. The path, it isn't safe, and time now becomes an issue. 45 seconds remaining, and here we go.
Oh no, are they just all going to funnel in big window? They get the trades, they've now got an advantage. It's 4 versus 3 on the scoreboard. 35 seconds, Gas Babe out from Speakeasy. Jigsaw comes in to try and see if he can land some remonstrating shots as Stiggs gets rid of Jigsaw. It's happening. Knights now have a big advantage, but do not count the combination of Nate and Speakeasy in a 2 versus 3. Plant not down yet either, and that is actually the biggest part of it. Quiz surely loses. No! Speakeasy could not confirm the shots. Knights win! Knights win against Invictus! All 3 points secured into the top 4 with 1 Playday to go. And all I'll say now, guys, IG versus Chiefs, Playday 7. Put that one in the calendar.
Oh, I'll be circling that one in some fat red text, because that is going to be the match of the stage, 100%. The Knights started off slow in play day 1, but they are now full steam ahead. That is a massive win. A really good effort, particularly through that second half. They had to battle so hard against that match point for Invictus. They needed all 3. They ticked that box. And that is just set us up for an absolute barn burner next play day. I cannot wait.
That was nail-biting finish. The funnel in through a big window. Cuz how many times have we seen that fail? Player on games is able to get like 2 kills, plant then gets stuck halfway to half wall, and then the round's over. No, somehow Knights pull it out. They get the win against IG on Chalet, all 3 points. It now puts them onto 11 points into second place, and the Chiefs are out of the top 4 with 1 play day to go, and we go back to the desk.
Massive turn of events here for the Knights and for OS fans as well, I guess. We'd kind of come into stage 1 not really knowing what was going to be happening around this roster, what they had to offer. They were bringing in an OCL player, which is, for those that don't know, the Div 2 of Australia. It has just been chaotic, and it has really been a performance and a half, Dev. Gotta call out Stigs from the beginning. 15 kills in a game like that when you've made the call early on. I don't think you could ask for much more.
Yeah, honestly, I was a bit concerned with Stig's first couple play days. He didn't look great, and man, he has absolutely turned it up to another level, as have the Knights. What a redemption from dropping the ball in Stage 3 last year. They've made some roster changes. They have picked themselves back up and locked in playoffs. Second place, a massive redemption for the team, but also for OS as a whole, who, well, this is the first match that OS has won today. Of course, we lost one OS team in the Relos to in order, losing to the Last Dance and Renatus. And I mean, Knights are looking like they could go the distance here. If they tighten up some things, work on this consistency, this is a serious championship contending team.
All but into playoffs at the moment, Raven. Would you have thought that was going to be possible at the start of this stage?
I think everything was possible at the start of this stage, but no, look, they didn't start the stage on the greatest foot, and so that obviously made us a little, I guess, concerned about how the Knights roster changes would have panned out. But no, week on week, they've really shown improvements, and these last 2 play days in particular, we have really seen the best of Knights. They've been playing really well, some really strong siege. In particular, yeah, look, let's call it out, Stigs has started to find some really big form of what we used to, come to love about Stigs as a player in the OS region. So it's exciting to see the Knights up and about, and yeah, I think I'm really looking forward to how this progresses in this stage.
Well, this is the Stigs that we used to know, as Xenox would say, rolling back the clock almost. From, back in the day when he was on the Knights roster, Dev, this was really the Stigs that just put in, week out. It's why he ended up on Fnatic. I don't want to talk too much on that, but obviously this is just a huge game for them to be able to take. Bit of rivalry with Nate and Jigsaw also on IG, but implications for IG, this may well make that last play day just so much more fiery than it could ever have been.
Yeah, absolutely. I think firstly, keep in mind that IG hadn't technically really lost a match that they had played yet so far. They lost to Direwolves, but that was a forfeit. This is the first time they've actually lost a game that they have played. We thought that they were unstoppable. We thought maybe they would have even beaten Direwolves had they played each other, but no, now we're seeing IG bleed, and we're seeing it because Knights have been playing so very well. And as a team that started their APAC South season so poorly, getting smashed by Wildcard, it's exactly what they need to dive that confidence all the way through into playoffs and maybe even to the major.
All right, well, you know what? Let's start bringing Stigs in. We'll talk to you boys in a second. Got to hear from the horse's mouth. Stigs, you've got to have the biggest smile on your face right now, mate. What a performance that is. 15 kills across the entire match from you. Just explain to me, what on earth was that?
Well, there was that many rehearse. I had no idea how many kills I actually was on in the end, but
I was counting. Don't worry, I was counting.
I think it was just an all-round, good team effort to win that game. We really wanted that win, and we wanted to prove to everyone that we're as strong as of a team as Direwolves and Invictus and Elevate and all the top teams at the moment. We've been working really hard during the week to prepare for this game, and I think, yeah, our performance showed that.
It certainly did. You've made all of us eat our own words on the desk. We were coming into this game, a lot of uncertainties, a lot of unknowns. Obviously, you know, we're still yet to see IG tested in the way that we thought they were going to be. And it turns out Knights are the team to do so. You're now cementing a bit of a name for yourselves in the APAC South region after, obviously, you know, 2 of you coming in as the new roster. I'm going to ask you, you spoke about the preparations leading into today's match. We saw the tweet. We've called it out on stream. Can you give us any insight, or is it just kind of you needed to make the call before the game started?
I think it's just got to a point where a lot of people, you know, skepticize about this team, and we just really wanted to prove a point today and show how strong we really can be. I don't know how many wins we've gotten in a row at the moment, but we're looking to keep that consistency going into next week against Direwolves, and yeah, I'm just really proud of my team.
Mate, I think we're really proud of you as well. I'll get one more question out of you while we're here, because you have just led into it. You've beat the Chiefs, you've beat IG, and now you've got what we're proclaiming as the best team at the moment that APAC South has to offer in Direwolves next week. How are you feeling coming up against a team that is currently flawless?
Yeah, I mean, we, in our mind, every game that we go into, we, you know, have the endeavor to win. So going up against Direwolves, we're planning on beating them, and we're going to prepare really hard this next coming week to, you know, solidify that.
To be fair, I think we're all looking forward to that one. It could potentially be the game of the stage if it does deliver, Stiggs. Look, we'll give you the final word here, mate. Anything before we let you go?
Just thank you all so much for watching and supporting our team. We're starting to find our footing and get that consistency, so you know, we're happy to make you all proud, and thank you again for the cast.
Well, mate, I guess we'll catch you in OCN tomorrow night. Best of luck.
See you later, Manic.
Solid performance all round. I mean, every player on the team of Knights, right? We talked about it in 2021 a lot, Dev, the potential that this team has. Turns out 40% of a change is what the key was. It was just, you just had to change 2 players. It's looking unbelievable.
Yeah, and it takes time. I think that's the thing that we have been talking a lot about in Stage 1, is with so many teams having roster changes, it's not a snap fix overnight. You immediately, we talked about it, Raven, you have to go and fix up your map pool. You have to go and change your roles maybe. Teams like Chiefs have really been affected by that. Knights have done an amazing job of getting past that initial hurdle, because they started slow, and now they're building up that momentum, and they've beaten one undefeated team today. I think that they'll be going to defeat another undefeated team next week.
They're certainly hitting strides, jumping over all the hurdles that they do face. Let's have a look at the results from today, Raven. A bit of a disappointing day for the O's fam, apart from the last game, which obviously delivered, but anything here really standing out to you?
Yeah, obviously some struggles on the O side, but look, I think it was an exciting Playday overall. You know, there were some surprise results, I would say. You know, Chiefs Elevate, while maybe not a big surprise that Elevate actually ultimately won, probably quite a surprise that it was the big score line that it was. But look, hard to look past that last game. That was an absolute banger on Chalet. Knights getting that victory over IG, I think surprising a lot of people, but also realizing that Knights have really treaded that path to get to where they are now, and it's exciting that they're, you know, back into that kind of playoff contention, top 4 conversation.
Well, coming into today, we really weren't sure what to expect from the Knights, and they have delivered. Let's have a look at the predictions and look at all the egg on all of our faces, as unfortunately, none of us got it right. Not a single damn person, not even close. However, I'll give both of you the plaudits here. Dev, I'll go to you first. You guys claim the Elevate win. I mean, looking back, it really wasn't that, you know, it wasn't so absurd that they were able to beat them. It was more how they beat them.
Yeah, look, Elevate and Chiefs were the favored team, but I think that every Playday we're learning a little bit more about just how all of these 8 teams are placing post-roster change and all of the shakeups that we've had this coming season. I'm personally a bit gutted that I've got egg on my face for the wildcard pick. You know, I've been backing in wildcard. I thought that we were going to see an undefeated team lose their streak today. I just got the wrong team.
Very true, very true. I gave Fury a little bit there, but yeah.
Come on, get off it.
I had to give him a little bit of love. I had to give him something. In fact, you know what? It wasn't even me that picked the Fury lineup. I just went Team 1, Team 2, Team 1, Team 2. So, I know, the excuses are definitely coming out now. Let's have a look at the standings, where they all sit. Raven, maybe you can dissect what we're going to be looking at here. The big talking point right now is really 3rd to 5th place. So, I mean, you could definitely rope in the Knights there, but Invictus, Elevate, and the Chiefs are really fighting.
Yeah, look, this is looking a lot more like APAC South that we've come to accustomed to. Nothing separating 2nd to 5th. That's pretty insane. So yeah, look, it's going to make the next couple of play days very exciting. Honestly, this standing's changed up a lot more than I was expecting it to tonight, but it certainly has set up a couple of really exciting play days. But yeah, unfortunately, especially for Fury, you know, they're pretty cemented into the bottom. Even Renatus now really out of that playoff contention as far as I understand. So look, I think it's going to be a really exciting end. I don't know who to pick for this final kind of top 4 placement. I think it's very up in the air, as the standings really illustrates. But yeah, look, that Chiefs game next week is going to be a very exciting one, edge of the seat kind of match.
It certainly will be. Dev, thoughts?
Look, yeah, I think it's just astounding. Once again, thinking at the start of the season that we were going to see Direwolves on 18 points, Flawless not dropped a single point, not been to a single overtime, cleaning house with every single opponent they're going to have to face. The number 2 team in Knights come their match next week, and perhaps they will get their first L there, but it's particularly exciting seeing those 4 teams, Knights, IG, Elevate, and Chiefs, obviously, are all going to be gunning for those remaining 3 playoffs positions. One team is going to miss out. I don't know, do you want to do any bets on which team that's going to be out of those 4? Which one's going to miss out?
I mean, if you're asking me, I don't want to say it, but I got Chiefs.
You're going to say it. I knew you were going to say that.
I got Chiefs in 5th, man. I just, it doesn't feel that cohesive, you know, kind of unit that we saw. Feel like there is some cracks showing. Raven, would you agree with me here? Are you feeling like maybe I'm out of place?
Oh no, look, I mean, it's tough to call. Yeah. I guess in one way I'm leaning towards that, but it's funny because I feel like before tonight, maybe I wouldn't have been. Obviously, they didn't have a great night tonight. I think that's kind of changed maybe my perspective on where they're at, but honestly, it just changes every play day, week to week. It's really starting to settle into how we remember it last year, where it was really a bit challenging to predict what we would see from these teams. So you never really know.
You really don't, Dev. Final thoughts before we close the show.
I mean, like, hands down, IG Chiefs is the match to watch next week. I think that whoever loses that is going to be going home. The only exception is if Chiefs win in overtime, then both teams will actually manage to be ahead of Knights, assuming Knights don't get any points next week. So there is a world in which both of them make it, but I think that that's not likely to happen. We're probably going to see one of those teams eliminated on the verge of that game, so you don't want to miss it.
No, you definitely don't. This has been an incredible play day. So much has changed in the past 4 hours, and so much still to change next week. The final play day, the final chance for the teams to make playoffs, APAC playoffs, that is no more after Thursday. We will see you then. Take care and good night.
There's absolutely no time. He has to stick this defuse, but it gets off. No! That was a critical mistake. He forfeited the round. He better run away, Producer Boom. Oh my god, he is very, very lucky, but his teammates cannot. This noise that could expose his position. There it is! He gets up and he claims his head and just obliterates Fury's chances in the round. As a 3-on-4, Onigiri's hungry for more. He gets worthy, he gets the double!
And just massive pressure coming through prep. Onigiri's on an absolute frag fest, even taking out his own teammates.
Onigiri and Sapper have a chance here. Digital, he's been spotted! A 2 versus 5 to the 2 versus 0! How does Elevate keep getting away with this? ECH for the map has got to retake, spots out the first player. Ethan is down, but does he have the guts to clutch it? DCH! Another clutch for Elevate! Guts to clutch it, DCH! Another clutch for Elevate!
Right, and ED, it does still have a couple of gas canisters, but no chance at all from that deficit. Much the goodness for Wildcard. I mean, that was
much the goodness.
Much the goodness, honestly. I don't know.
Is this Mute Gemma made of Kevlar?
What? I cannot believe that Mute Jammer is still standing.
Just shoot them all, forget the wall, just shoot them all!
He did. Oh my god. These jammers! What are they made of? What did they...
Stiggs is low health. Hysterics library stairs wins the fight against Stiggs. Now it's a 2 versus 2, but they have to find a way to clear both players outside. 15 seconds, and Juicy with the angle gets the double kill for the Knights. They get match point against Invictus Gaming. And 2 versus 3, Plant not down yet either, and that is actually the biggest part of it. Quiz surely loses. No! Speak Easy could not confirm the shots. Knights win! Knights win again!
恐怖は誰にでもある。目には見えない狡猾な敵だ。逃れられぬ引力のように。僕らはその恐怖と何度も戦ってきた。力ずくで圧倒されても踏ん張れば立ち向かえる。全力で戦い克服できる。僕らは恐怖を理解し、たゆまぬ努力と勇気でそれをチームで乗り越えてきた。今は恐怖を武器にできる。今こそ僕たちの出番だ。さあ、僕たちを恐れろ。